Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
When Leafone was still a toddler, just weaned and wobbling around in open crotch pants, his balance was shaky at best. He loved running around, loved falling even more, and more often than not his face was the first to meet the ground. But clumsy as he was, his heart already yearned for the life of a ranger, a hero who roamed the world, upholding justice and cutting down evil. As a child, he devoured anything martial arts. He read comics, flipped through wuxia novels, and glued himself to the black and white TV set every summer, watching classics like Heavenly Sword and Dragon-Slaying Saber or The Legend of the Condor Heroes. Bowl of rice in hand, he'd sit on a tiny bench, eyes shining, and forget to eat whenever the fights grew intense. Instead of eating, he imitated, smacking mosquitoes with his self-styled 18 palms of bug subduing, or grabbing sticks to whirl around in his deadly crazy demon rolling staff technique. Flies within range were his sworn enemies. The techniques were nonsense, but his expressions were spot on. Fierce glares and exaggerated shouts made mosquitoes scatter as though terrified of this pint-sized, mentally unstable hero. Of course, his performances usually ended with his parents dragging him off the bench and administering the legendary father's palm technique on his backside. In those days, there weren't many modern parenting methods. If a kid got too wild, the cure was a simple one: a good spanking. Growing pains. As he grew older, Leafone realized the truth. The mystical inner strength in those shows was pure fantasy. He was crushed for a while, until he discovered more practical martial arts like Foshan Shadowless Kick. That didn't need inner strength, just training and perseverance. So, every day, he practiced mercilessly against the family gate. After enough repetition, he'd rattled the door 4 times over, convinced that he was close to true mastery. That was when his father, fed up with the noise, personally demonstrated Dad's kick technique. Leafone was launched across the yard, bawling, and if not for his mother's intervention, he might have gone straight to feeding ghosts instead of learning martial arts. By adolescence, reality had sunk in. Kung Fu on TV looked flashy, but in real life? Try pulling off a shadowless kick in a lawful society. Accidentally cripple a thief, and you'd be the one sent to jail. Kung Fu was lethal at its core, not health exercise. Even Tai Chi's gentle palms and hooks were designed for joints and eyes. The truth? What really keeps people alive isn't martial arts. It's simple, boring exercise. Radio calisthenics, jogging, that sort of thing. Look up those so-called Kung Fu masters online. They talk about one-punch kills, but few live past 80. Leafone eventually embraced a saying that stuck with him. No matter how high your martial arts, one bullet will put you down. Why suffer through training when society is peaceful and guns exist? So, afraid of hardship, he gave up his childhood dream of becoming a wuxia hero. A second life. But fate has a sense of humor. The heavens, blind or dozing, gave Leafone another life, this time in a supernatural world. Here, he didn't need inner force or light-footed sword flight. He had magic. With a shield raised, bullets bounced off like pebbles. With a portal open, he crossed the globe in seconds. High-speed rail? Airplanes? Worthless compared to a sling ring. With one hand, he could force even devils to kneel. Best of all, his lifespan stretched far beyond a century. With effort and luck, he could truly live forever. Leafone's confidence swelled. Showing off was natural. How could he resist? Unfortunately, this was the Marvel world. Here, beings like Thor and entire pantheons of gods existed, swatting him down effortlessly. Even humans, geniuses in power suits or enhanced super soldiers, could beat him into the dirt, forcing him to swallow pride and apologize. So, despite his power, Li Feng kept a low profile in Marval, abiding by the law. He rarely killed, aside from enemies who shot first. But in other worlds, especially those without overwhelming threats, Li Feng indulged. He took what he wanted, sometimes by force, sometimes by fear. Still, years of education kept a bottom line in his heart. He never became a bloodthirsty butcher. The Mask and the Demon. Everything changed when he entered the world of the Mask. Suppressing desires for too long can backfire. With the Loki mask amplifying his emotions, Li Feng began acting out, robbing banks, kidnapping, flexing his power without guilt. In his eyes, it was harmless. He hadn't killed anyone, so his conscience was clear. But the mask was dangerous. It could warp personality, seep into the soul, even alter genes. In Son of the Mask 2, 3 special tadpoles were born from divine power. The implication was clear. The mask could rewrite life itself. Li Feng wore it nightly, unaware. Each time, it nudged his inner demons, feeding suppressed desires. Scarlet tinges began appearing in his eyes, and even Creature noticed. But Li Feng brushed off his servant's warnings, sometimes silencing him with kicks and punches, convinced loyalty meant silence. The Fireball. Half a year later, after training alongside 3 nuclear physicists turned night owls, Li Feng finally succeeded. One night, standing atop a hotel roof, Loki mask strapped on, his scarlet eyes burned as he raised his palms. A faint glow, the size of a sesame seed, swelled into a blazing sphere the size of a football. A nuclear fireball. Li Feng's heart raced. Years of dreaming, finally realized. But control slipped. The fireball trembled, unstable, ready to burst. His smile froze. Just before detonation, Li Feng dragged Creature into a mirror dimension. Safely tucked away, they watched the nuclear fireball streak outward and erupt. The world outside vanished in a blinding flash. A mushroom cloud rose. Buildings crumbled. People melted into ash. Li Feng's joy drained, leaving only horror. He tore off the mask, pale and trembling. This was me, he whispered, half to himself, half to Creature. The elf's head hung low. Though safe, the vision of hellfire burned into his mind. His voice quivered. Yes, master. Creature saw it. You, cast the spell yourself. Nuclear bombs don't just scorch and smash. Beyond heat and shock waves, they spit out lethal radiation, hence the other name, dirty bombs. With the Loki mask on, Li Feng could conjure a nuclear reaction fireball from his own mana. But in raw power, it was a pale imitation of a technological warhead, at best a sliver of small-yield nuke, and perhaps not even that. Still, a nuclear blast is a nuclear blast. Worse, his model had been a dismantled warhead laid out piece by piece in a presidential suite. The copy inherited the original's ugliest trait, residual radiation. Mana would disperse it eventually, yes, but who knew when nature would finish digesting that poison? Shucking off the mask and stepping out of the mirror dimension, Li Feng looked terrified yet acted on instinct, layering shields over himself against invisible fallout. From the hotel roof, he stared at the distant inferno clawing the night, a pillar of fire painting the city in murderous gold. Below, Las Vegas fell apart. Power died block by block. Intersections stacked with crumpled cars. Police sirens wailed past the hotel. Fire engines howled toward the blast. The strip turned to chaos. After a long, stunned silence, Li Feng slipped beneath his invisibility cloak, dissolved into black mist, and drifted high. He watched rescuers rush toward Ground Zero without so much as a hazmat suit. He wanted to shout a warning, radiation, but the word jammed in his throat like a stone. He felt like a brat who'd roasted stolen sweet potatoes in the hills, then set the forest ablaze, and now, terrified of a parental beating, chose silence over confession while the fire raced down the mountain. From above, he saw the blast shockwave reduce neighborhoods to a sagging field of radioactive collapse, an area the size of a small town. At the center, a crater 100 meters wide, air still writhing with heat. Cars slumped into pools of molten metal. There were no wounded to see. He didn't need to look hard to know why. vaporized. Li Feng lifted his hands, staring at them like they belonged to someone else. A red gleam flickered at the corner of his eye. He clutched his cheek, eyes sliding toward Creature, who stood gaping at the rising mushroom cloud. One thought slithered in. Right now, almost no one knows this was me. Only Creature saw it. Others can only guess. And Creature will return with me to the Marvel world. If he talks, the Ancient One will know. A blade of killing intent rose, and Li Feng crushed it just as quickly. No, Creature has always been loyal. Seal his memory if you must. Don't murder him for nothing. He exhaled. The scarlet faded, and clarity crept back. Since when did I start solving problems with kill first? The realization shook him. Creature, watching his master's eyes with dread, shrank his neck. Be boss, the corners of your eyes are scarlet again. Li Feng froze, lifting the mask to eye level. Memory unspooled. The nights wearing it, the growing impulses, the slips in judgment. His temples throbbed. Scarlet flared, then drained to black and white, then back again. He rolled in the air, mind splitting. Hallucinations crowded in. On his right shoulder, a glowing halo. Li Feng's conscience smacked his cheek with an oversized slipper and spat fire. Las Vegas sits next to vast deserts. You couldn't test a nuclear fireball in no man's land? You detonated it over a city. Do you know how many innocents died? How many will carry radiation into the rest of their lives? Clean up your mess. Purify the fallout. And Creature, he's followed you through worlds and nearly died for you. Your first solution was to kill him to cover your tracks. On his left, horns and a spaded tail. Li Feng's evil thought folded its arms and sneered at the burning skyline. The state will detect radiation and declare a man-made nuclear event. Your spree of nuclear physics purchases? That trail shines like a beacon. Maybe they can't nab you today, but habits betray the hunter. Time will out you. And Andre, he sourced books and a few nuclear devices. Those 3 physicists live with you, teach you, know you're a magician. Put it together. Who else could cause a micro-nuke in Vegas? Be decisive. Erase Las Vegas. Make it look like a real warhead incinerated the city. Then vanish back to your world. No culprit, only a legend. A perfect mystery. Before the 2 phantoms could shred his brain completely, Creature flinched, sensing space ripple on the horizon. He threw an arm out, shielding Li Feng. Boss, spatial fluctuation. A magician is coming. Li Feng's wild eyes snapped open. Far off, a figure in a black coat with a green gleam blinked into the sky. Loki. Li Feng's heart plunged. House leaking and it's raining inside. He forced focus through the buzzing in his skull, ripped open a portal toward Edge City, and barked, Creature, run. Creature didn't wait. He hoisted Li Feng and lunged through. But their pursuer was a true god, and a magician far beyond Li Feng's current reach. The portal's rim was still shrinking when Loki flicked a freezing spell, aiming to lock the doorway, and, ideally, the thieves who'd stolen his mask. Sensing the spell streaking in, Creature hurled up a shield. It was enough to deflect the freezing lance a hair's breadth. The ice skimmed past Li Feng and screamed into the distance. The price arrived a heartbeat later. The shield shattered into glittering shards, and Creature's right arm froze solid to the shoulder, cold racing across his torso, hungry to encase him whole. Li Feng spared one glance at his half-icebound servant, grabbed him under the good arm, and, with everything he had left, wrenched the crossing gate open. Li Feng, who finally escaped back to the Marvel world, was extremely miserable. Let's not talk about exhaustion. It seems that the energy that has been emptied is nothing. It just takes a little time to recover, but Li Feng silently glanced at the shoulder bag on his shoulder and the mask in his hand, and looked at Creature with empty hands and become an ice sculpture. When he went, there was a big bag, and when he came back, he only had a shoulder bag. In particular, apart from the important items that I took with me, the remaining large and luxurious tents, magic clothes, and other odds and ends. What a heavy loss. But what else can Li Feng do now? Call Ancient One to kill back to the world of Ghost in disguise. It is estimated that Ancient One knows what Li Feng did in Otherworld. Not only will not help him get justice, but will choose to destroy Li Feng on the spot, or the kind of frustration. No way. Li Feng could only use the spirit of AQ, comforted himself, and sat cross-legged on the sand to restore mana, and by the way, contacted Pim's mother-in-law. Unfortunately, when Li Feng's mana and quantum energy were fully restored, no sound appeared in his mind, which made Li Feng feel even more depressed. I don't know if it was caused by the quantum energy returning to the Marvel world without consuming it, or if the Lady Janet went out to travel. Otherwise, why didn't you contact me? Li Feng scratched his head, holding on to the principle that what he didn't understand is left for later thinking, shook his head, which was still slightly dizzy, and got up and circled Creature. For a long time, Li Feng stroked his chin thoughtfully. A faint ecstasy appeared on his face. At the beginning, Li Feng regarded today as a day of wealth and disaster elimination. After all, he suffered a lot of losses, but after looking at the Creature Eye sculptures, he realized that this is a rhythm to develop. First of all, Loki's spells have a tracking effect. Although Loki wants to break his green head, he would not expect Li Feng to go to Otherworld. If he wants to track it, he can't track it. But one characteristic of tracking spells is that they can exist for a long time. Secondly, Loki is a god at any rate, and his tracking spell naturally uses divine power. So now, don't look at the ice cubes enclosing Creature. It feels ordinary, but the ice cubes contain a lot of magical power. If it is normal, facing these masterless divine powers, Li Feng would have to study before the divine power dissipates. After all, although he has learned Kamataja's spells, he knows how to borrow energy from Otherworld and transfer the divine power from the ice. It is still easy to extract it, but he doesn't know how to preserve the divine power. What else can be done except let the divine power dissipate? But now it's different. He has the mask of the master of supernatural power in his hand. This thing is the best prop for natural preservation of supernatural power. Maybe the power of the mask can be a little bit greater than the preservation of supernatural power. Thinking of this, Li Feng was not in a hurry to get Creature out of the ice. Instead, he slowly put the mask on top of Creature's head, and after careful consideration, introduced the magical power in the ice into the mask. For a long time, the ice cube that had lost its supernatural power seemed to be a normal ice cube. It melted quickly under the blazing sun of the desert. Creature in the ice cube quickly recovered after Li Feng fed a few drops of life spring water. Creature, who had just recovered his mind, blinked his eyes and looked at Li Feng with a worried expression on his face, and asked, "Boss, are you safe now?" Li Feng, who was perceiving the divine power in the mask, froze. After a while of silence, he squeezed a smile at Creature and said, "This is the second time you saved me. This is what Creature should do," Creature said with a long sigh of relief, who was sure that Li Feng was safe and sound, and said with joy, "The boss is Creature's everything. As long as the boss is safe, Creature is willing to do anything." Li Feng smiled bitterly and shook his head, exclaiming in his heart that the house elf was indeed loyal, and glanced at Creature with a complicated expression on his face. People are affectionate, especially after living with Creature for a long time. The other party not only took care of him impeccably in normal life, but now he has become his savior, especially twice. To be honest, at this moment Li Feng even wanted to abandon his original plan for dealing with Creature. Li Feng rubbed his forehead and waved his hand to open the portal back to the RV. "What's next? I'll talk about it later." Back at the lakeside of the cabin, Li Feng, who felt that he was finally alive, threw his shoulder bag to Creature, let Creature pour him a glass of beer, opened his arms facing the lake, raised his head and closed his eyes, roared gently, sucked the cloth. The air is full of tranquility. After a while, Li Feng, who temporarily put aside all his worries, lay down on the grass by the lake with a root of weed in his mouth. While he was relaxing in the sun, he saw a cleat cut off and took a large glass of beer, and he still had a letter in his hand. Li Feng took the beer, squinted, and asked casually, "Whose letter?" "Mine is from Banner." After a pause, Li Feng looked to the cabin and asked, "What about Banner?" Why didn't you see it? Creature shook his head and said that he didn't know where Banner was. Boss, this is a letter from Mr. Banner to you. There's a spare key for the RV. Gone. Li Feng is not stupid. The keys to enter the RV are all left in the RV. Banner obviously left. Li Feng took a sip of dry beer and opened the envelope. After reading the letter, Li Feng silently burned the letter to ashes. In the letter, Banner not only explained that he was in a bad mood due to his recent breakup with his girlfriend, and he needed to go for a walk-and-go trip to relax. He also pointed out the location of the monitoring device in the RV. And what makes Li Feng speechless is the end of the letter. Banner actually asked him to be more careful recently. The reason is also very simple and powerful, because Banner knows from his girlfriend. It should be said that General Rose has been Hulk and hated in New York since his ex-girlfriend. After the street war, I don't know if my brain convulsions or being forced to withdraw from the military circle. I actually embarked on the road of politics and opened a new chapter in General Ross's life. Even political novices like Li Feng know that politics is a lot more troublesome than soldiers who like to do things with real swords. So it is not difficult for him to see that Banner's departure actually means going out and hiding. His obsession has surpassed Rose's obsession with his wife. The ghost knows how General Rose will capture Hulk once he gets the right. As for Banner's warning, Li Feng didn't take it to heart. There's a kind of singles, let's see how Lao Tzu rubs you to death with a finger. Just when the letter paper was burned to ashes, Li Feng suddenly saw Phil Coulson's Laura driving towards him. When Phil Coulson steadily stopped Laura in front of him, Li Feng asked wonderingly, Phil Coulson, if a busy person like you doesn't save the world, you have time to come to me? Tell me why. At the moment, Creature was not invisible yet, standing beside Li Feng with an empty wine glass. Although Phil Coulson knew that Li Feng had a servant by his side, this was the first time he saw Creature with a weird appearance, which made him uncontrollably look at Creature a few more times. After hearing Li Feng's question, Phil Coulson displayed his approachable attributes, with a gentle smile on his face, and Creature called Roar. After leaving a good impression on Creature, he shrugged at Li Feng and said, Facts in the last few days, I will come to you every day. After a pause, Phil Coulson, who looked at Li Feng with his head sideways, looked at a few grains of sand on Li Feng's shoes, half guessed and half surely asked, U-7 has the sky returned to the desert of Afghanistan again? Yes. Li Feng followed Phil Coulson's gaze and glanced down at his vamp. I was learning a huge amounts of spell recently. Then, pointing to the surrounding environment, Li Feng shrugged and added, It's a bit more powerful. Scary, I don't want to spoil this beautiful environment. When Phil Coulson was about to ask, what kind of powerful spell is it, Li Feng jokingly said, You should tell me what you're doing here. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. cares about the safety of the Earth. Let's finish the mission of salvation first and chat. I'm just praising S.H.I.E.L.D. for his great duties. Phil Coulson raised his brows, sorted out the sentence, and asked bluntly, When was the last time you saw Bob? Bob. Li Feng was stunned, and then said after thinking about it, I remember it was at Sure Stark's house or Fury brought it. Squinting his eyes, Li Feng asked curiously, What's wrong with him? He's dead. If I die, I won't come to you. Just go to the coroner. Phil Coulson shook his head slightly and said with a wry smile, he ran away. It seems that he could not stand the surveillance of S.H.I.E.L.D. and ran to Mexico. What's the big deal about surveillance? In the middle of the conversation, Li Feng suddenly thought of something and said with a curl of his lips, When I didn't ask, when it comes to the G character of your senior officer, you know better than me. Now that I think of a scene where I met him for the first time, I feel irritated, so I squatted aside and watched it upright when I let out the water and took a bath. I really have never seen a man standing and peeing. Say you haven't seen a man take a bath. Just when Phil Coulson had a black line on his face, thinking how to forcefully explain Fury's behavior, Li Feng chuckled his mouth and asked with a curious look, Tell me how the marinated egg monitors Bob. Install a 360-degree rotation on the toilet. Camera. Phil Coulson's face became stiff, and he resisted the urge to roll his eyes and said, You should ask Fury yourself about this. My task is to find Bob. Mexico. Li Feng spread his hands and said speechlessly, "Don't you know where he is? Why are you looking for me?" Phil Coulson shook his head, and while taking out a few photos of Bob from his pocket, he said, "The problem is that we don't know where he is in Mexico, and—" Phil Coulson handed the photos to Li Feng and said, "Let's see for yourself." Li Feng glanced at Phil Coulson, took a look at the photo in wonder, and couldn't help but yelled, "Hold the grass." I saw that Bob, who was originally dressed in a commando uniform or dressed in a suit and leather, was polite, but in the photo was disheveled, and his whole body was wrapped in a black whirlwind. Li Feng, who understands why Shield asked him about Bob, couldn't help but complain in his heart. "Fury off Fury, you are so special, and Bob is forced to show a devil shape only by disgusting monitoring methods. You are cruel. How did your mother give birth to such a cowhide character?" Before, Li Feng talked about the soul in the Sankei building roughly. This made the suspicious Fury think of the legend of Ghost Rider, and guessed that the purpose of Li Feng entering the Sankei was to summon evil spirits or demons in order to occupy Bao Bao, the bodies of Bo and others. In fact, Phil Coulson not only knew about this, but he also strengthened the monitoring of Bob and others after he obeyed Fury's orders. Reminiscing about this, Phil Coulson pointed to the black whirlwind that envelopes Bob in the photo with a questioning tone in his vague eyes and asked, "Mr. Austin, can you explain it?" "Explain what?" Li Feng pretended to look like, "I'm a good person, I didn't do anything." He blinked at Phil Coulson and asked, "You don't think I taught Bob magic?" Li Feng spread his hands together and said speechlessly, "I'm busy, but I don't have the leisure to teach people magic." "No." Phil Coulson shook his head slightly and smiled. "We know that you can turn into a black mist. High-speed movement, but your black mist is more like a black cloud surrounding you, and Bob's is black wind. Surrounded. So these are two different spells." After a pause, Phil Coulson looked at Li Feng seriously and said with a slightly serious tone, "In fact, we asked a psychic with a photo, although most of them they don't have magic power. They just rely on self-study books or notes left by their ancestors to bluff and deceive ordinary people, but they at least know some theoretical knowledge. They analyze the Bob in the photo and tell us that this is a phenomenon that only occurs when the devil is possessed." Speaking of this, Phil Coulson carefully observed Li Feng's expression, but Li Feng's calm expression made him unable to analyze whether Li Feng understood his words and alluding to someone summoning evil spirits or the devil to occupy Bob's body. "Abigail." Phil Coulson saw Li Feng motioning for himself to continue speaking with interest and said with a little helplessness, "These psychics told me after consulting various books that this is only possessed by Bob. It's very likely that the devil is Abigail." "Wind demon." Before Phil Coulson could say, Li Feng interrupted, covering his face, "I know this guy. He is also quite a well-known wanted criminal in the Holy Place Magician." In fact, when Li Feng heard Abigail, he knew what he had summoned. After all, Kamatage has a lot of records describing the appearance of the devil and his ability. Wind demon, as a demon with good strength from the cannon fodder ladder, will naturally be recorded by Kamatage after sneaking into the world several times, including the name he used in the world Abigail. It's just that Li Feng didn't expect that his luck was so bad. He summoned Abigail for the first time when summoning the devil in the Marvel world. You must know that the devil is an outsider to the Earth. Originally, after coming to the Earth, the strength will be greatly suppressed by the restriction of the rule. Now it is good. After so many years of running in, Abigail and the living corpse are estimated to be stronger than the Kamatage book. The record, if anyone still judges Abigail's strength based on past experience, it is estimated that he will die miserably, especially when Li Feng thought of personally sending a living corpse that could exert all his strength in front of the opponent. He watched the opponent slowly run in and suddenly felt pain in his face. If he added an adjective, his face was particularly painful. The only thing Li Feng thought about now was to find this guy before Kamatage didn't intervene in the Abigail incident and then kill him cleanly. It's better to destroy the opponent completely. Otherwise, Li Feng said he couldn't afford it. Because Abigail is not a little devil with no name and no surname. There is a chance to meet the real boss. So once he escapes back to hell, he may tell Mephisto that someone on Earth can make the devil wander through the world with full strength. At that time, it is estimated that Mephisto, the big man, will bring a gift and personally talk to Li Feng about the transfer of the resurrected corpse. If Li Feng agrees, perhaps he will have a place in hell. If he disagrees, is Mephisto vegetarian? Secondly, what if Abigail was killed and alarmed Ancient One someday? Li Feng admits that his IQ and experience are not qualified in front of Ancient One. He really can't think of any reason to fool Ancient One into the appearance of a devil with full strength. If Ancient One knew that the technique for resurrecting the corpse was passed down from Li Feng, and Abijah was summoned by Li Feng, it would be strange that Li Feng was in fact with the devil. At that time, Li Feng still had a lot of fun properly cramping and peeling skin. What I thought at the time was to summon a little devil and put some eyes and ears in the SHIELD to facilitate my actions in the future. It's all right now. One side is the hell boss, the other is the earth boss. Quan is a cowboy figure that can't be offended. This is my 8 lives in my previous life, plus 8 lives now. A total of 16 lives have been bad luck. The more I thought about it, the more aggrieved Li Feng was bitter and asked quietly, "Where did you see Bob in Mexico for the last time?" Phil Coulson, who saw that Li Feng was hiding something, did not answer Li Feng's question. After looking at it for a while, he narrowed his eyes and asked, "It looks like you are familiar with Abigail. Can you tell me what he is like?" At this time, Phil Coulson seemed to think of something in organized language with a painful expression on his face and continued to ask, "What kind of devil is it? What is the specific ability and what weaknesses does he have?" After speaking, Phil Coulson couldn't help but vomit. After joining S.H.I.E.L.D., I always thought that the appearance of various supernatural people on the earth was strange enough, and now even the devil has come out. Maybe there is a world away. When the celestial people suddenly visited the earth, I could face it calmly and sent flowers and applause. Li Feng silently glanced at Phil Coulson, who was accepting new things' ability greatly increased. "In that case, you should keep seeing Brother Hammer talking to me. He has the basic abilities that the devil should have." Li Feng thought for a while and said, "He is called the Wind Demon for a reason, because he can transform into the wind, so physical means are invalid for him. If S.H.I.E.L.D. can't grab the equipment of the wind, you should stay at home and wait for my news on this trip to Mexico." Fonley said that he had traveled to Mexico, and Phil Coulson definitely understood what it meant. There are not many opportunities to see magician cast spells with my own eyes. Besides, it's the magician versus the devil. And I still have a mission to record how many spells Austin has. Phil Coulson turned his head for a moment and said, "SHIELD's responsibilities." Before Phil Coulson could finish speaking, Li Feng waved his hand and interrupted. "Can your duties allow you to destroy the devil?" "No." Phil Coulson raised his brows and said, "But we have technology. We know how to analyze and learn. Maybe you can imagine that next time the devil appears on the earth, you happen to be away from home, and we can't contact you. Or a holy place magician is busy dealing with a bigger crisis and has no time to take care of these little devils. Do you let S.H.I.E.L.D. watch the devil destroy the earth?" Before Li Feng could refute this is impossible, Phil Coulson said, "Perhaps after this task of capturing the devil, we can find a way to destroy the devil using technology. In the future, in case something I said before happens, S.H.I.E.L.D. can also destroy the devil in time. Trust me," Phil Coulson concluded with some confidence. "You will use the resources of SHIELD on this trip to Mexico. For example, we can mobilize a large number of satellites and find him before Abigail gets into trouble." Li Feng thought for a while. Mexico's territory is actually quite large, and there are many desert areas. Without the detection means of holy place, it is really impossible to find Abijah in a short time by relying on his own means. "Okay." Li Feng sighed, feeling a lot of trouble, and shrugged his shoulders and warned, "If you want to follow along, just follow, but once I fight with the other party, your safety problem must be solved by yourself. The only advice I can give is to stay away from Abigail and don't believe what he said, Because I know the devil is definitely more cunning than you think. Definitely. Phil Coulson smiled, turned back to Laura, picked up the phone and said, "Sir, I need an Airbus and a few." When he heard Phil Coulson say Airbus, Lee Fong glanced at his RV. He knew that the United States likes to describe the airliner as an Airbus, but the best airliner can't compare to its own RV, so he couldn't help but interrupt. "Phil Coulson, drive my car then. I don't want to be your plane with a safety factor of 0.1. Phil Coulson, who was busy talking on the phone, was stunned. He looked at the RV with joy in his heart. He nodded to Lee Fong with a clear face, indicating that he knew what to do, and said, "Sir, the plan has changed. Let me be good at it." Before the shooting field staff gathered at my current address, we set off in an RV. After thinking about it, Phil Coulson added, "I have to be bold enough. After all, their target under the gun is devil." On the other side of the phone, sitting at the secretary's desk, Fury, holding a poker face with no expression, said in a flat tone, "The devil. So Austin is sure that Bob is possessed by the devil?" You inquire. Why was Bob possessed? Phil Coulson rolled his eyes vaguely. He and Lee Fong only talk for so long. What can he ask? And what does this make him say? Ask Lee Fong directly. Is it the devil you summoned? It is strange for Lee Summit to admit. Even if you turn around and ask questions, you don't necessarily admit it. They're a magician anyhow, and they're not mentally retarded children, although they look alike. Listening to Phil Coulson's silence to face his own inquiry, Fury sighed and said, "I know. I will send a team to your seat now." After finishing talking, Fury, who hung up, pressed the internal phone of his desk and said, "Help me find a good sniper from the Special Service team. I need them to protect a few people." After thinking about it, Fury added, "Let Melinda also help. After all, she has good skills, and there is no mercy for the enemy this time." Not long after Fury's order was issued, a stealth Quinjet suddenly appeared on the lake in front of Lee Fong. Then, a special service team consisting of 5 people and armed to the teeth surrounded 3 people in white coats for research. The personnel appeared in front of Lee Fong. Lee Fong looked at the 3 researchers surrounded by the special service team, turned his head and joked to Phil Coulson, "How do I think these 3 are not scientific researchers, but rather like prisoners or prisoners under armed escort?" He thought sideways. After he stopped, he added in a low voice, "It would be more like if the 3 people were shackled and replaced the protective masks on their faces with black caps." Phil Coulson smiled speechlessly at Lee Fong and whispered, "Their brains are SHILDS babies. We are not willing to make fun of them." Lee Fong heard that Phil Coulson was referring to joking, not only to say that he should respect them, but also to point out that SHILD does not want the 3 to have any surprises. Just when Lee Fong disdainfully stated that the special service team could not protect the 3 scientific researchers, Phil Coulson asked, "Do you have any objects that can prevent the devil from getting close? For example, something like amulets." Co-authoring made me think of a way to protect these 3 people. Lee Fong scratched his head for a moment and lightly snapped the fingers that summoned Creature and whispered to the invisible creature, "Creature, prepare amulets for these 3 precious brain bumps." After speaking, Lee Fong turned sideways slightly in Phil Coulson's ear and said, "Remember to return the amulet to me after the mission is over and write a favor to me on the account book of S.H.I.E.L.D. At the moment, Phil Coulson stared at Creature stepping on the grass and leaving footprints in a daze. He was busy wondering whether Creature's invisibility was optical invisibility. After hearing Li Feng's words, he subconsciously replied, "You could drive. For a price, we pay for it. Why do I want money?" Li Feng curled his lips and said disdainfully, "That thing can't buy magic materials. SHIELD is also a worldwide organization anyway. How can it set a precedent for owing favors? And it still owes a magician, which may seem a little bothersome." Phil Coulson is a little helpless. In fact, he really wants to say, "Why don't you tell us the address of the Holy Place Magician?" Maybe people think that S.H.I.E.L.D. also protects the Earth, allowing us to exchange money or certain materials for magic materials. Woolen cloth? It's a pity that Phil Coulson, who has already learned how strictly Feng's mouth is, knows that he has said it for nothing. And now we are about to face the devil, The main force is still the magician who looks unreliable in front of us. Some things should be discussed after completing the task, at least not to let the team have differences during the task. Phil Coulson, I don't have that much power, so don't embarrass me. It's better to communicate directly with the chief. I think Fury's chances of agreeing are still quite high. Fury definitely agrees to this kind of benefits that you can get without paying. But, Li Feng Ninuzui, I see a fart. Don't you know that I get a headache when I see your salted egg? Especially when you see a brain cell, you sacrifice half. At this time, walking in the forefront of the special service team, the guy suspected of being the captain said to Phil Coulson in a female voice, I heard you need a thug. May? Phil Coulson was stunned and said a little surprised, Aren't you going out to work? Melinda shrugged, took off his helmet and visor, and said with an expressionless face, First of all, Fury told me that this mission is related to someone with a very high level of top secret. I don't want too many outsiders to know something. Some people, and I happen to know some people's agents. Secondly, Melinda shook her fist and said with the excitement that the Berserker was about to enter the battlefield. This time, there is no human opponent. I don't need to stay alive. I can vent my squeezing irritability. On the side, Li Feng heard Melinda alluding to the fact that everyone who was on the mission knew him, which made him a little puzzled. After all, he thought he knew so many S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Where did he know so much? His people? After thinking about it, Li Feng raised his right hand and brushed his eyes, opened his eyes to see these black stockings with helmets, visors. It was the so-called acquaintances in the special service team wearing masks. As a result, Li Feng found out that he had misunderstood Melinda's words after inspecting the spirit bodies of these people. The so-called knowing oneself in Melinda's mouth was actually simply knowing that he existed. For example, for the one with a sniper rifle in the distance, Li Feng remembered that he had gone to the Tri-Wing to spread the grievances. When he was in Fury's office, this guy had pointed his gun at himself. So, I don't know these people. These people know me. Li Feng, who thought he would meet Black Widow and other people who really knew him, curled his lips, rolled his eyes, and said to Melinda disappointedly, Do you want to beat Abigail? Do you need my help? I can provide you to beat him. Beagle's props, even if the opponent turns into a wind, can make you punch to the flesh. At the moment, Melinda only knew that Abigail was a devil, and didn't know that the other party had the ability to transform into wind, so she ignored the props in Li Feng's mouth. I should call you Austin, Melinda asked with a poker face and gritted teeth in fluent Mandarin. Should I call you Li Feng? I don't know why. Li Feng always felt that Melinda's eyes were a little wrong, as if he owed her millions. Li Feng touched the tip of his nose, shrugged at Melinda, and signaled that the other party would call whatever he wanted, and it would be okay to call Broken Throat. One called Roar. Then, Li Feng looked at Phil Coulson in wonder and asked with his eyes, Have I offended her? Phil Coulson understood Li Feng's eyes in seconds, but he couldn't provoke Melinda, especially since the opponent's brains are full of violence. He didn't want to provoke woo-woo disaster. He didn't whisper in Li Feng's ear until Melinda turned around and directed the team to carry equipment. Said, since Melinda entered S.H.I.E.L.D., every field mission was perfectly solved until she met you. That was the first time she put the seal of failure on the file. After that, Phil Coulson gave Li Feng a self-seeking look. After all, it's not a good thing to be remembered by Melinda, who likes to speak with his fist. Maybe Melinda will find a chance and beat him wildly, even if Li Feng has it. The shield is not good either. Melinda is agile and good at lurking, and she has the ability to sneak attack before Li Feng turns on the shield. Careful woman. Li Feng, who felt that he was suffering from the unwarranted disaster again today, scratched his head speechlessly. What day is it? Should I buy some grapefruit leaves to do bad rituals? I remember that Phil Coulson, who Li Feng mentioned props, looked around and asked curiously, Where are the props that can beat the devil? Can I use it for me? I also want to experience what it's like to fist the devil to the flesh. Li Feng glanced sideways at Phil Coulson, then squinted and asked, I really want to know. Phil Coulson nodded. Li Feng smiled and said, I will show you my collection later. You will know what good things are at that time. But before that, you need to sign a contract. Go out. I understand. Phil Coulson nodded slightly and said, as an agent, I am very good at keeping secrets, so you can rest assured of me. After a pause, Phil Coulson looked at Melinda and whispered to Li Feng, can I take me to visit your collection? Say relaxed. Don't turn your head and tell Fury what you see and hear. I can tell you that you're going to sign a magic contract. Li Feng said after a few warnings, his tone changed, and he shrugged his shoulders relaxedly. As for letting Melinda visit my baby, as long as the magic contract is signed, it will be the same for whoever enters the collection room. Watching the Secret Service remove all the equipment from Quinjet, Phil Coulson smiled and said, I can't wait to visit your RV in the collection room. Li Feng politely stretched out his hand to make a request to Phil Coulson, and then he floated the device to float behind him and led everyone into the RV. At the same time, he thought to himself, I can't wait to let you in. My collection room. At first, Phil Coulson, who knew that the RV can fly and be invisible, thought he knew enough about the RV, but he didn't know until he got into the RV that he knew too little. Phil Coulson stared wide-eyed, looked at the large internal space of the car, then turned and looked at the normal file-size car outside, rubbed his temple, and said, maybe I call too few people. I knew the internal space of your RV. At this age, I will call more people from the Special Service team. Li Feng shrugged and jokingly said, how about your Laura? Phil Coulson raised his brows, and when he was thinking how to refute Li Feng, he heard Li Feng say to the Special Service team behind him, although the amulet is on the dining table, it looks different, but the function is still the same. After speaking, Li Feng whispered Phil Coulson and said, let's go. I will open your eyes. I have a lot of good things. Phil Coulson smiled, turned his head, and said to a Special Service team member, Grant Ward, you helped put the amulet, and then said to Melinda, May, you come with me. Grant Ward, who was thinking of a way to put his 3 views back together, looked at Phil Coulson curiously and replied with a salute, yes, sir. Grant Ward? Li Feng squinted at the other person. This guy is also a good seed. Or give him 2. Forget it. Let's make Phil Coulson and Melinda my people first. Thinking of this, Li Feng took Phil Coulson and Melinda to the locker, took out the parchment paper and quill, and asked in a low voice, this is a magic contract. Once the breach is serious, there is still time to regret it. Melinda, who didn't know what happened, was curious about the results and looked down at the parchment and said, this is a non-disclosure agreement? Why should we keep it secret? Phil Coulson smiled and took the quill. After reading the words on the parchment silently, he said while writing his name, Austin asked me to visit his magic collection. This is a confidentiality agreement for his collection. After a pause, Phil Coulson turned his head and added back, it's still a magic agreement. If you want to see the collection of the wizarding world, you have to sign this contract, said Phil Coulson at this moment, turning his head to look at Melinda, handing the quill to Melinda and asking, do you want to see it? Melinda glanced at Li Feng, took the quill, and signed the name on the parchment while slandering, why do I suddenly feel like signing a contract? Li Feng, should I say that it is indeed a woman's instinct? This is really a... Blame Phil Coulson. My goal at the beginning was just him. He dragged you in. When the two signed a contract, watching the parchment floating in the air and burning into ashes in surprise, Li Feng reached out and pushed the locker door, making a gesture of please, and said, welcome to my private magical realm. Phil Coulson glanced at the room full of display cabinets, and after vaguely reminding Melinda to be careful, he raised his foot and stepped into the locker. At first, Melinda was still wondering what Phil Coulson meant by letting herself visit Li Feng's collection. Although she was really curious about magic, it didn't mean she wanted to enter the magical world. It was only after Phil Coulson got the message from his eyes that he understood. This is Phil Coulson who is worried about Austin. Wouldn't he be a bodyguard? After secretly reminding herself to be careful, Melinda followed Phil Coulson into the locker door. Just as he entered the room, Melinda instantly made a defensive posture and looked at the corner of the room with a poker face. In the corner, I saw a mummy wrapped in gauze and covered with barbs on the back. The mummy was cleaning the room carefully with a feather duster. Knowing that she was overreacting, Melinda saw that the mummy didn't mean to attack her and squinted in relief and asked, "Why do I think this guy's appearance is a bit familiar?" On the side, Phil Coulson, who was the first to enter the collection room, ignored the mummy. He had met Creature's man, and it was normal to see a mummy who would clean the room in the magician's house. Until Melinda's voice fell, Phil Coulson, who was looking over the room, glanced at the mummy. After thinking about it, he said in an uncertain tone, "This is hatred?" After a pause, Phil Coulson looked suspiciously. Li Feng asked, "I remember that the body of Abomination was taken away by you, so you did not kill Abomination at all on the streets of Manhattan, but imprisoned him in your collection room." Halfway through the conversation, Phil Coulson suddenly realized something was wrong. Although he hadn't read the hatred data in detail, he saw how hatred went wild. Now, his temper is more brutal than Hulk's hatred of 3 points. A well-behaved appearance of cleaning makes Phil Coulson subconsciously say, "You resurrected and controlled the hatred?" Li Feng shrugged and said, "Isn't this obvious? You know that bodyguards who are stronger than hate are hard to find." Li Feng waved his hand to let Abomination return to the corner and be honest, and continued, "Besides, I also changed him." After a while, the current hatred not only has the regenerative healing factor, but also can easily slap 10 previous hatreds. Resurrection? Regenerative healing factor? Melinda asked curiously. The regenerative healing factor, even though he dismantled the gauze and fell apart? While talking, Melinda, who walked towards the mummy, suddenly squatted in front of hatred. After observing it, she couldn't help but smiled. When Egypt made mummies, the rich people, such as the royal family and aristocrats, used pure cotton-white cloth to wrap the corpse. Even the poor would use it. Wrapped in linen cloth. How come you just wrap it in medical gauze and finish it? Li Feng scratched his head slightly awkwardly and whispered, "This is the first time I have made a mummified bodyguard. I definitely need to use whatever materials I find. Is it possible that I should go to Egypt to buy white cotton cloth?" Phil Coulson has long known that Li Feng has the means of resurrection, so he is not as curious about the abhorrence of resurrection like Melinda. He just takes a few more glances and turns his attention to the cargo cabinet of the exhibition books. Seeing that the two of them were not paying attention to him, Li Feng slightly cocked the corner of his mouth and secretly said, "Opportunity is here," and quietly cast a spell to wrap the room in the mirrored space without knowing it. At the moment, Phil Coulson, who was standing in front of the Black Book of the Dead, still didn't notice the danger and asked curiously, "These seem to be ancient Egyptian characters. Do you still understand ancient Egyptian characters? Or is the sacrifice in ancient Egypt actually? Is it also a magician?" Li Feng smiled and did not answer Phil Coulson's question. He just pointed at Melinda and imprisoned him in the time-staling spell, and then said to Phil Coulson, who had finished aiming his gun at him, "Don't be nervous, I don't want to kill you. After all, Fury knows that you are here with me. Know that I don't like trouble." Obviously, Li Feng's words did not allow Phil Coulson to put down his weapon, still looked vigilant, and quietly sent a distress signal, saying, "Did you plan anything when you invited us into the RV? But let me remind you, S.H.I.E.L.D. is not easy to mess with either. So no matter what your purpose is, you will never end well. Have you ever forgotten to inquire about my purpose? You are really a model agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Li Feng curled his lips in disdain and said while casting compression control spells, "Whatever you think in this confined space, even if you know my purpose, can you still send a distress signal?" After that, Li Feng, who was short of time, raised his hand to petrify Phil Coulson. After all, there are many agents outside the locker. Li Feng does not want outsiders to notice that something is wrong, so he should hurry up and work. After the control spell seeds were buried in Phil Coulson's mind, Li Feng took off Phil Coulson's clothes with a serious and careful look and was busy taking out the long-abandoned wand from the display cabinet. Using the wand on Phil Coulson's back characterized the word run. After a while, when the portrayed Lu In was gradually hidden in Phil Coulson's skin, Li Feng touched the non-existent sweat on his forehead and nodded in satisfaction. After that, Li Feng, who helped Phil Coulson put his clothes back on, didn't need to do anything anymore. Just wait for the seeds to take root in Phil Coulson's thoughts, slowly grow and sprout, and finally let Phil Coulson subconsciously choose to obey Li Feng's orders. To be honest, in order to prevent SHIELD from checking out signs of Phil Coulson being controlled by magic, Li Feng did a lot of preparations. For example, although it takes time for seeds to germinate, he can slowly change Phil Coulson, preventing outsiders from discovering certain changes in Phil Coulson. Another example is the signed confidentiality contract. The spell fluctuations of the contract can not only cover the fluctuations when the seeds germinate, but also in case Phil Coulson has to shut up when he recalls what happened today, he can only silently bear the control of Li Feng. Fact, there's also the last Lu In text, which is also an insurance against others to discover that Phil Coulson is controlled. As for the reason why Li Feng wants to control Phil Coulson, in the Marvel world, in addition to the superhero on the earth and the growing ones in the ground, many aliens and strangers have appeared one after another. Phil Coulson seems to be able to attract these by virtue of a certain halo ability. It's like an extraordinary human being by his side. And Li Feng said that he was greedy for some of the benefits, especially when Phil Coulson formed his own team to maintain peace around the world, not to encounter too many good things. Unfortunately, Li Feng admits that he does not have this ability to easily obtain benefits, or it takes a long time to obtain certain benefits. Therefore, letting Phil Coulson work secretly for himself is the most cost-effective plan for Li Feng. This is also the reason why Li Feng invited Phil Coulson to enter the RV at the beginning. After all, the RV is fully equipped to facilitate the depiction of Lu in text. It's just. Li Feng glanced at Melinda. This is an unexpected gain. There's nothing to say. Why don't you have the benefit of being delivered to the door? Li Feng immediately planted the seeds in front of Melinda, and then stripped the other party and painted the words Lu in. After everything was done, Li Feng rubbed his sore neck and erased the memories of the two of them, composing an illusion that they had already visited the collection. When the two returned to normal, Li Feng had already opened the locker door, smiling and beckoning the two to leave. Unexpectedly, you can speak ancient Egyptian. Phil Coulson, who was about to walk out of the locker door, suddenly paused. Although I am very grateful for you to invite us to visit your collection, you seem to have forgotten one thing. Tell me how to make me fist against the devil. Mudun, you want to scare someone when you stopped suddenly. I almost thought you found something. Li Feng rolled his eyes vaguely, hooked his hands at the Loki mask, waited for the mask to float into Phil Coulson's hands, and walked to the driver's seat while saying, This is the mask of the night god. It's so dangerous, I almost said that Loki masked. If Loki from the Marvel world really comes to Earth, I really can't explain. Looking through the mask, Phil Coulson felt that he didn't see anything, and asked curiously, How do you use this? Put on. While talking, Phil Coulson tried to put the mask on his face, trying to see what magical things would happen. Li Feng curled his lips silently and explained, It is said that it is the mask of the night god. This thing can definitely be used at night. This is a divine tool. Whoever wears it can gain divine power. After a pause, Li Feng looked like a joke. Reading Phil Coulson said, But this thing is very powerful, but the price of mortal use is also a bit high. Phil Coulson stretched out his hand and motioned to Li Feng to give a detailed introduction. Li Feng, the first thing is life. This thing will automatically absorb the life of the user. Although it is not too much, it is enough for humans to use for a long time. After all, humans have less than 100 years of life. Phil Coulson squinted his eyes for a moment. After looking around, he said in a voice that only Li Feng could hear, You have eternal spring water, so you can use it at will. This is the second price I want to talk about. Li Feng took a deep breath and looked at the mask with a grimace in his eyes. In addition to giving the user extraordinary power, it also reads the suppressed emotions in the user's heart and transform emotions into reality. Phil Coulson frowned and asked curiously, For example? Li Feng scratched his eyebrows and explained, For example, a single dog who longs for love will become an extraordinary person who becomes crazy about love after wearing it. If the person wearing the mask feels that the world is unfair to him, he will definitely become a wicked person. Antisocial people. So, Li Feng glanced at Melinda, who was explaining the mission to the special team in the distance, and whispered, "You'd better make sure what the suppressed emotions in her heart are, otherwise, don't blame me for her becoming a murderer or something." Phil Coulson glanced at Melinda, then shook the mask in his hand after a moment of silence, and said, "Can you lend me the mask first? I will let Melinda choose by herself, or ask her to wear it if necessary." "Mask." Li Feng shrugged and said, "Yes." After a pause, Li Feng squinted his eyes and added, "Once Melinda has used it, he must be checked by me." In Phil Coulson's concept, SHIELD is a shield that protects the earth and human beings, and a shield is not a murder weapon. Therefore, even if facing supercriminals, Phil Coulson's purpose has always been to insist on only catch, but not kill, to educate and reform the other party's ideological and moral character. Phil Coulson, who is full of good guy from the inside to the outside, doesn't even hurt him when he faces his partner. Now, although Phil Coulson's IQ is not above 250, I heard that Li Feng was using an emphatic tone to ask Melinda, after using the mask, to accept his examination. Phil Coulson thought for a while, and then asked sternly, "There are other unknown side effects of using the mask? I'm afraid you won't understand, so let's explain to the user in person." Li Feng, who just started the motorhome, scratched his eyebrows, got up from the driving position, and shouted to Melinda in the distance, "Sister, I heard you can drive. All kinds of transportation. Come and try my RV. By the way, help me see what needs to be improved in the RV." As the only woman in the carriage, that is, Melinda, her skin twitched when she heard Li Feng's reckless call. "Big sister? I'm looking for itching, right? The only thing you need to improve on this RV is the lack of the iconic flag. So my suggestion is to nail your big face to the front of the car so you can blow it. When you are awake in the cold wind, people will know that this is your car at a glance." Melinda glanced at Phil Coulson, who nodded slightly and quickly sat down in the driving position, gritted her teeth, and whispered, "What do you call me over here? I don't believe in the nonsense of improving the RV." Phil Coulson shrugged and kindly stated that he had nothing to do with the big sister matter. All this was Li Feng's own meaning. As for what it meant, he didn't want to participate. Passing the mask to Melinda, Phil Coulson whispered, "This is the mask of the night god, but it has side effects when used. In addition to giving you extraordinary power, it will also absorb your vitality and read and amplify your inner depression. The emotions." After a pause, Phil Coulson glanced at Li Feng and continued, "There is another side effect. Austin said I don't understand, and I need to explain it to you myself." Looking at Melinda, who was about to crush his front teeth, Li Feng felt that he had auditory hallucinations, because his ears faintly heard the cry of the other party's front teeth that were about to be crushed. After swallowing, Li Feng Shan said, "There may be demons." "Inner demon? Inner demon?" Phil Coulson and Melinda asked back at the same time, but their tone of voice was completely different. Phil Coulson was at a loss, saying that he really didn't understand, and hoped that Li Feng could explain in detail what kind of devil the heart demon is. But Melinda, who is proficient in Huxia culture, looked surprised, especially thinking that Li Feng is not an ordinary person, but a pure practitioner. Although this practicing Western magic, he is a demon. "I am afraid it is not some kind of disease in the mouth of the psychologist." "You are right." Li Feng scratched his eyebrows and said helplessly, "It's the demon that breeds in the hearts of Eastern practitioners." In fact, speaking of inner demons, Li Feng could be said to be painful all over his body. It stands to reason that although he uses Eastern techniques to cultivate mana, he is biased towards Western magic, whether his spells or the way he uses mana, so the mind demon should not appear. After all, he has never heard of magician practicing. Then there will be a demon. However, the demon of the heart just appeared after using the mask. What can Li Feng do? There is no way. Li Feng, who is afraid that the heart demon will belch himself, can only choose to abandon the powerful mask card learning machine. At least, before Li Feng understands what the heart demon is, he is not going to use the mask. But the problem came again. The heart demon seemed to disappear when he didn't use the mask, and he didn't show up if Li Feng looked for it. When using the mask, the heart demon appeared, but Li Feng knew very well that with the blessing of the mask, The heart demon could not even be transformed into a Hulk Banner. At least Banner was somewhat sensible. What about him? There is a fart of reason, except for bloodthirsty, it is violence. Under such circumstances, Li Feng couldn't even suppress the demons, let alone how to study. Unless he satisfies the desires deep in his heart, he will have a short awake time. But Li Feng's heart desires to go home the most. The question is, if he has ability to go home, why is he anxious to practice magic? The wife and children formed a circle on the Hot Kang's head, and the whole family practiced magic steadily. You see if the inner demon will come out. Nothing. Li Feng can only think about how to make others have a heart demon to facilitate his own research. The way to make others appear a heart demon is also very simple, which is to let people who have a backlog of negative emotions use a mask, such as Melinda right now. Knowing the consequences of using the mask, Melinda squinted for a while and asked, "Is the demon still there after I take off the mask?" Li Feng shrugged and recalled the protagonist in Ghost in Disguise, and said, "I have seen someone use a mask with my own eyes, but I don't know if it is because the other person uses the mask for a short time, or because his suppressed emotions are related to the desire for love. I didn't see him appear as a demon. I saw a lover who was mad for love." After a pause, Li Feng, who was afraid that Melinda would not dare to use the mask, added, "There is another one who is a street gangster, but I don't know what he desires in his heart, but he knows that although he is evil, he still has no demon." In the end, Li Feng seemed to think of something and couldn't help but smile. There's also a dog with super high IQ and loyalty. Although it is strong after wearing a mask, it is still loyal to its owner. I have not found any demon in this good dog. With a poker face, Melinda, who couldn't see the expression, looked carefully at the mask, then squinted and said, "Is it time to use it short?" "I see." On the side, a black line appeared on Phil Coulson's face, who heard that dogs can also use the mask. He couldn't help but ask, "Austin, I think your mask should be kept by S.H.I.E.L.D. This is too dangerous." Well, what if the mole who likes to dig tunnels is using it? It's okay if the mole helps to dig the subway, but what if it digs a tunnel that connects the North and South Poles? Your idea is very powerful. Li Feng gave Phil Coulson a thumbs up, speechlessly. Return to S.H.I.E.L.D. for safekeeping? What do you want to do? Use it with a fat pig that is eager to give birth? Let it lie down on the assembly line. Give birth to a piglet every few seconds in order to solve the problem of food for the people of the world. Li Feng couldn't help but vomit. Why don't you comment on my collection of props one by one, so that I know that I'm in the center of a nuclear bomb? Li Feng patted Phil Coulson on the shoulder. "Come on, Phil Coulson, you should go cool. Don't be wishful thinking or worrying about it all day long." When Phil Coulson wanted to persuade him a few words, Ward, who had been checking the surveillance in the car, suddenly shouted, "Sir, I found Bob." "Where?" The task-oriented Phil Coulson could only let go of the heart of continuing to communicate with Li Feng, hurriedly walked to Ward, glanced at the surveillance video, and asked, "When was this picture taken?" Ward checked the time when the video was taken and said a little helplessly, "This is the surveillance 3 days ago. The location is a small town in the suburbs of Texas." Li Feng walked to the video, touched his chin, and asked, "It looks like he is leaving the town. Can you find out where he is going?" Ward shrugged his shoulders and looked at Phil Coulson. It wasn't until Phil Coulson nodded slightly that he tapped a few times on the keyboard, showing a map near the town, and said, "Desert, the direction where Bob left is desert besides dessert." "Well, at least I know where Bob last appeared." Phil Coulson turned to look at Li Feng and said, "Now, please take us to the town first to see if the town has any clues." Li Feng rolled his eyes. "Bob has been trained as an agent by you, and there will be a thread clue for you." While speaking, Li Feng glanced at the surveillance video again, and while sketching the images in the video, he opened the portal. No way, the portal is just urinary. The portal can only be opened if the user has been there or knows exactly what the opposite of the portal is and clearly outlines the picture in his mind. Who made Li Feng never been to Texas? Can only cast spells while watching the monitoring screen. Melinda, holding the steering wheel, saw a light door suddenly appeared in front of her. When she subconsciously stepped on the brake, she listened to Li Feng behind her with a laugh and said, Welcome to Shield to take this express to Texas. Although this car does not provide drinks, but I still hope you will give a good comment. This is a portal door? Reminiscing about seeing Leaf Phone opening the portal before, Melinda released the brakes, resisting the urge to beat Leaf Phone with her face, and stepped on the accelerator. Can't you tell me in advance? Or do you simply want to scare my old lady? Even the cars are driven by passengers and want to praise them in the next life. But let's not say that the portal is convenient. You can get from New York to Texas with a kick of the accelerator. After passing through the portal, Melinda steadily stopped the RV, got up and rubbed his fists and looked at Lifone, then looked at Phil Coulson and asked, "What do you do now?" Phil Coulson turned his head and thought for a while, patted his palms to wake up the team members with "Where did I come from?" on their faces, and said, "Get out of the car and look for clues, and then look for clues in the direction where Bob left." On the side, Lifone touched his chin, pointed to the computer, and said, "Thank you for leaving someone alone. Check out any strange news in Texas recently. After all, Bob won't show up here for no reason. He must have some purpose." Phil Coulson thought for a while, nodded to Ward and said, "You stay in the car to help." After that, Phil Coulson got out of the car with all the armed team members and scientific researchers carrying various equipment. In the carriage, Lifone, who felt bored, was holding a glass of beer and silently watched Ward search for various news on the computer with a serious look. Just when Lifone was wondering whether to make Grant Ward a little brother while no one was around, he suddenly saw a news story about a buddy wearing a burning skull on the streets of the city. Ghost Rider. Recalling the appearance of Ghost Rider, Lifone sprayed a sip of beer on Ward's back and said to Ward, who looked innocent, "Let Phil Coulson come back. I probably guessed that Bob appeared in Dirk, the purpose of Saskatchewan." After a while, Phil Coulson hurried back to the RV and couldn't wait to ask, "Austin, do you know why Bob is here?" Lifone, who was sitting on the sofa drinking beer, looked at Phil Coulson with an anxious look, nodded in wonder, and asked, "What's the matter? Bob caused trouble in the town?" Behind Phil Coulson, Melinda was holding the mask with one hand on his hips and the corners of her mouth twitching like madness. "He is not Bob. He is Abigail, a devil." Lifone scratched his head and listened to Phil Coulson's side and said, "Abijah used cruel methods to kill and dismember people in the small town. Among them was an innocent child who was less than 8 years old. Killing." Lifone curled his mouth and placed a wine glass on the coffee table. He looked at Phil Coulson speechlessly and said, "Isn't it a normal operation for the devil to kill? Why are you making such a fuss? Is it possible that you still want to expect the devil to do it? Good deeds? You are not afraid of God laughing when you say this." Phil Coulson looked at Lifone with a stern face, with "You joke is not funny at all" on his face, and said, "Tell me what you know." Lifone shrugged, got up and walked to the computer, let Ward find out the news about burning skulls, and said, "This is actually Ghost Rider news." Phil Coulson, who was reading the news carefully, heard Lifone's words and turned his head in surprise and asked, "Are you sure Ghost Rider is not an urban legend? The devil is here to stroll around, and Lifone pointed to himself and said, "The legendary magician is standing in front of you. Now I know that there's a Ghost Rider who likes to kill the devil. What's weird is it seems nothing strange, but SHIELD has not found Ghost Rider since knowing the existence of magician, but they have not found evidence of Ghost Rider's existence after digging 3 feet in the ground. Now, Abigail's matter hasn't even been resolved, but Ghost Rider looked for her 1,000 times in a dream and suddenly appeared behind him. This made Phil Coulson feel a faint pain in his temple. After rubbing it, he asked, "This bow?" After a pause, Phil Coulson glanced at Melinda, who was satisfied with murderousness, and quickly changed his words. "What does this have to do with Abigail?" Lifone scratched his eyebrows, recalling the story of Ghost Rider, while saying true or false. Although Ghost Rider belongs to the hell side, he is addicted to hunting down demons and criminals, and he feels uncomfortable if he doesn't kill him in a day. After thinking about it, Lifone casually explained, "The criminals in Ghost Rider's eyes are not the same as the criminals in your eyes. He doesn't use the laws of the earth as the basis for who is guilty or innocent. You can understand it. As this, it is based on the laws of hell to determine who is a criminal. Ghost Rider mainly focuses on completing Mephisto's commission. It is a sideline to judge whether others are going to hell. However, Mephisto is also a big boss. The general trivial matters are not worth his attention. Therefore, the tasks that Mephisto personally confessed are basically not related to the little devil. Since the previous generation Ghost Rider hasn't appeared for hundreds of years, it means that in the past century, there is no big devil in hell to wander around. Or you also understand that Mephisto accepted the resignation letter submitted by the previous generation Ghost Rider, and let the previous generation Ghost Rider entering a state of seclusion, let him enjoy the little free time left. The point is here. Li Feng emphasized it again and slowly said, "Now, this Ghost Rider that just emerged is obviously just taking office, and the miser of Mephisto will not activate Ghost Rider for no reason. So there must be which powerful devil came to the world. Mephisto needs Ghost Rider to help deal with this devil, so as not to lose his interests in the world. The point is the devil who came to the world," Li Feng said, touching his chin, pretending to be a great detective. "Do you know if you keep pace with the times? The devil also knows that if you develop too fast in the world, fighting alone will definitely not be a big deal. So this devil will definitely summon the devil staying in the world to help." Phil Coulson rubbed his painful temples, and after a long thought, he said, "You mean Abigail was recruited by that devil?" Seeing Li Feng nodding and confessing, Melinda squinted and asked, "Since Abigail needs to obey the others' orders, does it mean that your devil who smuggled into the world is more powerful than Abigail?" "It's obvious that a low-level devil listens to a high-level devil." Li Feng nodded, as if thinking of something good, and said, "Maybe we can ask the previous Ghost Rider? See if he has received any hell news." "Previous Ghost Rider?" Phil Coulson glared his eyes and asked in astonishment, "Do you know who the previous Ghost Rider is?" "I talked with you for a long time. The purpose is to help me find the Ghost Rider of the previous generation, so that I can get the share of St. Vengunsa, the number of evil spirits in there. I am greedy, and just taking this opportunity to let the agents of this group of SHIELD know that I have the abilities of an unpredictable prophet and will not doubt me, because I inadvertently see through the drama. But you still have to pretend to look like. After all, they're all a group of agents, and the ghost knows what flaws they will see." Thinking of this, Li Feng spread his hands and said, "I don't know, but I can try to divination." As soon as the voice fell, everyone in the carriage stared at Li Feng with big eyes, especially Phil Coulson, who moved around Li Feng as if they wanted to see Li Feng through. Just when Li Feng was uncomfortable being seen, Phil Coulson squinted his eyes and said, "Although I'm not a magician, I have talked with several psychics. The knowledge involved in divination is not something a wild magician like you can learn, or do you actually have a tutor to teach?" "Creature, help me get the crystal ball." Li Feng rolled his eyes at Phil Coulson after shouting, "What's wrong with my divination? Although I'm self-taught, I have a clever brain." "Son." As for whether it is accurate or not, Li Feng took the crystal ball from the invisible creature and said with a slightly shy expression, "Well, I'm not proficient in learning, and I can find out when I'm lucky." "Clue." Phil Coulson nodded and squatted beside Li Feng with interest until the crystal ball became a smoke screen under Li Feng's spell. Phil Coulson couldn't help but asked curiously, "What did you see?" "Or just say it." "The previous Ghost Rider now lives in a foggy city. I can see a ghost, I just cover it with a crystal ball." Li Feng rolled his eyes, pretending to be exhausted with excessive mana consumption, and said, "My crystal ball shows that he is within Mexico, and I saw a remote cemetery, which probably means that Ghost Rider of the previous generation is now a tomb." "Park Guardian." After a pause, Li Feng, who really couldn't remember the name of the previous Ghost Rider, scratched his head awkwardly and said, "I just saw this." On the side, Ward immediately sat in front of the computer, displayed all the cemeteries in Mexico on the computer, turned his head, and asked, "Have you seen the specific characteristics of the previous Ghost Rider?" Li Feng pretended to continue to look at the crystal ball, and thought for a while and said, "The picture is blurry. It seems that he is an old man in his 60s or 70s, guarding the cemetery alone." At this moment, Li Feng suddenly remembered something and said, "By the way, you can see if any guards raise horses. I remember that Ghost Rider used to ride horses." Maybe that horse is still with him. You can try to find out. Melinda curled her mouth and said jokingly, "You said that the previous generation of knights has disappeared for 100 years. What kind of horses can live for 100 years? And horse riding is no longer popular. Maybe he's a decent figure now and has changed to riding a bicycle." "Ines, Li Feng said with both hands. "Try it, and it's okay. Maybe you really rely on a horse to find the other party? Now, you seem to underestimate the power of Ghost Rider. Don't forget, the previous Ghost Rider is still with a face of 60 or 70 years old. And that Marco is not ordinary at all. It could be full of fire without wafting the smell of barbecue." After a while, Ward, who was busy in front of the keyboard, looked up at Li Feng and said, "I found the cemetery. There really is a cemetery guard who raised a horse." At the same time, Ward turned to the display screen. Phil Coulson said, "I also found a piece of information inside the police. Last night, the buddy with his head on fire was found by the police." Phil Coulson glanced at the computer screen and said, "Johnny Blazer? I remember this guy is a motorcycle stuntman, nicknamed Johnny." After a pause, Phil Coulson seemed to think of something and said, "No wonder he didn't fall to death during the stunt performance. It turns out that he is the current Ghost Rider. What do we do now?" Melinda looked at Phil Coulson with an expression of, "You are the sir. You have the final say," and asked, "Should we follow Ghost Rider to find Abigail, or go to the cemetery first?" The previous Ghost Rider asked which devil came out of hell. Compared with the devil that ran out of hell, Abigail seems to be more capable of causing disasters, said Phil Coulson, turning his head to look at Li Feng with a questioning expression of "What do you think?" "Look at what I'm doing." Li Feng pointed himself. "He is still annoying. Didn't the police know that Johnny Blazer is Ghost Rider? It shows that Johnny Blazer has killed the devil in front of the world before he will be tracked down by the police. You know that although Johnny Blazer is good at killing the devil, he is more about sending the opponent back to hell, rather than turning the devil into fly ashes. If Johnny Blazer sends Abigail back to hell, then it's great fun." Li Feng blinked blankly, and then prayed in his heart that Abijah was not dead, and said, "I know that the previous Ghost Rider had a scroll in his hand. That thing is naturally attractive to the devil. So no matter what the devil comes to the world, whichever it is, he will try to find the previous Ghost Rider to ask for the scroll." Melinda said as she walked to the driver's seat, "Then let's find the guard of the cemetery first." "Creature, help me get the crystal ball." Li Feng rolled his eyes at Phil Coulson after shouting, "What's wrong with my divination? Although I am self-taught, I have a clever brain. Son." As for whether it is accurate or not, Li Feng took the crystal ball from the invisible creature and said with a slightly shy expression, "Well, I'm not proficient in learning, and I can find out when I'm lucky." "Clue." Phil Coulson nodded and squatted beside Li Feng with interest until the crystal ball became a smoke screen under Li Feng's spell. Phil Coulson couldn't help but asked curiously, "What did you see? Or just say it." "The previous Ghost Rider now lives in a foggy city. I can see a ghost, I just cover it with a crystal ball." Li Feng rolled his eyes, pretending to be exhausted with excessive mana consumption, and said, "My crystal ball shows that he is within Mexico, and I saw a remote cemetery, which probably means that Ghost Rider of the previous generation is now a tomb. Park Guardian." After a pause, Li Feng, who really couldn't remember the name of the previous Ghost Rider, scratched his head awkwardly and said, "I just saw this." On the side, Ward immediately sat in front of the computer, displayed all the cemeteries in Mexico on the computer, turned his head, and asked, "Have you seen the specific characteristics of the previous Ghost Rider?" Li Feng pretended to continue to look at the crystal ball, and thought for a while and said, "The picture is blurry. It seems that he is an old man in his 60s or 70s, guarding the cemetery alone." At this moment, Li Feng suddenly remembered something and said, "By the way, you can see if any guards raise horses. I remember that Ghost Rider used to ride horses. Maybe that horse is still with him. You can try to find out." Melinda curled her mouth and said jokingly, "You said that the previous generation of knights has disappeared for 100 years. What kind of horses can live for 100 years? And horse riding is no longer popular. Maybe he's a decent figure now and has changed to riding a bicycle." "Ines, Li Feng said with both hands. "Try it, and it's okay. Maybe you really rely on a horse to find the other party? Now, you seem to underestimate the power of Ghost Rider. Don't forget, the previous Ghost Rider is still with a face of 60 or 70 years old. And that Marco is not ordinary at all. It could be full of fire without wafting the smell of barbecue. After a while, Ward, who was busy in front of the keyboard, looked up at Li Feng and said, "I found the cemetery. There really is a cemetery guard who raised a horse." At the same time, Ward turned to the display screen. Phil Coulson said, "I also found a piece of information inside the police. Last night, the buddy with his head on fire was found by the police." Phil Coulson glanced at the computer screen and said, "Johnny Blazer? I remember this guy is a motorcycle stuntman, nicknamed Johnny." After a pause, Phil Coulson seemed to think of something and said, "No wonder he didn't fall to death during the stunt performance. It turns out that he is the current Ghost Rider. What do we do now?" Melinda looked at Phil Coulson with an expression of, "You are the sir. You have the final say," and asked, "Should we follow Ghost Rider to find Abigail, or go to the cemetery first?" The previous Ghost Rider asked which devil came out of hell. Compared with the devil that ran out of hell, Abigail seems to be more capable of causing disasters, said Phil Coulson, turning his head to look at Li Feng with a questioning expression of, "What do you think?" "Look at what I'm doing." Li Feng pointed himself. "He is still annoying. Didn't the police know that Johnny Blazer is Ghost Rider? It shows that Johnny Blazer has killed the devil in front of the world before he will be tracked down by the police. You know that although Johnny Blazer is good at killing the devil, he is more about sending the opponent back to hell, rather than turning the devil into fly ashes. If Johnny Blazer sends Abigail back to hell, then it's great fun." Li Feng blinked blankly, and then prayed in his heart that Abijah was not dead, and said, "I know that the previous Ghost Rider had a scroll in his hand. That thing is naturally attractive to the devil. So no matter what the devil comes to the world, whichever it is, he will try to find the previous Ghost Rider to ask for the scroll." Melinda said as she walked to the driver's seat, "Then let's find the guard of the cemetery first." The portal is indeed the most reliable spell for home travel. With Li Feng opening and closing the door, the RV has brought a group of people to a remote cemetery. Before Li Feng got out of the car, Phil Coulson grabbed Melinda, who was holding the mask and wanted to get out of the car, and said, "May your mask can only be used at night, and Johnny Blazer will not die when performing motorcycle stunts, so you are afraid can't kill." Before Phil Coulson could finish, Li Feng, who had opened the door, turned his head and said, "Ghost Rider can only come out at night. During the day, it's Johnny Blazer's relaxing time. Definitely, because of Ghost Rider, Johnny Blazer also does it during the day. It can't be killed, but it's fighting strength." Li Feng shrugged, curled his mouth slightly, disdainfully said, "It's better than ordinary people." Phil Coulson was stunned. He turned his head and asked, "You mean sunlight can restrain Johnny Blazer from turning into Ghost Rider? What if it is artificial sunlight? Can you suppress Ghost Rider on Johnny Blazer? In vivo? Artificial sunlight?" To be honest, Li Feng really didn't think about this issue, scratching his head and said in an uncertain tone, "You can try, at least this is also a means." After speaking, Li Feng strode to the gravekeeper's hut and shouted, "Mr. Carter Schrey, you have arbitrarily raised a horse with no production date, no place of production, and no quarantine certificate, so hurry up and pay the fine." On the side, Melinda, who followed Li Feng to get off the car, slowed down subconsciously. After a certain distance from Li Feng, she turned Phil Coulson beside her eyes and whispered, "I'm starting to regret going out with this brain-soaked cargo." "Task." Phil Coulson smiled stiffly and nodded slightly, indicating that he felt the same way. "Can't you make an excuse for something special? Now the people who check the water meter are all wearing uniforms. You know that your casual outfit is fake at a glance. It really doesn't work. You can get it off with a black suit." Before Phil Coulson was done defamation, I saw an old man dressed as a cowboy with gray hair and beard walking out of the hut carrying a shovel. After looking at several people, Phil Coulson said to Li Feng, "Who are you?" Li Feng looked back at Phil Coulson, turned his head and said, "I said I belong to the Animal Epidemic Prevention Station. Do you believe it?" Carter Schrey's mouth twitched, pointing to Phil Coulson standing far behind Li Feng, and said, "They're just ordinary people maybe some government department, but you. Although I don't have much power left, I can still perceive the mana in your body. Carter Shrey sneered a few times, pointing to his eyes, and said, and I also perceive your mana bias towards darkness. Speaking of this, Carter Shrey said earnestly, young man, although darkness is not equal to evil, darkness can easily corrupt you to the evil camp, so make good use of your own power, otherwise. Li Feng scratched his eyebrows, shrugged, and laughed in a relaxed tone. Otherwise, what? Stare me to death with your big eyes? Or burn me with hell fire? Carter Shrey spit out bloody saliva casually, glanced at the rising sun, and said, it seems that you know Ghost Rider well. Not only did you specially choose to come to me during the day, you also know our Eye of Judgment ability. On the side, Phil Coulson was stunned and subconsciously said, Mr. Carter Shrey, do you mean there are other Ghost Riders by U.S.? Carter Shrey glanced at Phil Coulson and looked at Li Feng without wanting to talk to you. But Phil Coulson is not someone who would give up easily, and asked, do you mean Johnny Blazer? Phil Coulson's words caused Carter Shrey to return his attention to Phil Coulson, frowning and asking, do you know Johnny Blazer's name this way? As soon as Carter Shrey's words fell, Li Feng, who heard the sound of locomotives in his ears, followed the sound and looked into the distance, squinting his eyes, and said, Phil Coulson, did you open your mouth or say Johnny Blazer this if you don't talk about it? He appeared right after you said this? Phil Coulson showed no interest in Li Feng's jokes and walked towards Johnny Blazer after ignoring Li Feng. Melinda glanced at Li Feng and Carter Shrey, and after thinking about it, he asked Ward and others to follow Li Feng, and she quickly followed Phil Coulson like a bodyguard. Johnny Blazer is now a celebrity. Li Feng pointed to Johnny Blazer and casually explained, it's not that he is famous for locomotive performances, but that he is now a wanted man by the police. Scratching his head, Li Feng turning his head to ask Ward, how much bonus does the police offer to those who provide clues to Johnny Blazer? Ward turned his head and thought, shrugging his shoulders, and said, it seems that I didn't say much about the bounty. Then don't care about him. Who will do the bad things? Li Feng shrugged and said, I can't do it anyway. Although Ward agreed with Li Feng's statement in his heart, he is now wearing SHIELD equipment, so he should put on a superficial look anyway. Just when Ward was about to say, shield is not good and will do good, Li Feng held a half-open wooden box and said to Carter Shrey, man, how about giving me the shovel in your hand? Ward was a little curious about the items in the wooden box, because he didn't feel anything. He still had a good body after eating, but Carter Shrey's appearance, I guess it's not very pleasant. Indeed, at the moment when the wooden box appeared, Carter Shrey only felt uncomfortable and powerless, as if someone had thrown him into the sulfuric acid pool. Then, Carter Shrey's hand with the shovel suddenly lost its strength. The shovel was taken by Li Feng. Carter Shrey, who was unable to resist, subconsciously glanced at the wooden box, leaned his hands on his knees, and asked, Angel Feather? Hearing what Carter Shrey said, Ward was stunned and looked at the wooden box. He only had the words Angel Feather in his mind. This mission, Ward, is very clear that Magician is chasing and killing a devil, and as a bodyguard, he protects 3 researchers who are studying how to deal with the devil. If the mission does not go well, you may need to do some tricks with the devil himself. But Ward didn't expect Angel to exist in this world. Otherwise, how did Feather come from? After all, only the feathers that grow on Angel can be called Angel Feather. This magician can't be called Angel Feather after plucking the goose feathers. It's too sorry for Angel's name. Now, Ward's only thought is whether heaven exists and whether he can enter heaven after death. Not only did Carter Shrey's words make Ward stunned, even Li Feng was puzzled because he really hadn't heard that there is heaven in the Marvel world. Li Feng glanced at the wooden box in his hand, closed the wooden box, and squinted and asked, have you seen Angel? Carter Shrey smiled bitterly and shook his head, panting with the vicissitudes of life, and said, is someone like me eligible to see Angel? I just look at this feather's whiteness and flawlessness and the energy that restrains me, so just guessing. Li Feng looked at Carter Shrey with a face of disbelief and calmly faced his gaze and said, This is a fake angel feather. It was given to me by a friend of mine. When Li Feng opened the wooden box, Johnny Blazer in the distance was also attracted by the energy radiated by the feathers, but he felt a kind of cordiality compared to Carter Schrey, who could only feel pain, which made him unable to help. Suppressing the pain and swiftly approaching the pseudo-angel feather, wanting to find out. When the wooden box was closed, Johnny Blazer and Phil Coulson were close to Li Feng, and he happened to hear Li Feng say, "This is a fake angel feather, which was given to me by a friend." Phil Coulson and Melinda looked at each other and asked in surprise, "Do you still have angel friends?" Li Feng turned his head and looked at Phil Coulson and Melinda, knocked on the shovel, and after confirming that the shovel was hollow and had hidden items, he directly put the shovel into the single-room bag and said, "I said it was a fake angel. The real angel is still far behind." She, Phil Coulson couldn't help asking, "Still a female angel? A pseudo-angel? Where is she now?" Li Feng spread his hands. "How do I know that she is not my prisoner? I still look at her all day long, but she is a dead house and basically does not leave the house. As for now, let me contact her." "You still don't think about it. People are more primitive than me. I at least have a RV full of modern equipment. She is fine, not to mention that she has a mobile phone at home, and even the lighting is still using torches." Li Feng patted the shoulder bag, alluding to the scroll of St. Van Gunsa in the bag, and said, "So I need to be a courier myself, especially the kind without salary. I hope Leonore can give me some satisfactory remuneration," he chirped, and Li Feng said with an endless aftertaste, "At least the quality of her holy water is good. It can quench my thirst and improve my magician aptitude." While talking, Li Feng glanced at Carter Schrey quietly, knowing that he would take out the fake angel feather for a while, and then half-true description of the stone-winged beast Leonore. The purpose is to make Carter Schrey to St. Fan shut up about the Gunza scrolls, and see if the fake angel feathers can restrain the other party. Sure enough, Carter Schrey, who wanted to stop Li Feng from taking the scroll of St. Van Gunsa at the beginning, was silent for a while and asked, "Do you still have Leonore's holy water?" I'm half believing what I said. Fortunately, there is still a little bit of holy water that Mordor gave me." Li Feng nodded and said with a smile, "Why? Do you want to have a bite? I will give you a drop for free, and I promise you are dying." Carter Schrey's mouth twitched and nodded and said, "If you swear to give that thing to Leonore with your mana, it will be a relief to drink the holy water." "Swear? Ha, doesn't exist." Li Feng raised his brows and grinned and shouted, "Creature, bring my holy water." Soon, the invisible creature handed the holy water to Li Feng, and Li Feng turned around and handed the holy water to Carter Schrey and said, "Let's see if this thing is genuine." In fact, Carter Schrey didn't need to look carefully to know how powerful the holy water in Li Feng's hand was, and he could be sure that Li Feng, whose mana was biased towards darkness, could never produce such high-quality holy water. However, even if Li Feng proved that he possessed holy water, Carter Schrey still looked at Li Feng dubiously, his eyes full of meaning. "When do you swear?" "It's impossible to swear, especially if you swear by force." "What's the difference between this and the Eastern monk swearing to the Tao of Heaven?" "We must know that the Tao of Heaven is reincarnation, and who is forgiven by the heavens." Li Feng didn't want to put tight hoops on himself inexplicably, but it was a vow he knew he couldn't complete. However, Li Feng had already expected this. I saw Li Feng glance down his mouth and said with a smile, "Are you sure you just want me to swear, instead of running with me personally?" Carter Schrey was stunned and said with a little excitement, "Can I see Angel too? The so-called life is like a play. It all depends on acting." Is the current Carter Schrey. Don't look at the excitement of his enthusiastic fans finally seeing the idol, but inwardly, very calm. First of all, San Van Gonzel is already in Li Feng's shoulder bag. He wants to get it back, but he can't do it. After all, he has mana and has the feathers to restrain himself. If it's night, Carter Schrey thinks he might still have it. There's a chance, but during the day, let's save some effort. Secondly, although Phil Coulson and others look ordinary, Carter Schrey can easily shoot all the opponents to death. But look at other people's equipment, which one can buy in the store. This shows that it is the government. Staring at myself. So even if Li Feng turned his head and left now, Carter Schrey would have to figure out which cemetery he would hide in next time and wait to die. After all, a handsome and tasteful person like him would represent him as soon as he got in touch with the government. His clean days have come to an end. It is estimated that it will not be monitored around the clock, and there will be a dedicated person to wait on it 24 hours a day. Now, since the magician invited himself to Angel, the pseudo-angel's home, he could not only watch the other party purify the scroll of St. Van Gunsa with his own eyes, but also get rid of the clinging government departments. As for saying that Lee Summit would not kill people, Carter Schrey really thought about it, but he has lived for more than 100 years. Normally, it may be easy for Li Feng to kill him, but it is a bit difficult to turn him into fly ash, because the accurate statement is to send him back to hell, or to drag the guy and his body directly to Mephisto without going through extradition procedures. At that time, Mephisto would know that Li Feng had swallowed the scroll of St. Van Gunsa. As for the consequences, I don't need to say any more. Waiting for the Hell Boss to come to the world to discuss face-to-face, or Li Feng is forced to sit on a small bench, looking at Mephisto, sitting in the boss chair, holding red wine, and slowly talking about it. Therefore, when Li Feng said that he would also deliver him to Leonor's house, Carter Slay's mind instantly came up with whether the other party could help him out and send him to heaven. The second is how to let the pseudo-angel know how pious he is to God. So, pretending to be excited is just the beginning. After that, it depends on how strong he is in acting. Cheating on a fake angel, I feel a little excited to think about it. It's a pity that Carter Schrey belongs to the Think Too Much series. Seeing Carter Schley's unspeakable excitement, Li Feng asked for a long time, "Do you know what it means to see Leonor? A devil worships angel? What's the situation?" Carter Schrey smiled and nodded slightly, then said, "Death is doomed. The difference is where the other party will send me to hell." Carter Schrey put on a posture of yearning, impassioned, said, "Or heaven. What annoys you the most? People who are not afraid of death or want to die, especially when they fight, they are really desperate." Li Feng scratched his head helplessly and turned to Phil Coulson to educate him. "Corvo, don't learn from this stuff in the future. Humans, it's better to be alive. Look at how beautiful this world is. Otherwise, why are so many demons doing? Thinking of coming to the world like this all day? And people don't necessarily live in peace after death. If you are lucky, you can lie down like a vegetative person. Yes, that taste." At the end, Li Feng shook his head regretfully. Phil Coulson forgot to blink his eyelids until his eyes were dry. He smiled and said that he could live as long as he could, and it would be better to live 1,000 or 800 years in hell. Definitely, if possible, Phil Coulson still hopes to go to heaven. Li Feng wasn't sure if he was blind to Phil Coulson if he could make Carter Schrey, who was not afraid of death, hesitate, but since everyone agreed to accompany him to the non-existent Stonewing Cathedral, Li Feng immediately reached out and opened a path to the wilderness. Portal. Phil Coulson hurriedly observed the scene across the portal through the portal, so that when looking for the female pseudo-angel in the future, there would be no clues. "It's a pity." Li Feng coughed dryly and laughed. "Don't look at it. I will open the door directly to Leonor's house because of water in my head. I don't want to report her home address without the owner's consent. Shield, besides." Li Feng scratched his eyebrows and said helplessly, "Leonor's house is not a tourist destination. Believe it or not, I just opened the door. The group of stone-winged beasts in Leonor's house will rush out to beat me in groups." Phil Coulson, who was said to be thinking about something in his heart, with a little embarrassment on his face, pointed to the portal and asked, "Where is the opposite?" Li Feng estimated how long it would take to kill Carter Schrey, then squinted his eyes and said, "This is a wilderness transit station. We will transfer to the vicinity of Leonor's house later, and finally walk on 2 legs. It will take half an hour to get to Leonor's house, so it will take some time for me to go out this time. You can take advantage of this time to eat, sleep, and sleep." When Phil Coulson and others responded with a black line in response to Li Feng, Carter Schrey, who was about to cross the portal, suddenly remembered something. The older Ghost Rider passed on Junior experience to Johnny Blazer, saying, "Johnny Blazer, you'd better stay away from your family and friends, otherwise the witch will use them to blackmail you." After that, Carter Schrey walked through the portal in a posture of a pious pilgrimage to welcome a new life. Li Feng, who followed him, suddenly remembered something and turned to ask, "Mr. Johnny Blazer, did you kill Abigail?" Seeing Johnny Blazer's puzzled expression, Li Feng, who guessed that the other party might not know that the wind demon was Abigail, explained, "It is the wind demon, the devil that can turn into the wind." Johnny Blazer suddenly shook his head and said, "He is much stronger than the devil who turned into a stone before. He was severely injured and ran away." Li Feng was overjoyed in his heart and nodded to indicate that he knew and closed the portal. Wilderness. Li Feng looked around with his eyes open and quickly opened the mirror space after confirming that no one was nearby. The movement of opening the mirror space didn't look like going to Leonore, and Carter Schrey immediately judged that Li Feng had deceived himself. "It's just." He glanced around the bright surroundings and then perceived the little Ghost Rider power left in his lower body. He squinted and said, "Mr. Magician, it looks like I was cheated by you." Li Feng shrugged, took out the wooden box without saying a word, and opened it completely, and then shot Carter Slay's spirit body out of the flesh with a palm. Unfortunately, I don't know if Li Feng's strength is too low or Ghost Rider's bones are too hard. Carter Slay's spirit body didn't respond, but instead ignited a fire under Li Feng's palm. Yes, there's no sun in the mirror space. This one can become a Ghost Rider. After a while, a skeleton burning with a raging fire knelt in front of Li Feng on one knee. No way. The wooden box was completely opened by Li Feng, and the power in Carter Schrey's body was already scarce. Ghost Rider would be fine even if it came out. Adhering to the principle of being careful not to make a big mistake, Li Feng, who did not want to risk standing in front of Ghost Rider's eyes, walked behind Carter Schrey without thinking or not. Carter Schrey seemed to understand his fate, smiled a few times with his skull mouth open, and said, "I will be waiting for you in hell." Hell? Li Feng, wearing a skull mask, took out a sickle from his shoulder bag and placed it on Carter Schrey's neck and smiled. "I'm afraid you don't have the ability to go back to hell." Carter Schrey was stunned, looking at the sickle in Li Feng's hand as if he understood something, and said with disdain, "You can see that there are monsters in your knife that can only devour souls. It's a pity." Before Carter Schrey's words were finished, Li Feng raised his hand and applied some purification techniques to the opponent, while stroking the blade said, "I know this thing is low level and can't swallow you, but don't worry, I have a way such as..." Speaking of this, Li Feng released all the Dementors that can suck the soul in the sickle, and raised his hand to release a few purification operations. You always know the truth about chewing elephants. Carter Slay, who was tortured by the false angel feathers to the point that he could hardly hold on to kneel on one knee, glanced at the Dementor with disdain, and then at the frost all over the floor. "I am playing with fire, you little cripples. I'm playing on ice. If you have the ability to take a bite, try it, and be careful to explode to pieces on the spot." Li Feng circled Carter Schley carefully and looked at it a few times until the opponent was weakened by the purification spell. Li Feng felt that the time was ripe to draw the hellfire from Carter Schley and said, "I know what you are thinking. I think this is the Dementor unusable, but don't forget that there is still me. I know how to extract energy. I don't know if it's completed by seeing his plan." Li Feng happily smiled while drawing hellfire. "Actually, I know Ghost Rider better than Johnny Blazer, although Johnny Blazer now only uses hell. Fire and I have judgment, but I know he just took office, and some skills can be lighted up, such as your Ghost Rider portal skills. This means that the skull-shaped Carter Schrey has no pupils. Otherwise, if Li Feng stood in front of the opponent, he would definitely see the opponent's rapidly shrinking pupils. However, Carter Schley's movement of turning his head to look at Li Feng still made him satisfied, which shows that Carter Schley really put down his last hope and prepared to use his last strength to put Li Feng on trial. It's a pity that Li Feng didn't give the other party a chance. He directly broke the skull's head with a sickle and said, "So don't even think about pretending to be dead, so that I can quietly open the door to hell after I leave the mirror space. Li Feng's words have clearly let Carter Schley know that his end is here, in the mirror space, feeling the victory in hand, as if seeing the hellfire dancing with a slender waist. Li Feng, who was ashamed to recruit him, was anxious and happy before he came, and saw Wang Kai and other Dementors suddenly lying on the ground and panting. Not only that, but a few weaker ones. The Dementors rolled all over the floor. Li Feng was stunned, patted his forehead, and looked at the fake angel feather with a black line. I forgot that the fake angel feather can not only restrain the Ghost Rider, it also restrains the Dementors. Yes, now how far is Carter Schley's death away? Li Feng said he didn't know, but his army of Dementors is almost dead, or the kind that the whole army is wiped out. Nothing. Seeing that the cloak on the Dementor's body was about to be scorched into rags by the fake angel feathers, Li Feng reluctantly ordered, "Useless things, you can't stand it for a while. Don't hurry back into the sickle." Wang Kai glanced at Li Feng aggrievedly, who had provoked him. If it weren't for his own contract restriction, the ghost would want to get out of the sickle. Now, when he heard Li Feng's order to let him go home, he was still very happy. However, there's a small problem. Wang Kai glanced at the scythe placed on Carter Schley's neck. The door of his house was at the top of the long stick, and the top was just a step away from Carter Schley, who was braving the hellfire. Ghost Rider, he dare not go home. Seeing Wang Cai's embarrassment, Li Feng reluctantly and carefully retracted the sickle. On the other hand, Carter Schley knew very well that he was about to say goodbye to the world, because the other party did understand Ghost Rider better than he thought, and looked at other people's plans, which step was not to rub his own deadly spot. First of all, put yourself in the mirror space. In this way, you can prevent outsiders from detecting anomalies through satellites or magic, and you can prevent yourself from escaping immediately after discovering anomalies. After all, it takes time to open the portal to hell. When the other party is stupid, he will wait for him to slowly open the teleporters. Next is the fake angel feather. This thing is too evil, and he can only collapse on the ground if he suppresses it. Even if the other party gives him time to open the portal, he doesn't have the power to open the door and escape. Finally, after the few hellfires he has left have been taken away and completely turned into fat on a meat board, the other party only needs to order the monsters in the sickle and hundreds of guys with skulls to divide their souls. Just eat. At that time, it will not only achieve the purpose of destroying the corpse, but also get the most benefits from the sickle and the skeleton monster. After all, I've been possessed by Ghost Rider for a long time. The soul has some characteristics that Ghost Rider should have, and I like to swallow them. For the monster of the soul, it could be said to be a good tonic. It's just that Carter Schley didn't understand what kind of grudges he had with magician who had been hiding behind him. He had to wipe out his whole ashes, and there was not even a bit of soul scum left. He was not afraid of the end in the dust, but he was a little grateful in his heart, because his soul was scum. How is he still going to hell? You must know that he has directly signed a contract with Mephisto. The soul has long belonged to Mephisto. After death, he must go to Mephisto to report. If dissipated completely in the world, it would be a good thing for him to escape Mephisto's torture. However, you can kill him, but at least let him die. While the sickle left his neck, the cat and the knife was no longer sucking his soul. Carter Schley took a deep breath and asked laboriously, "Why?" Li Feng was stunned. Then he understood what the other party was asking, scratched his head, and said in a posture for the country and the people, "You used the laws of hell to judge the living humans before you had nothing to do in the first half of your life. Now it is worthy of the crime to be wiped out by me." After a pause, Li Feng said with a shrug, "Although my method is not much better, it will make you not even a little bit of scum left in this world. This means that the skull has no eyelids and can't do the difficult movement of rolling eyes. Otherwise, Carter Schley would have to use his eyes to attack. Definitely, the inability to express the heart with facial expressions does not mean that Carter Schley cannot express his deep unbelief in his tone of voice. Do you think I will believe? You might as well just say that you are convincing for the hellfire." Li Feng curled his lips. He did not deny that he wanted hellfire. After all, hellfire is indeed a powerful flame that is not bound by natural law. As a magician with fire ability, he wants to harvest hellfire. A very normal thought. Although, in a sense, hellfire is similar to the fierce fire he has mastered long ago. It can also burn the opponent's soul and body, and is still in a vacuum in the water. The two flames can be burned in any posture. What posture is burning? But some places are not as fierce as hellfire. For example, hellfire can attach to the object the user wants and change its shape. For example, Johnny Blazer changes the appearance of his motorcycle to become more cool. Liwa couldn't do this. If Lihua had to attach it to the locomotive, he would only get a puddle of molten iron, perhaps even without the molten iron, which was directly gasified by Lihua. Secondly, hellfire can also attach to various weapons, adding extra fire damage to weapons, such as Carter Shrey. He likes to attach hellfire to bullets to strengthen the damage of guns. If Li Feng can get the hellfire, then every time he swings the sickle braving the hellfire, he can increase his attack power. Even after Li Feng has mastered the hellfire, it is not impossible to put a layer of hellfire on the shield. Lihua couldn't do this, too, because Lihua's stuff would eat the Lord, and the shield would be covered with Lihua, which would only burn through the shield, and by the way, also roasted Li Feng. Therefore, obtaining hellfire can be said to be a great increase in strength, and there are many benefits. However, hellfire is a rare item on weekdays, and Li Feng has nowhere to get it if he wants it. As for whether there are many things in hell and whether it is easy to obtain, Li Feng said that he didn't know. Anyway, he didn't dare to travel to hell alone, for fear that it was a one-way ticket with no return. So if you want to get hellfire, you can only do something else. Now, suddenly encountering hellfire in broad daylight, or encountering two ghost riders with only hellfire at one time. If Li Feng missed such an opportunity, he might be struck to death by lightning. If it weren't for the difficulty of dealing with Johnny Blazer, who had just taken office, in addition to the suspicion of declaring war with Mephisto, he had to deal with Zatanos, who was in Johnny Blazer's body and had become mad and delirious. Li Feng really wanted to get some better quality hellfire from Johnny Blazer. As for now, let's honestly choose Carter Shrey, who has a low degree of difficulty and has little energy left in his body. Seeing that Li Feng was about to go on talking nonsense with himself, Carter Shrey shook his head slightly and smiled bitterly. As long as you can ensure that the scroll of Saint Van Gunna will not fall into Mephisto's hands, you can take the hellfire on my body. After speaking, Carter Shrey lowered his head, as if he was in a memory, making a look of repentance and waiting for death. Do you regret signing a contract with Mephisto? Unfortunately, trading with the devil will never end well. Li Feng was silent for a while, and said, "Don't worry about this. I already have a plan to deal with the scroll of Saint Van Gunna. Mephisto will never get the soul in the scroll of Saint Van Gunna." Carter Shrey, that's good. As Carter Shrey was lying weakly on the ground and unable to move his fingers, Li Feng thought for a while and said, "Perhaps flying in the dust is also a relief for you. At least don't worry about being tortured by Mephisto." After speaking, Li Feng didn't care what Carter Shrey thought. He slashed the sickle into the opponent's head cleanly, watching the opponent being sucked by the sickle into a cloud of black mist dissipating in the mirror space. I don't know if it is an illusion. Before Carter Shrey dissipated, Li Feng vaguely felt that Carter Shrey said thank you to him in his ears. Li Feng shrugged, put the sickle on his shoulders casually, opened his eyes to observe the mirror space, and determined whether Carter Shrey had really completely dissipated. Before Li Feng finished checking the mirror space, he vaguely felt a suction force coming from the sickle on his shoulder. Li Feng was stunned, since his strength has greatly increased. Even if he does not wear a skull mask, he can resist the cat's instincts and breathe in the spirit and soul. Now, after putting on a mask, he feels that the cat is sucking the soul again. Li Feng subconsciously threw the sickle on the ground and squinted at the cat again. I saw that there was only instinct and no consciousness. The cat standing in the sickle stiffly was shaking the two tails behind it. This made Li Feng rub his eyes subconsciously to make sure what he saw was an illusion. What the hell is this? Li Feng scratched his head in confusion and carefully inserted his mental energy into the cat's body to check the specific situation. For a long time, Li Feng, whose chin was about to fall in shock, opened his mouth wide, staring dumbly at the cat who was full and ready to enter his dream. The so-called deliberately planting flowers but not blooming, unintentionally planting willows and willows to make a shade, Li Feng now only feels that he's going to make a big deal. As a man who is familiar with Anubis's resurrection methods and has experience in making abominations into mummies, Li Feng didn't think that he would detain Carter Shray's soul at the beginning and then make the opponent into a Ghost Rider who obeyed his orders. After all, Ghost Rider is his own bodyguard, and it feels good to think about it. However, Carter Shrey has already signed a contract with Mephisto, and the soul has long belonged to Mephisto. The difficulty factor of these operations has long surpassed Li Feng's knowledge, and he has no choice but to give up. Now, even though the cat has ingested Carter Slay's soul, the cat's level is far worse than Carter Slay's, causing the cat to have indigestion directly. Not only did it fail to digest Carter Slay's consciousness, it made Carter Slay's consciousness instead. Fragments of the soul occupy the cat's body. The most important thing is that it was not a success for the cat to suck Carter Shrey again. It was divided into several souls and was sucked intermittently. This caused Carter Shrey, who entered the cat's belly, to be dead in a sense. Now that Carter Shrey's soul is dead, the sales contract he and Mephisto signed naturally loses its effect. Now, as long as Li Feng pieced together Carter Shrey's soul fragments and warmed it up, waiting for the new Carter Shrey to regain consciousness in the future, as long as Li Feng returns the sealed hellfire to him, it will be equivalent to an obedient one. Pseudo Ghost Rider. So if you want to get hellfire, you can only do something else. Now, suddenly encountering hellfire in broad daylight, or encountering two Ghost Riders with only hellfire at one time. If Li Feng missed such an opportunity, he might be struck to death by lightning. If it weren't for the difficulty of dealing with Johnny Blazer, who had just taken office, in addition to the suspicion of declaring war with Mephisto, he had to deal with Zatanos, who was in Johnny Blazer's body and had become mad and delirious. Li Feng really wanted to get some better quality hellfire from Johnny Blazer. As for now, let's honestly choose Carter Shrey, who has a low degree of difficulty and has little energy left in his body. Seeing that Li Feng was about to go on talking nonsense with himself, Carter Shrey shook his head slightly and smiled bitterly. As long as you can ensure that the scroll of Saint Van Gunna will not fall into Mephisto's hands, you can take the hellfire on my body. After speaking, Carter Shrey lowered his head, as if he was in a memory, making a look of repentance and waiting for death. Do you regret signing a contract with Mephisto? Unfortunately, trading with the devil will never end well. Li Feng was silent for a while and said, "Don't worry about this. I already have a plan to deal with the scroll of Saint Van Gunna. Mephisto will never get the soul in the scroll of Saint Van Gunna." Carter Shrey, that's good. As Carter Shrey was lying weakly on the ground and unable to move his fingers, Li Feng thought for a while and said, "Perhaps flying in the dust is also a relief for you. At least don't worry about being tortured by Mephisto." After speaking, Li Feng didn't care what Carter Shrey thought. He slashed the sickle into the opponent's head cleanly, watching the opponent being sucked by the sickle into a cloud of black mist dissipating in the mirror space. I don't know if it is an illusion. Before Carter Shrey dissipated, Li Feng vaguely felt that Carter Shrey said "thank you" to him in his ears. Li Feng shrugged, put the sickle on his shoulders casually, opened his eyes to observe the mirror space, and determined whether Carter Shrey had really completely dissipated. Before Li Feng finished checking the mirror space, he vaguely felt a suction force coming from the sickle on his shoulder. Li Feng was stunned, since his strength has greatly increased. Even if he does not wear a skull mask, he can resist the cat's instincts and breathe in the spirit and soul. Now, after putting on a mask, he feels that the cat is sucking the soul again. Li Feng subconsciously threw the sickle on the ground and squinted at the cat again. I saw that there was only instinct and no consciousness. The cat standing in the sickle stiffly was shaking the two tails behind it. This made Li Feng rub his eyes subconsciously to make sure what he saw was an illusion. What the hell is this? Li Feng scratched his head in confusion and carefully inserted his mental energy into the cat's body to check the specific situation. For a long time, Li Feng, whose chin was about to fall in shock, opened his mouth wide, staring dumbly at the cat who was full and ready to enter his dream. The so-called deliberately planting flowers but not blooming, unintentionally planting willows and willows to make a shade, Li Feng now only feels that he's going to make a big deal. As a man who is familiar with Anubis's resurrection methods and has experience in making abominations into mummies, Li Feng didn't think that he would detain Carter Shray's soul at the beginning, and then make the opponent into a Ghost Rider who obeyed his orders. After all, Ghost Rider is his own bodyguard, and it feels good to think about it. However, Carter Shray has already signed a contract with Mephisto, and the soul has long belonged to Mephisto. The difficulty factor of these operations has long surpassed Li Feng's knowledge, and he has no choice but to give up. Now, even though the cat has ingested Carter Slay's soul, the cat's level is far worse than Carter Slay's, causing the cat to have indigestion directly. Not only did it fail to digest Carter Slay's consciousness, it made Carter Slay's consciousness instead. Fragments of the soul occupy the cat's body. The most important thing is that it was not a success for the cat to suck Carter Shray again. It was divided into several souls and was sucked intermittently. This caused Carter Shray, who entered the cat's belly, to be dead in a sense. Now that Carter Shray's soul is dead, the sales contract he and Mephisto signed naturally loses its effect. Now, as long as Li Feng pieced together Carter Shray's soul fragments and warmed it up, waiting for the new Carter Shray to regain consciousness in the future, as long as Li Feng returns the sealed hellfire to him, it will be equivalent to an obedient one. Pseudo Ghost Rider. Throwing the sickle that was temporarily unavailable into his shoulder bag, Li Feng waved his hand to open the portal and return to the caravan. In the RV, Ward, who had nothing to do, was sitting on the sofa and watching the movie. The portal suddenly appeared in front of him, and he hurriedly drew his gun and aimed at it. He slowly put down the pistol and said, "Okay, you are a magician, and the way you play is magical." Li Feng rolled his eyes. "Are you SHILD sick? How come everyone likes to draw guns? Don't ask me for medical expenses if you hurt yourself." While talking, Li Feng looked around, then lay down on the car window looking for Phil Coulson's figure, and asked wonderingly, "Where are they? You really went to eat, and left you hungry here alone?" Ward brows slightly, and says silently, "Carter Shray warns Johnny Blazer to be careful of the sorcerer, to find his family and friends before leaving with you." Johnny Blazer seems to have thought of something, and hurriedly drove the locomotive away. Now, Phil Coulson is worried that the wizard will endanger mankind, so he hurried to support Johnny Blazer with 3 scientific researchers. Kill the heart demon, and don't forget to bring 3 scientific researchers. Phil Coulson is planning to deliver food to the heart demon. Li Feng scratched his head and sat on the sofa and shouted, "Creature, bring me a cup. Beer, some peanuts, by the way." Then Li Feng turned to look at Ward and said, "Don't talk about Phil Coulson, who doesn't know anything about the devil. Even Johnny Blazer, who specializes in killing the devil, can't deal with the sorcerer. That thing has no soul, which caused Johnny Blazer to deal with the devil's most powerful eye of judgment, and it was simply abolished." Ward squinted his eyes and thought, and while walking towards the beer maker, he whispered, "What if it's Creature? Can he deal with the sorcerer?" "No." Li Feng spread his hands, looking at Ward, who was about to pour beer for himself with a weird expression. Suddenly, Li Feng seemed to realize something. Half guessing and half surely said, "You won't tell me that Creature was taken away by Phil Coulson to deal with the sorcerer?" Seeing Ward nodded innocently, Li Feng subconsciously looked out of the car window that was already dusk. His mouth twitched and jumped up from the sofa and hurriedly shouted, "Phil Coulson, your uncle." Ward called Phil quickly. "Coulson." Before Li Feng's words were finished, Creature, who was covered in blood with rags hanging on his face, appeared in the RV with Phil Coulson and Melinda with a tired expression on his face. Seeing this, Li Feng said nothing, while brushing healing and purification techniques on Creature's body, while taking out a few drops of immortal spring water from his shoulder bag and dripping into Creature's mouth. Under the action of the spell and the immortal spring water, Klee excised his dirty body, and his physical damage had been fully recovered. Li Feng breathed a sigh of relief, and when he was about to point to Creature's nose, he saw Creature's head drooping aggrievedly. For some reason, Li Feng suddenly felt a panic in his heart. Creature, Li Feng, who couldn't say anything, waved helplessly, rubbed his eyebrows, and said, "Go down and take a good rest." On the side, Phil Coulson, with a slightly dirty face, walked up to Creature, said sincerely thank you, and said to Li Feng with an apologetic expression, "I'm sorry that Creature was in danger for saving us. I didn't expect to encounter the wizard and Abigail during the day, but Creature is fine now." Li Feng glanced at Phil Coulson with an annoyed look and said, "You didn't expect that the Heart Witch and Abigail would have great strength during the day." Phil Coulson nodded awkwardly. To tell the truth, he heard Li Feng say that Johnny Blazer cannot become a ghost rider during the day, plus the legend that the devil appears at night, subconsciously thinking that the day is to capture and study or destroy the devil the best time. So seeing Johnny Blazer running into the city with a worried look on his face, Phil Coulson, who was brainwashed by S.H.I.E.L.D., followed behind Johnny Blazer because he was a shield standing in front of the citizens. It can protect citizens who are about to be persecuted by the devil and take the opportunity to capture the devil and save the earth. However, Johnny Blazer came to the cemetery in a locomotive, and the only means of transportation in front of them was a magically activated RV. Now that Li Feng is not there, they can't even start the RV, let alone drive the RV. As for trying to keep up with the locomotive on two short legs, it's just a dream. They are agents and not Superman. Even if they can run the world championship in a short time, how fast? How can they have the energy to run all the way to the city? Fortunately, Phil Coulson knew that Creature could follow Li Feng at any time when he turned into a black mist and moved quickly. So relying on his own good guy aura, he persuaded Creature to let him help and lead them all the way to Johnny Blazer. Behind. Similarly, Phil Coulson, who arrived at Johnny Blazer's house, was very fortunate that he took Creature, because at Johnny Blazer's house, apart from seeing Johnny Blazer's lover, who cares about being a wet devil being held captive, I also saw the Sorcerer Heart Demon, whose face was completely bloodless due to severe anemia, as well as the Wind Demon Abigail, who appeared in a whirlwind around his body when it was disheveled. Needless to say, there is Johnny Blazer to deal with the Sorcerer, but the Sorcerer knows too much about Ghost Rider, and he has the hostage to deal with Johnny Blazer, which makes Johnny Blazer deal with the Sorcerer. His offensive is always daunting, and he was rubbed by the Witch Heart Demon on the ground after only a few fights. When facing Phil Coulson, who was about to save someone, Abigail didn't think about his colleague's feelings. He started to be extremely fierce, turning into the wind to avoid bullets and waving the wind blade to Phil Coulson. If Creature had not sacrificed his life several times to pounce on Abigail, it is estimated that Phil Coulson and his group would have been wiped out. After hearing Phil Coulson explain why Creature was seriously injured, Li Feng was silent for a while and looked at Creature with a complex expression. Others don't know, but Li Feng knows very well that if Creature is faced with the shaman or Abigail who can exert his full strength, he can only say that he has the heart but not the power, but Creature will help Johnny to save Johnny. Blazer's lover is busy, and the chance of success is actually quite high. After all, the power that the water monster can exert during the day is compared with the power of Creature, and you will find that these two are actually half a caddy, similar. But now, Creature chooses to stubbornly Abigail. The reason is that Creature knows that Li Feng wants Abigail, so Creature will find a way to get close to the other party in order to get Abigail's portal to in front of Li Feng. Li Feng took a deep breath and said thank you to Creature with a bitter smile on his heart, and then asked Phil Coulson, "What happened later? Did anyone save it?" Phil Coulson shook his head bitterly and said, "When the wet guy saw Johnny Blazer being subdued by the wizard, he immediately turned into a pool of water and wrapped Johnny Blazer's lover and left." Wu Xin the demon asked Johnny Blazer to get the scroll of St. Van Gonzel from Carter Slainer, and then in the small town of St. Van Gonzel exchanged the scroll with St. Van Gonzel for his lover, and left after speaking. Speaking at this time, Phil Coulson remembered that Li Feng had said that Carter Schley had something that the devil wanted to get, and that Li Feng had said that he was going to be a courier after seeing Carter Schley. He squinted and guessed. Wu Exine, the scroll of St. Van Gunsa in the devil's mouth, is in your hand, right? Why do you ask? Li Feng scratched his head and asked curiously, What scroll did you see I took? Phil Coulson nodded and said, I think Carter Schley hid the scroll of St. Van Gunsa in the shovel. And that shovel. Phil Coulson looked at Li Feng seriously and said quietly, It was taken by you. Yes, the other party guessed it, and Li Feng couldn't hide anything. He curled his lips and shrugged his shoulders and said, I did hold the scroll of St. Van Gunsa, but it's not in my hand now. After a pause, Li Feng was afraid that Phil Coulson would let him find it. Unexpectedly, Leonore took back the scroll of St. Van Ganza and lied. Don't think about the scroll of St. Van Ganza. It has been destroyed. Phil Coulson was stunned, then turned his head for a moment and asked, Your pseudo-angel friend did it? Seeing Li Feng nodded affirmatively, Phil Coulson asked suspiciously, After talking so much, I'm very curious about the scroll of St. Van Gunsa. Why do so many demons want it? And you know what the sorcerer is? What devil? In a legend, the heart sorcerer is Mephisto's unfilial son. Li Feng touched his chin and said, But I know that the heart sorcerer has no soul at all. This product is more like a test product made by Mephisto. There's a reason why Li Feng guessed this way. You see, Heart Witch Demon has a living body but no soul. It is a good carrier for the devil to possess. In a sense, it is actually very similar to a resurrected corpse. So Li Feng couldn't help but guess whether the Witch Heart Demon was a test product for Mephisto to prepare for future possession. But the test product is not perfect now, so Mephisto did not possess it. In addition, the defense measures of hell may be a bit crude. If he was accidentally run out of hell by the Witch Heart and prepared to install himself with a soul, he would be free and let Mephisto die with his heart. After all, Mephisto doesn't want to spend all his energy just to possess a body that can't exert its strength. Mephisto's kid. Do an experiment. Phil Coulson, who felt that the amount of information in Li Feng's words was a bit surprising, widened his eyes, twitched his mouth, and said, Austin, this joke is not funny. Li Feng spread his hands and gave an expression of believe it or not, and then continued, You are paying attention to the wrong point. Didn't you listen to me saying that the heart demon has no soul? Phil Coulson rubbed his bulging temples and reached out for Li Feng to continue. There are an astonishing number of evil spirits in the scroll of St. Van Gunsa. As long as the witch heart devours these evil spirits, he will have his own soul, and his power will become a little troublesome. After a pause, Li Feng was uncertain. Said, I don't know if I can deal with the witch heart demon without using fake angel feathers. Phil Coulson, what if I use fake angel feathers? Li Feng shrugged and said, I guess it's a big dish. Speaking at this moment, Li Feng squinted his eyes and looked at the shoulder bag, thinking in his heart, pseudo-angel feathers plus a sickle from the god of breath. Isn't the witch heart demon a big dish? Knowing that there are a large number of innocent souls in the scroll of St. Van Gonzel, Phil Coulson, who is convinced that the scroll of St. Van Gonzel has been destroyed, is a little bit grateful. After all, this thing is too dangerous, but the consequences of being witched by the demon are too serious. It's just. Phil Coulson, thinking back to something, said Shan Shan, that Austin, are you sure you can deal with the sorcerer? Li Feng nodded affirmatively. Feeling that there was something in Phil Coulson's words, he blinked inexplicably and asked curiously, What? Our mission is not to kill Abigail. The heart demon has Ghost Rider to deal with. You are here. What are you worrying about? Phil Coulson let out a sigh of relief in front of Li Feng and said, Johnny Blazer is on his way. Phil Coulson pointed to the cemetery under our feet. He just wants to save his beloved woman, so I will definitely ask you for the scroll of St. Van Ganza. Hearing this, Li Feng turned his head and looked out the car window, except that he hadn't seen a ghost except for the dim sky. Just as Li Feng wanted to ask, Where is Johnny Blazer? Phil Coulson, who looked at what Li Feng wanted to ask, said, We were brought back to the RV by Creature. In terms of speed, we are much faster. After a pause, Phil Coulson smiled and continued. At the beginning, we were worried that Johnny Blazer would not be able to take him if the wizard was hostage. Originally, we wanted to ask you about the weakness of the wizard. No, in order to help them rescue innocent citizens. Now, since you're sure to deal with the wizard, then you and Johnny Blazer will join forces to deal with the wizard, and we will make a plan to save the hostages, such as making a fake sand van gun the scroll to attract the wet devil, then ask Creature to help move the hostages to a safe place. On the side, Melinda, who was holding her stomach, played with the Loki mask in her hand and said blankly, "It's about to enter the night, and I can't wait to kill Abigail by myself." Lee Fong scratched his head, glanced at Melinda, who was full of violent factors, and asked Phil Coulson speechlessly, "I and Johnny Blazer against the Sorcerer? Just like you, a layman would say something like this. I didn't. I've heard that there is a partner with Ghost Rider, so you're not afraid that Johnny Blazer will be suppressed by the evil spirit in his body, and then give up the difficult Heart Wizard and join forces with the Heart Wizard to deal with me?" Before Phil Coulson could refute anything, Lee Fong covered his face and said, "Melinda is a reliable plan to deal with Abigail, but the water demon, that is the wet devil in your mouth, you should have to deal with it. Don't expect Creature to help at night. You have to know that the devil's thing is two concepts, day and night. Finally, people are demons and not mentally retarded, and they are sensitive to evil spirits. You can glance at the scroll of St. Van Gunsa to know if there are any evil spirits in the scroll. So where do you go to find one that could deceive the witch heart? Demon or water demon's fake St. Van Gunsa scroll?" Knowing that the overall plan he had made was pushed by Lee Fong, Phil Coulson frowned and asked helplessly, "According to what you mean, how do we rescue the hostages? One mean is to make a plan and just kill it. As for the little girl that Johnny Blazer cares about, I think we should persuade Johnny Blazer to find one. The so-called end of the world is where there is no fragrant grass. Why love a flower unrequitedly? Besides that flower seems... Anyway, when I watched the movie, I didn't think Johnny Blazer's girl was so pretty she wanted a face without a butt, and a butt without a face. It's a pity that I want to return to thinking like this. But Lee Fong understands that it is not Fury who is sitting across from him and discussing how to kill the devil, but Phil Coulson, who is known as a good guy. This means that even the hostages have a 0.1% chance of being rescued. Phil Coulson will do his best to rescue the opponent. Lee Fong thought about it for a while and said, "Johnny Blazer dealt with a witch heart demon. Although Johnny Blazer seems to be unable to defeat the witch heart demon, it is okay to delay for a few minutes. Killed Abigail in minutes and..." Lee Fong looked at Melinda with a poker face and continued, "As for you, you can deal with the water monsters." Lee Fong was afraid that Melinda didn't understand the devil, and some unexpected circumstances would cause him to lose a general at Shield in vain. After thinking about it, he said to Melinda, "Most of the water monster skills are related to water. You have to be careful that he turns into a water ball to envelop you so as to suffocate you. In addition, he doesn't seem to like to hide underwater to launch sudden attacks, such as turning into a puddle and hiding at your feet, when you relax your vigilance, pull you into the water so that he can fight you under the familiar water." Lee Fong touched his chin and said, "But in terms of the fighting technique, I guess it's not enough for you to play with one hand." After speaking, Lee Fong silently waxed the water demon in his heart, met Melinda, who was full of anger, and wore a Loki mask. "You are not unlucky." Regarding how to save people from the witch's heart demon, Lee Fong admits that this is not within the scope of his professional knowledge. So he simply explained the outline of the plan he came up with to Phil Coulson and consciously walked far away, lying on the sofa with beer, slurping the beer, and gnawing on the drumsticks, smiling while watching Phil Coulson and others fill up the plan. Until night fell, Lee Fong, who was full of food and drink, could vaguely hear the sound of locomotives in the distance. After a while, Lee Fong, who heard someone knocking on the car door, picked up 2 walkie-talkies and threw one of them to Johnny Blazer, who knocked on the door. He turned to explain to Phil Coulson, "It's night now. Ghost Rider anytime. You will come out to enjoy the moon, so you still stay in the car obediently. If the Ghost Rider in the province loses control and wants to judge you, I have to spend my energy to protect you." After speaking, Li Feng signaled to Phil Coulson to use the walkie-talkie to communicate with him while he opened the door and walked out of the RV. Here, Li Feng just closed the car door and motioned to Johnny Blazer to speak aside, but before the two of them walked far away, Johnny Blazer suddenly covered his head with one hand and pointed at Li Feng with one finger. His tone was hoarse and slightly mad. Said, "You guilty. I stole your underwear or got on your wife." Li Feng glanced at Johnny Blazer, who hadn't transformed, rolled his eyes, and said, "Do you have any evidence to prove my guilt? I'm talking about it. It's up to you whether I'm guilty or not," pointed to Phil Coulson, who was lying on the car window in the distance. "Try, believe it or not. I will immediately choose to quit and let you play with the witch heart demon. Then you can only watch your horse be dragged into hell and become the devil's plaything." Li Feng's words to save people gave Johnny Blazer's consciousness temporarily gain the upper hand and take control of his own. He said in a slightly anxious tone, "San Van Gunza scroll, I need Saint Van Gunza to save." Before Johnny Blazer finished speaking, Li Feng scratched his head and interrupted. "Before, you also saw Carter Shree leave with me. In fact, we did it to send the scroll of Saint Van Gunza to my friend for destruction. So now, don't think about the scroll of Saint Van Gunza. That thing is gone." "What will Rosie do?" Johnny Blazer asked blankly. "The witch heart demon has specified the scroll of Saint Van Gunza. Without it, the witch heart demon would kill Rosie. As I spoke, I felt that would be impossible to see Rosie in this life, and Johnny Blazer, who would never forgive himself in this life, had a flame above his head again. Didn't you just say that you will rescue your horse? Why did you lose control in a blink of an eye? Your brain circuit, there is no one." When Li Feng was about to set up the mirror space, he heard Phil Coulson's voice from the walkie-talkie in his hand. "Mr. Johnny Blazer, we have you the Ghost Rider, Austin the Magician, and the creature you have also met, and our shield is convenient but professional in saving people. Believe me, we will rescue Ms. Rosie." Immediately afterwards, Phil Coulson began to talk about the plan of how to eliminate the witch heart demon, especially the plan of how to rescue Rosie, which was so detailed that a mentally retarded child could understand it. At the moment, Johnny Blazer, in the half-skeleton, half-human state, obviously listened to Phil Coulson's words, slowly changed back to human form, and said to the walkie-talkie, "I believe you once, but you'd better ensure that the plan is successful." After a pause, Johnny Blazer turned and stepped on a locomotive, looking like he was waiting for Phil Coulson to lead the way, and said, "We will go to the small town of San Vangsa to rescue Rosie now." Although there is no threat in Johnny Blazer's words, the agents present are not stupid, and they don't need to activate the sixth sense to clearly feel the threat in Johnny Blazer's words. This makes them somewhat unhappy. After all, they are kind to help save people, and they are not here to harm Rosie. I'm talking about it. It is the heart demon who wants to kill Rosie, and it is not them. Johnny Blazer is angry with them. What's the meaning? Regrettably, that said, Phil Coulson, the leader of the team with a good guy halo, plus the duties of a child, can only hold his breath in his stomach. Only Li Feng, who didn't care about Johnny Blazer's tone at all, went back to the RV and said to Melinda, "Has the address of the town of San Van Gonzal been found?" Melinda nodded. While Li Feng told Creature to bring himself a glass of beer and peanuts, he snapped his fingers in the passenger seat to start the RV and said, "Now that I know the address, please trouble Melinda to drive. By the way, tell me the directions. It's convenient." I opened the portal. Immediately afterwards, Li Feng picked up the walkie-talkie and said to Johnny Blazer, "I hope your broken motorcycle can keep up with my RV." Johnny Blazer didn't say anything. He just glanced at the RV lightly and turned into Ghost Rider when he hit the accelerator. Li Feng curled his lips and whispered, "This product seems to be a bit Sundra." After hearing Li Feng's words, Melinda, with keen ears, subconsciously glanced at Johnny Blazer, who was full of flames, and the locomotive underneath him, who was changing its shape. For some reason, she always felt that Li Feng's words were full of envy and jealousy. Melinda thought for a while and said sternly, "The locomotive on fire? It's really cool." "Haha." Li Feng flipped the flight switch and said, "I heard you fly a plane? Let me see how your flight skills are." On the RV, Melinda may be the happiest one among a group of agents, because she can operate an aircraft controlled by a steering wheel and gears in the sky in the wilderness, and especially the air traffic control can't detect it. Stealth aircraft that arrived. However, this was a bitter for Li Feng, who was sitting in the co-pilot, especially when Melinda drove the RV out of the shaped snakeskin. Li Feng said that he could not eat it. The beer in the glass was spilled out. This is the top beer brewed in-house, which is too wasteful. However, Melinda, on the grounds that Li Feng told him to check the condition of the car before, just drove the RV out of the fighter jet style. What rolling maneuvering? What rolling maneuvering? These are still good. When Melinda looked excited and wanted to perform a perfect Cobra maneuver, a car of agents was not calm at all. Cobra maneuver is a way to get rid of the enemy aircraft at the same height and close behind the A***. There is a posture that converts the kinetic energy of the aircraft into potential energy, which means that the aircraft suddenly loses power and hovering in the air. 2 to 3 seconds, and then let the nose plummet, and then regain the power of the aircraft to recapture the target. Now, this group of agents has been plagued with motion sickness by Melinda. It seems that it is time to talk about air sickness. They don't know what will happen to Li Feng, the magician, when the RV suddenly stops, but the dinner they just ate will definitely be wasted due to inertia. And this is a RV. The ghost knows whether the front or rear of the car will fall. What if the RV is broken by Melinda and cannot be restarted? Will a cart of people go directly to hell to destroy the devil? Or is it that everyone went to hell to feed the devil together? It's a pity that although a car of agent objected loudly, but the fist was just no more than Melinda, so she could only cover her mouth and let Melinda perform all the flight tactics she would play. Li Feng didn't know anything about this. Can cast a law to protect the contents of the RV, so that the RV will not be lost during the rollover. On the ground, Johnny Blazer, who was running wild on a motorcycle, was surprised when he watched the flight touring car coquettishly move. He couldn't help but let go of the car and clap his hands and applaud. This performance is much better than my motorcycle stunts. No wonder so many people like to fly planes. It's so exciting. Fortunately, the portal reduced a lot of flight time. Before Melinda had fun, the small town of San Van Gonzal, which had been abandoned for many years, appeared in front of everyone. Melinda pouted her lips still intently and slowly landed the RV on the ground some distance from the small town of San Van Gonzal. When the RV came to a complete stop, Melinda said with a little excitement, "Austin, I have a chance to drive your RV for a drive." Li Feng's eyes twitched and looked at the empty beer glass in his hand, and then turned to look at the 3 scientific researchers who collapsed on the ground and vomited. "I still want to drive my RV. Next life?" "No, not in the next life. Think you still die of this heart." Rolling his eyes at Melinda, Li Feng said silently, "Come on, now you've got the flight data of the RV. Don't toss my RV." After thinking about it, Li Feng said with his head sideways, "If you can get magic materials, but I can help you rebuild a locomotive that can fly." "Are you sure?" Melinda was overjoyed, then sighed and said, "I know you a magician. Where can I find magic materials? And even if the top magic materials are placed in front of me, I also agree no. Or, if I pay, you buy a locomotive that can fly for me?" Li Feng squinted his eyes and pondered Melinda's words. "Does the joy on your face mean that SHIELD can get magic materials?" "But what did you mean later? Did SHIELD hook up with other magicians? Can you give me a chance?" Behind him, Phil Coulson, who had slowed down, pushed open the caravan door with a bitter expression, interrupting Li Feng's thoughts. Everyone checks the equipment and amulet. The next journey enters the silent mode. "Austin, please fly to the high altitude to investigate. Are there any signs of witches in the town of San Van Gonzal?" "Me?" Li Feng stared at Phil Coulson. His eyes twitched slightly. "The witch heart demon is a little white face, but I didn't say that his mind is filled with white and tender tofu flowers. I have mana fluctuations when I cast a spell." "Yes. Why should the wizard witch pretend not to see me?" Phil Coulson frowned, turned his head to look at Ward and said, "Since there is no way to detect spells, do you bring any detection equipment?" Ward turned around and took out a drone from a box and shook it at Phil Coulson. Phil Coulson smiled and said, "Okay, let's use drones to detect." After that, I don't know if Phil Coulson wants to stimulate Lee Fong or simply want to show off shield equipment. He turned to look at Lee Fong and said, "It seems that sometimes technology is better than magic. At least the drone has no energy fluctuations, and it is not easy for the other party to notice." I don't know if it was stimulated by Phil Coulson's words or what Lee Fong saw. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he pointed to a distant fire towards the small town of San Vangsa and said, "Check the fart. Look at someone and tell you directly." His locomotive broken. After a pause, Lee Fong joked with a smile and said, "You said Johnny Blazer is thinking about killing the Witch Heart Demon, or is he going to use the Witch Heart Demon to slow down?" Melinda on the side held her forehead, shook the Loki mask in her hand, and said, "Perhaps we should take advantage of Johnny Blazer's noise and take the opportunity to rescue Rosie." Phil Coulson glanced helplessly at the ready-to-go Secret Service, shrugged, and said, "Well, most of the previous plans were in vain." "Talk about the plan with the delirious Ghost Rider." "To be honest, Phil Coulson, I admire your brains a lot." Lee Fong twisted his waist as he warmed up to kill Abigail and said, "I said it before. Ghost Rider doesn't have a partner at all because this guy can tell which nerve in his mind goes crazy and will kill the partner first. Now, take my word for it." After the event, Lee Fong did not wait for Phil Coulson to reply, leaving a sentence of, "I'm going to kill Abigail first," then turned into a black mist and quickly flew towards the small town of San Vangunsa. Seeing this, Melinda also wanted to put on the Loki mask and rush to the battlefield as soon as possible in order to vent her violent temper. On the side, Phil Coulson was a little worried that Melinda would not be able to bear the side effects of the mask. He took Melinda's hand and said, "May, before the time, we will try our best to use our own ability to get close to the town of San Van Gonzal." Phil Coulson glanced at the mask in Melinda's hand, hesitation, and said, "If you can still use this thing. Maybe Johnny Blazer and Austin can solve everything." Melinda was silent for a while, then placed the mask on her back and gave Phil Coulson a fake smile, nodding slightly to indicate that she knew it. On the other side, Lee Fong, who had already caught up with Johnny Blazer, put on his cloak of invisibility and followed him silently. He believed that Johnny Blazer's swaying movement was enough to attract the water monster and Abigail. Sure enough, when Johnny Blazer passed by a small pond, Lee Fong had already perceived the light energy fluctuations in the water, and the surrounding wind could perceive the existence of Abigail from time to time. It's just that Lee Fong is a little puzzled. The other party has found Johnny Blazer. Why can't he just track him down and kill him? "I'm not afraid of damaging the scroll of Saint Van Ganza in the battle." After another meeting, Lee Fong squinted his eyes, thinking, since I can detect the other party's mana fluctuations, the other party can also perceive my existence. Perhaps this is also the reason why Abijah, who turned into a wind, never dared to approach me. Thinking of this, Lee Fong immediately flew high, and after making sure that Abigail had not followed him, immediately opened his shoulder bag, released all the 365 Dementors, and ordered, "Wong Kai, can you perceive the soul below?" Wong Kai sniffed the air lightly, nodded and said, "Master, I perceive 4 souls." Lee Fong was stunned, and then reacted. "The little white face Witch Heart Demon has no soul. Can you feel the soul floating around?" Seeing Wong Kai nodded, Lee Fong glanced at Johnny Blazer, who had been dragged into the pond by the water monster, and grinned and said, "The water monster has done it. Descend along Abigail's encirclement, and later I will hide among you, and use your mana fluctuations to cover my mana fluctuations, so that Abigail can't judge my specific seat, and wait for me to lock the opponent in after mirroring the space. We beat him in a group, and his soul is your food." Perceiving the prosperous wealth of Abigail's soul quality and making a lot of money, he nodded excitedly and conveyed Li Feng's orders to every Dementor at a very fast speed, howling and rushing towards the representative of Abigail, the mana fluctuates. In the water monster thought that Ghost Rider had just taken office, and he didn't know how overbearing his hellfire was. He felt that dragging Ghost Rider into the water could also weaken the opponent's strength. But the water demon never expected that Johnny Blazer would soon learn to control the hellfire, complete the transformation directly underwater, and send him back to hell in one round, causing Abby, who wanted to rescue the water demon. Gear was stunned subconsciously. Taking advantage of Abigail's stunned effort, the Dementors quickly completed the encirclement. This also made Li Feng, who had been following Abigail, only thinks this was an opportunity and directly ordered the Dementors to drift past Abigail. By the way, absorb the soul of the other party. Li Feng knew very well that Abigail, who was good at manipulating souls, was born with a strong resistance to Dementor's methods of ingesting souls. But Abigail didn't understand the attack methods of Dementors, so he would surely get hit the first time he faced the Dementors, and what Li Feng wanted was the moment when Abigail was taken aback by the soul. With this moment of time, Li Feng was enough to open the mirror space and take the other party into the mirror space. To say that Johnny Blazer was also unlucky. I don't know if it was because he stood too close to Abigail, or because he killed the water monster in the water, which caused Li Feng to not see him when he was casting the spell. He who was in the water was also locked in the mirror space. This time, 3 people appeared in the mirror space. When Ghost Rider and Abigail reacted, they immediately looked at Li Feng with bad eyes. This is a 2-on-1 posture. I can't beat it. The frizzy Li Feng rubbed his eyebrows and said jokingly, "It's illegal to fight these days, and it hurts feelings. How about we play a few games of fighting the landlords?" Johnny Blazer, who was worried about Rosie's safety, was not happy at the time. The ghost wanted to fight a landlord with a devil, a dark magician, and pointed to Li Feng's nose and cursed, "You will cheat. Ah yeah, you are guilty." Li Feng cast his eyes to Ghost Rider, who was lit by the fire, rolled his eyes to open the portal, and moved the portal to Johnny Blazer, and said, "Yes, I am guilty. I shouldn't be a girl with you. Get out of the bed. You shouldn't let your female ticket be pregnant with my child, let alone name my child Johnny Blazer Lee. The last thing is to beat up Johnny Blazer if there is nothing wrong." Zaylee's a asterisk playing. On the side, Abigail's eyes lit up when he saw Li Feng opening the portal. He knew very well that his strength was as good as Li Feng's, but he was injured in Ghost Rider before, giving less hellfire. Healed. If it's in the real world, he can run even if he can't fight. But in the mirror space, Li Feng not only has a group of Dementors as his helpers, but he doesn't even have a hiding place. The mirror space is so big. Where can he hide? The most important point is that let alone the strong wind in the mirror space, there is not even a slight breeze. His wind spell cannot be enhanced at all, and his strength has been inexplicably suppressed. It can be said that once the portal is closed, even if he and Li Feng desperately, he does not necessarily have much chance of winning. Thinking of this, Abigail felt that he could still be rescued and turned into a wind without thinking, and wanted to pass through the portal with Ghost Rider. Li Feng even used his spare time to observe Ghost Rider. The main line of sight was naturally Abigail, so when Abigail melted the wind, the corner of Li Feng's mouth was disdainful, and as soon as he accelerated the movement of the portal, he faced Abigail. Beagle pointed. Then, Abigail reluctantly slammed into a transparent shield and watched Johnny Blazer leave the mirrored space. Abigail, who wanted to try to survive, showed his human form and said, "Human magician, do I have to work hard for shield? My fate is all my own. Even if you're sure to kill me, what will happen? The items lost during the battle or the injuries suffered are all your own, and these shield will not be reimbursed for you. Do you think I am an agent of SHIELD?" The corners of Li Feng's mouth curled up slightly, and he did not refute the other side's remarks. He turned his head to Abijah and said with a sense of justice, "Shield is a line of defense that is only seen in the normal world and in the treacherous other world. As an upright and kind-hearted person, human beings, I have the obligation and right to send you back to hell. Brother, you're a dark magician, not a priest squalming. Are you saying this to laugh at me?" Abigail twitched his eyes and pointed to Li Feng's right hand and said, "If it weren't for the mana fluctuations in your hand, I would really believe you." While speaking, Abigail not only turned into a wind, but also cleaved a wind blade at Li Feng. Li Feng didn't hide for a while, but smiled and propped up a shield with his left hand, watching the wind blade split in front of his eyes and said, "Where can you hide? My mental power has locked you down. Plus." Speaking of this, Li Feng shot the time stagnation spell in his hand at Abigail. Seeing that the spell missed the opponent, Li Feng pointed at the Dementors flying around the sky indifferently and smiled. "They don't know what exhaustion is." "What do you mean? Plus you will be sucked up some soul fragments every time you fly by them. I believe that after a while I don't have to shoot, and your soul will be completely sucked by my little cuties." At the moment, Abigail didn't think about playing the Dementors, but he didn't know what kind of weird creatures these Dementors were. When you grabbed the opponent's figure with both hands, the opponent let you grab it. Unfortunately, Abijah not only failed to grasp the opponent, but instead caused his hands to be frosted by the opponent's icy halo. If it weren't for Abijah's quick reaction, I'm afraid his whole figure would be frosted, and he would directly appear in human form at that time, and he would not let Li Feng slaughter him. Afterwards, Abigail came up with an energy attack like the wind blade to repel the Dementor. However, the Dementor remained unchanged, facing the wind blade calmly. In Abigail's face, the Dementor let the wind blade pass through his body and leaped towards him with his teeth and claws in the freezing halo. After several tentative attacks, Abigail decisively gave up the idea of killing Dementors. He understood that this group of creatures, like him, belonged to the dark creatures. If there were no light spells, he would simply take this group of creatures. The disgusting Dementor is nothing. The question is, he is a devil. Where can he learn light spells? And even if he wanted to learn it, he wouldn't be able to learn it. Bright spells were already blocked in the skill template. Okay? Definitely, if Li Feng is willing to give him time and let him calm down and study the Dementors, it is not impossible to find a way to kill the Dementors. The question is Li Feng willing to give him time to study? No way. Abigail, who couldn't think of a countermeasure for a while, could only avoid the Dementor's attack and prevent his soul from being absorbed by the opponent. Even when faced with a large group of Dementors chasing and intercepting, Abigail did not dare to stay in place for too long, because he was afraid that the Dementors would absorb his soul, and he was afraid that the spells that Li Feng had prepared would be destroyed. Up him. He could see that the spell Li Feng shot at him was just a ball of water, but it was essentially a time-type spell. The ghost knows the consequences of a time spell. Anyway, death is the most basic consequence. However, as the chance of survival is getting smaller and smaller, Abigail, who knows that he has nowhere to escape, can only drift east to avoid the Dementors, and then fly to the west to avoid the spells in Li Feng's hands. His tone hastily said, "I am willing to recognize you as Lord. I swear by my real name, as long as you don't kill me." Feeling Abigail's voice coming from all directions, Li Feng smiled. Ignoring Abigail's begging for mercy, stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers lightly, and said as he cast a spell, "I gave you a chance before, but you're not good. Cherish. Now you want me to give you a second chance? I'm afraid you didn't wake up. Besides, you were a devil. What is true in what you said?" Feeling that the mirror space was inexplicably reduced by half, Abijah's pupils shrank and subconsciously shouted, "Are you still proficient in space spells?" "I know a lot." Li Feng, who felt like he was winning, patted the shoulder bag and said, "Not only can time and space spells." Li Feng said as he took out the sickle from his shoulder bag and said, "I can still take your soul personally, and my mouth is bigger than the Dementor's small mouth. Maybe I can bite you to death in one bite. Would you like to try it?" At this point, Li Feng's mental power had determined Abigail's position. Li Feng held up the sickle without thinking about it. At the same time, he opened a portal leading to Abigail's back in front of him. Then, the sickle quickly and again accurately swept through the wind that Abigail transformed. Nowadays, let alone touching the blade, even Li Feng, who holds a long stick in his hand, is intermittently sucked by the cat. Now, Abijah is directly slashed by the blade, and the damage he has suffered does not need to be said. Not only made Abigail appear human, but also fell to the ground in a daze. Seeing this, Li Feng's eyes brightened, his eyesight and hands quickly completed the spell, and Abigail was imprisoned in time stagnation. Seeing that Abigail was wrapped in a stream of water, Li Feng panted slightly and threw the sickle into his shoulder bag, and took a sip of immortal spring water from the shoulder bag. No way. He wielded the sickle, but didn't wear the skull mask before, and he held the sickle directly in his hand. Although the cat didn't take much energy in his body, he still suffered a loss. Being a human being, health is the most important thing. Without health, any wife from family property will all leave you. So even if the physical damage is minor, it is better to be treated early. After putting the eternal life spring water back into his shoulder bag, Li Feng stood in front of Abigail with a serious face and extracted all his memories. At the beginning, Abigail was summoned by Li Feng. Although Li Feng did not know whether the other party knew that the technique for resurrecting the corpse was provided a shield, Li Feng is now worried about the secret that the resurrected corpse can exert all the power of the devil. Tell the other devils. If a large number of demons knew the secret of resurrecting corpses, Li Feng felt that he had better run away as soon as possible, because Ancient One was definitely the first person to kill him. Therefore, it is necessary to check Abigail's memory, and he can also find out from the opponent's memory where there are loopholes in the contract signed at the beginning, and can harvest Abigail's spells. After a while, Li Feng, who had checked Abigail's memory, said to Wang Kai, who was already greedy and drooling behind him, said, "Let's have dinner." As soon as the voice fell, Wang Kai, with his bright eyes, was the first to float in front of Abigail with a vicious dog rushing to eat, sucking Abigail's soul fragments into his stomach with big mouths. Don't ask how Li Feng sees that Wang Kai, who is obviously a skull, shines in his eyes. Anyway, Li Feng has seen it. Although Abigail had only one soul and was swallowed by most of the cats, he was of high quality that could not hold others. After a while, Wang Kai touched his stomach and said that he could not eat anymore, and signaled the tribe to start enjoying the big meal. After another while, Li Feng, who opened the eye of the law, made sure that Abigail didn't even have any scum left, and opened the portal contentedly. Returning to the real world, Li Feng squinted towards the town of St. Van Gunsa. Now, in the matter of resurrecting the corpse, apart from Abigail, who has turned into ashes, there is only the witch heart who suspects that Abigail has special abilities in the distance. Devil. Inside the dilapidated town of San Van Ganza, the sorcerer, who was holding Rosie's little hand in one hand, stood in front of a ruined church full of tears of happiness, quietly waiting for the upcoming Johnny Blazer and the upcoming scroll of St. Van Gunza. Especially the latter is the focus of his attention. After all, the scroll of St. Van Gunza was the foundation of a tall building to him. As long as he had this thing, he had the capital to live freely on the earth, and he no longer needed to look at Mephisto's face. Especially when he laid down a place on the earth where he had the final say, and lived the life of the Earth Emperor every day, in which he was dressed to stretch out his hands and eat to open his mouth. When Mephisto came and took him nowhere, just fantasizing it made me feel happy. Therefore, the scroll of St. Van Gunza is related to his future development path, and it cannot be overemphasized. As for the earth is too small, not enough for him to toss. In the end, he has to return to hell to inherit more karma. Stop teasing. After finally running out of hell, the ghost wants to go back to hell and suffer. In hell, the sorcerer seems to be the son of Mephisto, and the future great demon will eventually inherit his father's business to control hell. But what is the actual situation? Don't even look at Mephisto's appearance in the world, that his hair is gray and the wind blows, and he looks like a decay. But the witches know very well that Mephisto is strong, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is just in time. He wanted to survive Mephisto's belch by competing with his lifespan. It was an idiotic dream, and he could not decide who would die first. Anyway, since he was sensible, Mephisto's appearance has not changed. Therefore, the idea of inheriting his father's seat has long been eliminated from his heart. I'm talking about the family business inherited from my father's generation. How can I have a family business that I have laid down? Definitely, if you inherit the family business and build a larger family business with your own hands, it will be even more delicious. In addition, the witch has always suspected that he is Mephisto's cub because he has never heard of his wife's name since he was a child, and he's also not sure what the old woman looks like. A clue to my own wife, even if it is a black and white photo. If Mephisto had the act of hiding things in gold, the witch heart demon could still guess what type of devil his wife was. But Mephisto didn't seem to show much interest in female devil. This makes the witch heart demon curious about his own birth. When I was a child, the witch heart demon remembered that he had asked Mephisto curiously, "Baba, which devil is my old lady?" As a result, I don't know if Mephisto is busy fixing his paws or doesn't want to talk to the witch heart demon. So he just waved his paws and let him play. Later, Mephisto was probably annoyed by the wizard's question and told the wizard directly, "Baby, you were made by the old man's hand." In the beginning, the sorcerer surprised Mephisto as a heavenly being. You must know that creating life is the skill of God. Now, his father has such a skill. You say that cowhide is not cowhide. But as the witch heart demon grows up, the matter of being pinched out about himself, from fur belief to doubt, in the end becomes, "Mephisto, you deserve to be a devil, so even your own son is cheating." If Mephisto creates life in the field, what does God do? Is it a teacher who educates human ideology and morality? Having said that, most of the human beings go to hell after death, or the kind that stays there for thousands of years without leaving. And the speed at which humans give birth is not slow, plus the lifespan of humans is less than 100 years. When the time comes, hell will continue to have humans carrying bags, while Mephisto will pinch a few demons to play with. Regardless of the size of the hell, I am afraid that it will be overcrowded in a few years. Real estate and other things will definitely skyrocket by then, and prices will fly upwards like rockets. Who can afford this responsibility? Therefore, Mephisto would pinch the devil's cliff to be a lie. So the question is, since Mephisto doesn't know how to pinch the devil, how did he come from? Later, Mind Sorcerer was able to figure it out. His birth is likely to be a test product made by Mephisto's technique, and he may return to Mephisto's test bench when he is born. Can't survive Mephisto by longevity, and his own life is in danger at any time, which makes the sorcerer have the idea of leaving the hell to start his own business. Now, after finally escaping from hell, seeing the scroll of Saint Vengunsa have to get his hands again, facing the new chapter of life, the heart of the wizard is not excited with tears in his eyes. After a while, the sorcerer, who was looking forward to the future, found someone approaching him, but the person was not the Johnny Blazer he expected, but a suit and leather suit with a Mediterranean hairstyle on his head. Phil Coulson? To say that Phil Coulson, the shaman, really knows him, in addition to having a relationship with Johnny Blazer's family, but also because Abigail once said about S.H.I.E.L.D., and Phil Coulson is Abigail's boss. Abigail gave an extremely detailed introduction. The witch mind squinted his eyes and looked into the distance, hoping to find Johnny Blazer or his only two subordinates. Unfortunately, except for a few ordinary humans hidden in the dark ruins, there is nothing left. A small monster with a short stature but fluctuating mana. As for his two subordinates, apologized Mooses. Phil Coulson saw what the wizard was thinking, smiled and lied. Johnny Blazer is entangled by the water monster, and the wind demon is helping. As for Lifone, Phil Coulson is not stupid. The witch heart demon has never seen Lifone, and there is a high probability that Lifone is nearby. There is a magician hidden in the dark. Whether it is to rescue hostages or destroy the devil, is a powerful assassin. The witch heart demon grinned and cursed in his heart. Two wastes, a ghost rider that just took office can't be eliminated as soon as possible. However, Mr. Agent, it seems that you know something on the surface. The witch heart demon thought for a while and let Phil Coulson see his mouth full of fangs. On the surface, he was a legendary devil. He smiled and said, "Water demon and wind demon, it looks like you know this subordinate is the devil." After a pause, the witch heart demon pushed Rosie to her back and pinched Rosie's neck, looked at Phil Coulson curiously, and asked, "Since I know I am a devil, what is it? Will you dare to walk in front of me? Are you afraid that I will kill you? Or think you have the ability to save this lady in my hand as a mortal?" Phil Coulson shrugged and said that he did have the intention to save people, and he had nothing to refute. only when he saw Rosie, who was choked out of breath. Phil Coulson pointed to Rosie and said, "Mr. Witch, can you make your hands less vigorous? You are about to choke Rosie to death." "What's wrong with her? Johnny Blazer won't give you the scroll of St. Venganza." The witch heart demon probe glanced at Rosie, who rolled her eyes because of hypoxia. Humans are really weak enough. To be honest, before getting the scroll of St. Venganza, the witch heart demon really didn't dare to kill Rosie easily. The ghost knew that Ghost Rider would go mad and smash him to the end. During the startup period, it is definitely good to be quiet and stable. If there is a Ghost Rider that works against him all day, it will be annoying. Therefore, after hearing Phil Coulson's words, the wizard subconsciously relaxed the strength in his hand. Phil Coulson saw that the other party was still pinching Rosie with his hands. Although there was no expression on his face, he was somewhat disappointed in his heart, because this was not in line with the plan to rescue the hostages. The witch heart demon is also the prince among the devil, who knows how powerful this stuff is. As far as the fragile neck of a human being is concerned, perhaps the other party can be choked to death with a light effort. Phil Coulson and the gang want to save people, not to kill Rosie. So before the hand of the witch heart demon leaves Rosie's neck, Phil Coulson dare not let creature force Rosie away from the body of the witch heart demon. Besides, Phil Coulson thought for a while praying in his heart that the amulet given by Li Feng could indeed withstand the attack of the devil. He walked carefully towards the Heart Witch and said, "Mr. Heart Witch, I don't know what you plan to come to Earth, or say when are you going to return to hell." "Back to hell." The witch heart demon pretended to be surprised and said with a grin, "Why should I go back to hell? Isn't it good for humans to eat and drink and serve me? Or is it that the legends you hear are all demons? Want to go back to hell? Tell me a few names so that I can see." Phil Coulson tilted his head to pretend to be thinking and asked tentatively, "Holy Place Magician told me that they won't stay on the earth like you." Phil Coulson's words made the wizard's face stiff. Although he hadn't seen Ancient One and Comatage were in hell. How many heroes and demons have tried their best to climb to the earth before they have come to breathe a few breaths of fresh air? When someone called Ancient One is here, they were scared and crawled back to hell, saying it was from Ancient One. To the devil, the title means that children dare not cry at night. It is not excessive at all. Now, I inexplicably heard Phil Coulson talk about Taj Kama and wondered if Phil Coulson was related to Ancient One. He bit his big, jagged teeth, forcibly suppressed the panic in his heart, and asked, "What's the relationship between you and Ancient One?" After a pause, the Wizard of Hearts squinted his eyes and said, "No, you are just a mortal. How could it be related to Magician? Ancient One? Is it the leader of Holy Place Magician? This is a windfall." Phil Coulson shrugged and looked like the big backer behind me is Ancient One, and said in a relaxed tone, "Holy Place Magician is a force that protects the earth, and our shield is also a force that protects the earth, so the earth has encountered some minor troubles. At times, Ancient One is usually left to us to solve, just like now." The wizard heard that the accusation of Phil Coulson's words was just a small trouble, which made him very upset and felt that his self-esteem was severely hurt. Before the witch's retort, Phil Coulson saw that the other party was a little excited. After thinking about it, he deliberately stimulated, "Yes, just like yours, you are just a small trouble in the eyes of Ancient One. After all, we have Johnny Blazer." Before Phil Coulson's words fell, the witch heart demon had been furious with the angry three corpses. If it weren't for Rosie's use, he really wanted to choke Rosie and choke Phil Coulson's neck. But now, looking at Phil Coulson, who was only a few steps away from him, the witch heart demon didn't want to throw Rosie away and strode towards Phil Coulson. He wanted Phil Coulson to pay for what he had said before. Just as the evil spirit of Witch Heart was thrown off Rosie, Phil Coulson's eyes lit up and he shouted, "Creature." After shouting, Phil Coulson didn't want to run away with his back to Melinda and the others. He wanted to draw the witch heart away and prevent Melinda and others from facing the witch heart's posture. Creature in the distance heard Phil Coulson Roar's call and immediately teleported to Roar's side, grabbed Rosie, and instantly returned to Melinda's side. At the moment, The little white face that realized that I was fooled by the evil spirits couldn't hold it, and he snarled at Phil Coulson with an ugly big mouth. Especially the hostage threatening Ghost Rider is gone. Then get a card. Montage has contact with the hostages to play. In the team rescuing the hostages, apart from Melinda, who was a female, there were either 5 big and 3 rough men who only knew how to fight and kill, or were weak enough to be unable to carry a sword and could not pick scientific researchers who could only play with instruments. It can be said that there is no one in the team. Know how to comfort Rosie, who has just escaped from the devil. You must know that this is a close contact with the devil, and the ghost knows what problems Rosie will have in her heart. Originally, the taller one was short, and Melinda was a woman. It was the best person to comfort Rosie, but now that Phil Coulson is about to fall into the hands of the sorcerer, how can Melinda comfort others? Anxious, just want to beat people is almost the same, especially when I saw the wizard chasing after Phil Coulson and throwing Phil Coulson a few meters away like a chicken. Melinda, who was worried about Phil Coulson's safety, didn't care if Phil Coulson and the witch heart demon were too close, would cause the special service team to shoot and injure Phil Coulson, and directly ordered, shoot. When she thinks about it, being shot to death is better than being beaten to death by the witch heart demon as a sandbag. At the same time, Melinda put on the Loki mask without thinking about it. Although Phil Coulson warned Melinda that masks can only be used in critical situations, now Phil Coulson is almost belching. The situation is crisis enough. It's too late to say. Then, Melinda, wearing the mask, involuntarily turned around a few times and turned into a green lightning bolt between the Heart Wizard and Phil Coulson. Her eyes were not good while guarding the Heart Wizard. Asked, "Are you okay?" Phil Coulson rubbed his waist while looking at Melinda, who was wearing a weird leather jacket with a green head, coughed a few times and said, "It's okay." When the witch mind approached me, the amulet formed the shield. Although it was smashed by the witch heart demon in an instant, it still works a little bit, but Phil Coulson took out a broken amulet from his pocket and said bitterly, "I'm afraid this amulet is not anymore." Melinda nodded. "It's okay if people are fine." After that, Melinda rubbed her fists and pointed her chin in the direction of the team and signaled Phil Coulson to leave quickly. It was time for her to vent her violence. Phil Coulson glanced at the sorcerer, stumbling towards the team, and whispered, "Be careful." Opposite Melinda, the heart sorcerer was a little surprised at the woman who appeared inexplicably in front of him, because he perceives a trace of supernatural power from the opponent. This made the wizard, which a little puzzled. He hadn't seen any gods before, but his divine power was so weak, it was really the first time he saw him. However, he is not much better. First of all, the devil from hell will be suppressed by law for most of his strength, and he is naturally no exception. Secondly, the scroll of St. Vanganza hasn't been obtained yet, and his strength hasn't been improved at all. Therefore, the power that the witch heart can wield is really limited. But I haven't played. Who knows who is better? The wizard squinted his eyes and asked, "Who are you?" Melinda was angry at first, especially when she thought that she almost watched Phil Coulson die in front of her. She was very angry, and her stomach was almost exploded. With the addition of the mask amplifying her depressed heart, she now doesn't want to talk to the witch heart demon at all, just want to talk with her fist. Therefore, facing the witch heart demon who just killed and didn't need to bury, Melinda didn't bother to take care of the other party. She slammed on the ground with her right foot and stepped on the ground with huge amounts of cracks. With the counterforce of the earth, the whole person was like a cannonball. Generally rush to the witch heart demon. Although the heart sorcerer was guarded against Melinda, Melinda's skill is also one of the best among humans. After wearing the mask, both the power and the speed of reaction are beyond the category that humans should have. After a few moves, Melinda took advantage of the mind witch's carelessness and directly hit the opponent with a heavy punch to a distance of 10 meters away. If it's an ordinary human being, it's time to go to the emergency room if it is beaten 5 meters away. But Melinda knows very well that, regardless of the witch's heart flying 10 meters away, it is estimated that the other party will be slightly injured or not, the kind that affects the battle. Melinda turned her head and thought for a moment. She felt that her fist was too small, and she was a little uncomfortable when she beat the witch inner demon. She instinctively put her thumbs in her mouth and took a deep breath in her thumbs. In the distance, Heart Witch Demon didn't seem to be injured. On the contrary, he felt distressed by his clothes and flicked the dust. He smiled and said, "You think your fist is for inflatable play? Holding grass?" Before Heart Witch had finished speaking, he suddenly stared wide-eyed and watched Melinda's slender palms instantly swell into the palms of the Pooh fan file size. The corner of Waximo's mouth twitched and said to himself, "Is it really inflatable?" As soon as Heart Witch's words fell, Melinda clenched her head file-size fists in surprise and bumped her two fists into each other in doubt to see if such huge amounts of fists were not useful. When she heard the metal sound when the fists collided, Melinda seemed to hear a pair of fists saying to her, "Yes, I am an iron fist. I promise to make you happy when you hit the devil." The corners of the witch Heart Demon's mouth, who also heard the metal collision, twitched, and Melinda looked like herself again with a grinning face. Poor Heart Sorcerer, if she only compares strength, she might be able to make gestures with Melinda, but now that Melinda uses the technique of crushing him directly with a pair of fists like a pair of diamonds, the sorcerer just wants to cry. Is this the earth in particular? It's too fake. After a while, Melinda once again found the right opportunity and hit the Heart Witch's forehead with a punch, directly hitting the heart, which felt that her brain was flying away, and it buzzed as if the brain was filled with bees. Seeing the witch Heart Mephisto was in a trance, Melinda would not be polite and directly opened the palm of the PU fan file size, grabbing the hand of the witch Heart Devil with both hands, and then pulled hard to both sides, performing the scene of tearing the devil in public. However, the witch Heart Demon is not afraid of being dismembered at all. He has the name of a devil prince at all. Losing his arms is nothing. Even if he is blown to powder, he can recover. The Heart Sorcerer who had lost his arm took the opportunity to step back, grinning at Melinda as if the perception was not painful, and said, "It looks like you can't kill me." As he spoke, the Heart Sorcerer seemed to think of something and looked at it. In the distance, Phil Coulson and others said, "It seems that Phil Coulson is the person you value. If I detain him, will you perform a shredded Ghost Rider in front of me?" While the Heart Witch was speaking, the arm still in Melinda's hand had turned into black mist and returned to the side of the Heart Witch, turning into arms again. Melinda frowned, took out a black balloon from his pocket, and without blowing a few mouthfuls, a black balloon hammer marked 1000T appeared in Melinda's hand. The witch Heart Demon is very puzzled. What kind of magic is this? Obviously, it looked like a balloon, but his sixth sense and 10th sense told him that it was really a 1000T hammer, or the kind that could blow him up with a single hammer. And the next scene also proved that his premonition did not deceive him. I saw the hammer lightly in Melinda's hand, as if it were really a balloon. When Melinda put the hammer on the ground, and spit in the palm of her palm increased. During the friction, the witch Heart Demon's eyelids twitched slightly to watch the ground cracked by the hammer. Then, the violent woman with a green head once again rushed towards him with a file-sized fist holding a 1000T hammer. Soon, Melinda was beaten on the ground by Melinda again, and the 1000T hammer naturally became a treasure to suppress him, like a stone slab in the broken boulder on his chest, placed on his chest. Now, the witch Heart Demon can't move even if he wants to. You say it's unlucky. In the distance, Phil Coulson and others were using a video recorder to record Melinda, who put on a mask to vent his emotions. When they saw the Heart Witch being tossed by Melinda like a tortoise, they burst into cold sweats, thinking, "This how did the lady find her husband?" The most important thing is that her husband is not lying in the coffin yet. Miracle. Facing such a brutal picture, Phil Coulson just wants to ask, "May, for the sake of years of friendship, tell me, do you have any resentment against me? I promise to change." When Phil Coulson was still wondering if he had offended Melinda, he suddenly stared at his raised eyes and watched Melinda pull out a cross sword from his trouser pocket, inserting it without thinking about it. The chest of the demon. It's a pity that the witch Heart Demon still sneered at Melinda, like a okay person with his heart pierced. Melinda held a poker face, took a serious look at the witch, and took out a 2-meter-long chainsaw from his trouser pocket. And while dissecting the witch, she shouted at Phil Coulson. Take a few. Just seal the box, put his body in the box separately, and take it to Phil to see. Before Phil Coulson took out the sealed box, a black mist suddenly stopped beside him, scared him to take aim. When Phil Coulson saw the black mist on his lower body and Li Feng's head on his upper body, Phil Coulson rolled his eyes and put down his pistol and said, "Mr. caused me a heart attack." The airtight box is useless for the witch heart demon. Li Feng didn't bother to talk to Phil Coulson and asked after looking at Dongfeng, "How much time is left before the sun rises?" Phil Coulson glanced at his watch, frowned, and said, "Just now, the effectiveness of the mask will fail at any time. Melinda is in danger." As soon as Phil Coulson's voice fell, the red sun shyly showed a corner from the east as the sound of locomotives rang in his ears. Apparently, Johnny Blazer and Son arrived at the scene at the same time. When Li Feng handed the mask to Phil Coulson, he clearly stated that the mask could not be used during the day, but Phil Coulson remembered it clearly. Now, watching the sun is about to appear, and Melinda, who is playing vigorously in the distance, obviously forgot this. This made Phil Coulson a little worried, and said to Li Feng in a hurry, "Quick, let Melinda leave Wuxin Demon. Her time is running out." What Melinda said is also my future beloved future. If I am beaten to death by the witch heart demon, this serious loss will make me ask someone to go. Therefore, when Phil Coulson reminded, Li Feng had already opened a portal, grabbed Melinda, and dragged it back. Melinda was obviously playing happily. She was a little bit upset when she was disturbed. She lifted the chainsaw and struck Li Feng's shield without seeing it. Frightened, Li Feng hurriedly floated into the air and couldn't help cursing. "You are a mad girl. Don't think I don't know you are on purpose." Wearing a mask only amplifies the depressed emotions in your heart, but it won't make you disrespectful. While speaking, Li Feng squinted at Melinda, who was slightly scarlet in his eyes, and said inwardly, holding the grass, "How violent is this lady in her heart? Her eyes are red." Phil Coulson said that he didn't know what the heart demon was, but he clearly remembered that Li Feng mentioned that there is a certain chance that this would happen when using noodles. Now, Melinda doesn't look like a normal person. This makes Phil Coulson subconsciously think that Melinda has developed an inner demon, and cautiously cried out, "May, stop, I'm Phil Coulson." Melinda glanced at Li Feng, who was floating in the air, and knew that she had taken the other party, and turned to look at Phil Coulson. At the same time, she blinked her right eye vaguely. Phil Coulson was taken aback, and instantly understood that Melinda was not crazy, but deliberately pretended to be crazy, and wanted to take the opportunity to test how strong Li Feng's shield was. Unfortunately, the great opportunity for testing was destroyed by him. Phil Coulson smiled and asked curiously, "May, the act of taking out the sword from the trouser pocket can still be understood as the sword has a retractable function, but a 2-meter-long chainsaw? How did you hide it in the trouser pocket? This thing is much bigger than your tiny legs." Melinda shook her head blankly and looked at the squeaking chainsaw in her hand and said, "I don't know where it came from, but instinctively told me that there is something I need in my pocket." After a pause, Melinda tilted her head. After thinking for a while, he said, "It's like I have a feeling in my heart I will have whatever pockets I want." Phil Coulson glanced at Melinda's trouser pocket and asked with a little surprise on his face, "I want pizza. Can you take out a copy?" Dreaming, Li Feng, who floated to Melinda at some point, rolled his eyes and explained to Phil Coulson, "Yegod is only a master of shape-shifting, but even if Yegod takes his own hands, he won't be able to create skills out of nothing, not to mention. This is just a mask? Do you really think Melinda imagined the chainsaw out of nowhere?" As soon as Li Feng's words fell, a beam of sunlight hit the chainsaw in Melinda's hands. The chainsaw shrank as if melting, and finally turned into a key that Melinda was familiar with. At the same time, the sun's rays also meant that it was time for Melinda's transformation, which caused the green on her head to shrink at the same time, returning to a mask and falling into Melinda's hands. Melinda touched the mask, raised the key in her hand, and said, "You mean the chainsaw was actually made by me with the key? What can I want if I wear a mask? Why am I still in the dangerous Marvel world?" Just put on the mask and open the door to go home. Doesn't he smell good for his wife and children? Li Feng shrugged, and while looking at Johnny Blazer, who was confronting the witch heart demon, he said absently, "Otherwise?" Phil Coulson nodded slightly, saying that he knew it. At the same time, he was glad that the mask was not as powerful as he thought. He knows how unreliable Li Feng is. In case Li Feng gets bored someday and makes a golden mountain for fun, those who play finance have to line up and jump in the Empire State Building. Phil Coulson walked to Li Feng's side, looked at the confronting two men, and asked, "Aren't you going to help? How can I help?" Li Feng glanced at the sun, and then at Johnny Blazer, who wanted to transform but couldn't change in the sun and could only blush, and said, "This product is just this is a burden that prevents me from beating the witch heart demon. If this guy hides in the shade of a tree, he will transform, but maybe he will deal with me first." Li Feng spread his hands and smiled. "Anyway, Johnny Blazer can't die anyway. It's good to watch the show here. Moreover, the performance of the two boxers who fist to the flesh but can't beat them to death is much more exciting than watching a boxing match." Pity. Phil Coulson glanced at Li Feng speechlessly and asked, "What a pity. There is no popcorn or beer." Li Feng glanced at Phil Coulson in surprise, as if he was asking, "Do you ask all these questions?" The look in Li Feng's eyes made Phil Coulson's forehead a beating well. "When is this? Are you still talking cold words here? Are you going to help?" Li Feng scratched his eyebrows, turned his head, and glanced at Phil Coulson, who seemed to have broken his teeth, and said, "My plan is to face the sorcerer alone. To be honest, you asked me to help Johnny Blazer. Question, but let me work with Ghost Rider. I have no problem, but Ghost Rider will not control itself." Before Li Feng had finished speaking, Rosie stood up and said, "I can let Johnny control those knights as long as I'm by Johnny's side." In the movie, Li Feng remembers that Rosie used a gun to bombard the witch heart demon when she knew that the witch heart demon was a devil. Now that Lord Rosie knows how to offer to help, Li Feng gave Rosie some amulet after thinking about it, took out the skull mask and sickle from his shoulder bag, grabbed Rosie, and flew to Johnny Blazer and said, "Madam, although the bodyguard can protect you, it is not a panacea, so I will try my best to stay away from the battlefield." While speaking, Li Feng was already close to the wizard and Johnny Blazer. While putting on the skull mask, Li Feng pointed to the abandoned holy sea behind the witch heart demon and said, "Johnny Blazer, drag the witch heart demon into the holy sea. There is no sunlight. You can become a ghost rider." Then Li Feng pointed out again. Pointing to Rosie, she said, "Being a ghost rider, don't attack me. Your mother-in-law can watch you nearby." Johnny Blazer turned to look at Rosie. After making sure that Rosie was not injured, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, "How do you get the witch's heart demon into the church?" Li Feng and Johnny Blazer did not avoid the evil spirits, which made the evil spirits feel that their IQ had been insulted. "I only entered the church when I was sick and let you two fight one." In fact, the sorcerer had already retired when Li Feng pulled Melinda away. First of all, the wizard does not know that Melinda's transformation mask can only be used at night. He only knows that Mephisto, who beat him by the green-headed violent girl, doesn't recognize him anymore. Secondly, the portal opened by Li Feng was Kamatage's iconic spell. He knew this stuff, which made him subconsciously think it was Kamatage's magician to deal with it. As for why it is Li Feng, the magician, who hasn't heard Phil Coulson say before, Master Ancient One thinks he is a small trouble, and he is too lazy to do it. Definitely, Heart, which is very lucky that Ancient One only treats him as a small trouble. If Ancient One thinks that he is making trouble and do it himself, maybe he is not thinking about how to run, but thinking about the posture to kneel down and worship. In the end, the witch had no idea about Creature. The ghost knew what Creature had strange capabilities at first sight. A violent woman, a magician, a little monster, and a ghost rider who can transform into a shadow from the sun. But doesn't it seem like I'm inferior when I just leave? Even if it's running, I have to trouble Kamatage's magician. Thinking of this, the witch heart demon glanced at the eastern sun and threatened with a smile. "Little Johnny, you can figure out clearly. I am the devil. Even if you kill me, you will only send me to hell. There will always be one day. I will crawl out of hell to find your beauty in trouble. While talking, the witch heart demon grinned at Rosie, turned to Johnny Blazer, and continued, "But as long as you give me the scroll of Saint Van Gunna and hold this magician, I promise not to trouble you in the future." "Let me fight, Ghost Rider. Do you want definitely too much of this divorce?" "It's a pity." Li Feng, who understood what the witch heart demon was thinking, curled his mouth and took out a dark gourd from his shoulder bag, said, "It's a pity that the scroll of Saint Van Gunsa is here with me." After speaking, Li Feng opened the gourd plug and let the witch heart demon vaguely perceive the resentful spirit in the gourd. He waved his hand and threw the gourd into the church. He smiled and asked, "Now, Mr. Balian, you are entering the church to take away the handy benefits. Fortunately, I am ready to come to ask for benefits next time." After a pause, Li Feng pretended to think of something suddenly and said, "I forgot to remind you. Next time I see me, the gourd must be empty." The corner of Wuxima's eyes twitched. So how to choose? Without the evil spirits in the gourd, it is equivalent to losing the foundation, and sooner or later will be killed by Ghost Rider. Immediately, the witch heart demon stared at Li Feng viciously and rushed to the Holy See at a speed of 100 meters. "Ma Dan, grab the gourd and run away. Wait for Lao Tzu's strength to greatly increase before returning to revenge." "I knew it would be like this." Li Feng shrugged, carrying a sickle and saying, "Start work," to Johnny Blazer, releasing a sky full of Dementors, allowing the Dementors to surround the Holy See and then fly into the Holy See. Johnny Blazer cast his eyes on the Dementor and looked at Li Feng's back in wonder. He remembered that Li Feng once said that the scroll of Saint Van Gunsa had been destroyed. So what is in the gourd that can make the witch heart demon, knowing that it is a trap, has chosen to run into the Holy See? But right now is not the time to answer the question, so I should solve the witch heart demon first. As for the witch heart demon, he will crawl out of hell in the future. Don't make trouble. The task of capturing the witch heart demon was issued by Mephisto. It is estimated that when Rosie is dead, the wizard will still squat in hell and be asked by Mephisto. As the first person to rush into the church, the witch heart demon, besides him, is eligible to get the pitch black gourd. It was just that when the witch heart demon put the gourd mouth into his mouth with joy, the original joy suddenly froze on his face. "I was fooled. There are only 5 souls, or the weak cannot be in the weak, resentful spirit." In fact, it was enough for Li Feng to feel distress for a few seconds for the soul, witch demon, to devour 5 wraith spirits. Most of his wraith spirits were sent to SHIELD and possessed agents of various classes. The resentful spirits in the pitch black gourd are already his only 5 remaining. If it weren't for these 5 resentful spirits, they're too weak and have no cultivation value. How could a stingy person like Li Feng be devoured by the wizard? This is a ration for the Dementors. Just as the evil spirit smashed the black gourd to the ground, Li Feng, who wore a skull mask and broke into the church, quickly hooked his fingers to the gourd. This was a prop he used to preserve the wraiths, in case he was thrown by the evil spirits. Broken, he has to collect materials to rebuild. Moreover, he recently spent money to eliminate disasters, leaving most of the materials in the world of ghosts in disguise, and there is no material to build a gourd. So for Li Feng, who is now impoverished, this dark gourd is precious. When the gourd floated in his hand, Li Feng breathed a sigh of relief and put the gourd into his shoulder bag, jokingly said, "Little white face, I am generous enough. I will give you 5 grieving spirits for nothing." After that, Li Feng turned his head and said to Johnny Blazer, who had just walked into the church, "Before, there was no soul in the body, so your eye of judgment had no effect on him, but now the resentful spirit will be possessed. As long as we wait for the resentful spirit to finish possessing, there will be a soul in the body of this little white face, and you will be able to judge the other party in whatever position you want." Li Feng's words made the Wuxin demon's face stiffened and said it was worse. Johnny Blazer, who also made it impossible for the sun to shine, immediately covered his face in pain and madly to complete his transformation, assuming that he was about to send the heart wizard to hell now. Li Feng scratched his eyebrows and while backing a few steps, he prepared the time stagnation spell, as if I was helping not to grab the head with you. To say that the witch heart demon is pitiful today. He was beaten by Melinda before and almost couldn't find Bay. He still wanted revenge and didn't know who to find revenge. Now, because of the greed and cheapness of it back, it has devoured 5 weak and small resentful spirits, and it has properly become a major dish of Ghost Rider. If only he and Ghost Rider were on the scene, it wouldn't be a big deal. It's not a big deal to stare at Ghost Rider. After all, Johnny Blazer's mastery of Ghost Rider skills is worrying. If he can't run, he doesn't believe that Ghost Rider can catch up with him in broad daylight. However, there are 3 people on the scene, especially the auxiliary magician in the distance, which is so disgusting. A ball of water that didn't know the effect of his hand was smeared on his face from time to time, which made him want to concentrate on fighting Ghost Rider and couldn't do it. Several times, Ghost Rider was able to extinguish the hellfire and restore its human form, all of which were forcibly interrupted by the opponent's spell. There are also the skeleton monsters surrounding the church. You don't need to ask to know that this thing is a disgusting subordinate of magician. These subordinates insisted that he had a soul, and he was ingested as soon as he ran to the door, which directly caused him to be dizzy. As a result, Ghost Rider dragged him back to the church with a chain, and these subordinates are immune to most of his attacks. Do you think such subordinates are disgusting? However, it was also because of these creatures that were known to belong to the evil camp at a glance, so that the witch heart demon understood that the opponent was not Kamatage's magician at all. But in the same way, the evil understands evil, but he knows that most evil magician knows how to torture people, just like himself, only you can't think that there is no way he can't. Now, seeing that he has nowhere to go, the sorcerer can't help but give birth to the idea of letting Ghost Rider put himself on trial. After all, being tried is just being sent back to hell, and as long as he is careful enough, maybe nothing will happen to Mephisto, so that he can continue to live his life as a prince. What are the consequences of being captured by a magician, or a magician who is biased towards the dark? As a witch heart demon who has not suffered much since he was a child, and has grown up all the way, his imagination alone is enough for him to shudder. Thinking of this, the witch heart demon sighed inwardly, confronted Ghost Rider bravely, and roared, "Come on, you come to judge me." To be honest, the wizard, which was uncharacteristically, suddenly showing a fierce and life-threatening posture that made Ghost Rider stunned. What's the situation? Is it time for the child to take medicine? The problem is that I have no medicine. On the side, Li Feng guessed at least what witch heart demon was hitting. He curled his lips in disdain, and then quietly raised a fierce fire in his palm. When Li Feng was watching the movie, he remembered that after being tried by Ghost Rider, Li Feng used Mephisto's appearance to attract Ghost Rider's attention, and finally turned into a black mist and went back to hell. Now, Li Feng doesn't want the witch heart demon to return to hell. Therefore, when the heart sorcerer who wanted to return to hell was caught by Ghost Rider and was about to enter the trial stage, Li Feng, who had found the opportunity, immediately blasted the fire on the heart sorcerer. It's just that during the throwing of Li Hua, I don't know if Li Feng forgot Li Hua's characteristics or did it deliberately. After Li Hua exploded on the witch heart demon, many small flames jumped on a Ghost Rider. In the beginning, the wizard and Ghost Rider faced fierce fire, and no one paid any attention. Ghost Rider himself is the ancestor of playing with fire, and he is still playing with hellfire. The small flames displayed by a human magician are not in his eyes at all. The same is true for Heart Witch. He can resist hellfire for a period of time, but is he afraid of an inexplicable flame? Having said that, his house is in hell, and there are many flames at the door. Maybe he will jump into the flames to disinfect him one day when he feels itchy all over his body and kill the fleas and lice on his body. Want to burn him to death? What a joke. It's a pity that the two masters didn't expect that Li Hua, besides burning the body and soul like hellfire, also has strong stickiness, and it won't be destroyed no matter how you blow it after being touched. When Ghost Rider finished the trial and wanted to change back to Johnny Blazer, he found that he was in great trouble. In a human form, he can feel pain, and the taste of being burned in a fire is not something ordinary people can bear. No way. Johnny Blazer, who felt like he was about to be cooked, immediately turned back in a Ghost Rider to suppress the fire and shouted, "Damn magician, don't put the fire out yet." Li Feng shrugged innocently, waved his hand at Ghost Rider to retract Li Hua, and collected some hellfire from Johnny Blazer. The reason for collecting hellfire is very simple. Li Feng just wanted to see, what is the difference between the hellfire between Johnny Blazer and Carter Schrey? At the moment when Li Hua was taken back, Ghost Rider could no longer hold the brighter and brighter sunlight. After looking at Li Feng thoughtfully, he breathed heavily and handed the control of his body to Johnny Blazer. As for Li Feng, directly ignoring Johnny Blazer, who was panting, and while recruiting the Dementor, he walked to the Witch Heart demon who was still being burned with fierce fire. After opening the mirror space, Li Feng unambiguously pierced the sickle into the opponent's chest, watched the body of the sorcerer being swallowed by the cat, and smiled. "I'm different from Johnny Blazer. I killed the devil." It refers to the kind that completely kills the devil, so I know what it is like that the devil really disappears. Li Feng's words moved the eyelids of the Heart Sorcerer, but under the cat's gulps and fierce fire, the Heart Sorcerer could only move his eyelids and could not concentrate on returning to hell. Seeing this, Li Feng squatted halfway in front of Wu Exen Demon, grinning and said, "Now you are in the mirror space, and you have long been disconnected from the hell. You should stop returning to the hell as soon as possible." While the Heart Demon was enjoying the duo fight between Li Feng and Johnny Blazer, Phil Coulson saw Rosie outside the church looking at the church with an anxious look, and for a while, he seemed to be in singles. It's like ice and snow, and needs to be warmed by rubbing hands and stomping feet. Such obvious abnormal behavior caused Phil Coulson to frown. After watching carefully for a while, he said to the three researchers, "What do you think of the sudden freezing of frost near the church?" Before the three scientific researchers standing in front of the instrument could say anything, Creature said timidly, "Mr. Phil Coulson, it was caused by the boss's Dementors. They are inherently invisible and have a frost halo." "Dementor?" Phil Coulson asked wonderingly, "What is that?" Creature thought about it for a while, recalling that Li Feng didn't seem to care if anyone knew about the existence of Dementors, and said, "That is the boss's legion. No one can find them except those with energy in the body." Speaking of this, Creature suddenly remembered something and said, "Before, Mr. Stark could see the Dementor when he had a reactor on his body, but now Mr. Stark took out the reactor. He should not see the Dementor anymore." Phil Coulson doesn't care if Stark can see the Dementors or not. His current concentration is all in Creature's introduction of the Dementors using the word Legion. Does this mean that Li Feng is not only the master and servant in the information? Two people, but magicians holding the army? On the side, Melinda seemed to think of something and walked to Phil Coulson and whispered, "The mummy hates it. Yes, Austin will resurrect the spell." At this time, Phil Coulson had to suspect that Li Feng had more hidden subordinates in his hands. It was not only Phil Coulson and Melinda who heard Creature introduce the Dementors, but also the researchers who collected and detected energy. The three scientific researchers hurriedly performed operations on the instrument after a glance at each other. After a while, one of them walked up and looked at Phil Coulson and said, "We rely on the Dementor's innate ability to freeze nearby frost and detect the vicinity of the church. There are more than 300 moving low-temperature spots in the air." Then, the man stared at the detection screen in a puzzled manner and said wonderingly, "Why is it suddenly reduced? No, the energy source has completely disappeared." Creature was stunned and said with joy, "The boss took the Dementor back with the sickle." Creature blinked his eyes and looked at Phil Coulson and asked, "Mr. Phil Coulson, this doesn't mean that the boss's battle is over." "Ended." Phil Coulson glanced at Melinda, nodded slightly to Creature in affirmation, turned his head, and ordered the special service team, "Check the weapons. Let's get closer to the church." The same is true for Heartwitch. He can resist hellfire for a period of time, but is he afraid of an inexplicable flame? Having said that, his house is in hell, and there are many flames at the door. Maybe he will jump into the flames to disinfect him one day when he feels itchy all over his body and kill the fleas and lice on his body. Want to burn him to death? What a joke. It's a pity that the two masters didn't expect that Li Hua, besides burning the body and soul like hellfire, also has strong stickiness, and it won't be destroyed no matter how you blow it after being touched. When Ghost Rider finished the trial and wanted to change back to Johnny Blazer, he found that he was in great trouble. In a human form, he can feel pain, and the taste of being burned in a fire is not something ordinary people can bear. No way. Johnny Blazer, who felt like he was about to be cooked, immediately turned back into Ghost Rider to suppress the fire and shouted, "Damn magician, don't put the fire out yet." Li Feng shrugged innocently, waved his hand at Ghost Rider to retract Li Hua, and collected some hellfire from Johnny Blazer. The reason for collecting hellfire is very simple. Li Feng just wanted to see, what is the difference between the hellfire between Johnny Blazer and Carter Schrey? At the moment when Li Hua was taken back, Ghost Rider could no longer hold the brighter and brighter sunlight. After looking at Li Feng thoughtfully, he breathed heavily and handed the control of his body to Johnny Blazer. As for Li Feng, directly ignoring Johnny Blazer, who was panting, and while recruiting the Dementor, he walked to the witch heart demon who was still being burned with fierce fire. After opening the mirror space, Li Feng unambiguously pierced the sickle into the opponent's chest, watched the body of the sorcerer being swallowed by the cat, and smiled. "I'm different from Johnny Blazer. I killed the devil." It refers to the kind that completely kills the devil, so I know what it is like that the devil really disappears. Li Feng's words moved the eyelids of the heart sorcerer, but under the cat's gulps and fierce fire, the heart sorcerer could only move his eyelids and could not concentrate on returning to hell. Seeing this, Li Feng squatted halfway in front of Wu Exen Demon, grinning, and said, "Now you are in the mirror space, and you have long been disconnected from the hell. You should stop returning to the hell as soon as possible." While the Heart Demon was enjoying the duo fight between Li Feng and Johnny Blazer, Phil Coulson saw Rosie outside the church looking at the church with an anxious look, and for a while, he seemed to be in singles. It's like ice and snow, and needs to be warmed by rubbing hands and stomping feet. Such obvious abnormal behavior caused Phil Coulson to frown. After watching carefully for a while, he said to the three researchers, "What do you think of the sudden freezing of frost near the church?" Before the three scientific researchers standing in front of the instrument could say anything, Creature said timidly, "Mr. Phil Coulson, it was caused by the boss's Dementors. They are inherently invisible and have a frost halo." "Dementor?" Phil Coulson asked wonderingly, "What is that?" Creature thought about it for a while, recalling that Li Feng didn't seem to care if anyone knew about the existence of Dementors, and said, "That is the boss's legion. No one can find them except those with energy in the body." Speaking of this, Creature suddenly remembered something and said, "Before, Mr. Stark could see the Dementor when he had a reactor on his body, but now Mr. Stark took out the reactor. He should not see the Dementor anymore." Phil Coulson doesn't care if Stark can see the Dementors or not. His current concentration is all in Creature's introduction of the Dementors using the word Legion. Does this mean that Li Feng is not only the master and servant in the information? Two people, but magicians holding the army? On the side, Melinda seemed to think of something and walked to Phil Coulson and whispered, "The mummy hates it. Yes, Austin will resurrect the spell." At this time, Phil Coulson had to suspect that Li Feng had more hidden subordinates in his hands. It was not only Phil Coulson and Melinda who heard Creature introduce the Dementors, but also the researchers who collected and detected energy. The three scientific researchers hurriedly performed operations on the instrument after a glance at each other. After a while, one of them walked up and looked at Phil Coulson and said, "We rely on the Dementor's innate ability to freeze nearby frost and detect the vicinity of the church. There are more than 300 moving low-temperature spots in the air." Then, the man stared at the detection screen in a puzzled manner and said wonderingly, "Why is it suddenly reduced? No, the energy source has completely disappeared." Creature was stunned and said with joy, "The boss took the Dementor back with the sickle." Creature blinked his eyes and looked at Phil Coulson, and asked, "Mr. Phil Coulson, this doesn't mean that the boss's battle is over." End it. Phil Coulson glanced at Melinda, nodded slightly to Creature in affirmation, turned his head, and ordered the special service team. "Check the weapons. Let's get closer to the church." When Phil Coulson packed up their equipment and approached the church cautiously all the way, Li Feng had already cleaned up the witch heart demon and was about to leave the mirrored space. After a while, when Li Feng returned to the real world, apart from seeing Phil Coulson walking into the church with a bunch of equipment, he also saw Johnny Blazer and Rosie performing a French wet kiss. Li Feng first covered his face, then he chuckled his mouth and said in a sour tone, "Dude, you look like you have been abstinent for thousands of years. Why do you still drool after kissing your mouth? Be careful of your girl's tongue. I gnaw it as a pig tongue." Phil Coulson, who was busy setting up equipment to collect residual energy characteristics, looked at Li Feng speechlessly and complained his heart. He almost experienced life and death. What happened to the love that broke out in his heart? Is it hindering your eyes or irritating your nerves? Melinda blanked Li Feng's eyes. She was not as good-tempered as Phil Coulson, so she was naturally thinking about what to say. But before Melinda could speak, everyone suddenly heard the voice of an old man full of magnetism coming from the door of the church. "Young Mr. Magician, you have to be considerate of the suffering of Ghost Rider. This guy only has a skeleton frame. I definitely envy people with a silky tongue, so it's understandable that I like to kiss my tongue." Although the visitor only said a short sentence, Phil Coulson heard from the other party that the other party seemed to know Ghost Rider very well, which made Phil Coulson subconsciously look at the unexpected visitor. The first is the appearance. The eye is gray hair, skin folds, and a little kind of old man image. Then came the windbreaker worn by the other party and the civilization stick in his hand. This makes Phil Coulson subconsciously feel that the other party was born in an aristocratic family and has been well educated since childhood. He is now a successful person in the upper class and a philanthropist who often attends various charity activities. While Phil Coulson was wondering who the old man was, Li Feng touched the mask on his face. "Fortunately, I am still wearing a mask. Mephisto should not recognize me." Taking a deep breath, Li Feng tried his best to keep himself relaxed and vigilant, and said, "This is not the big brother of hell, Mr. Mephisto. How can I come to the earth for sightseeing?" After a pause, Li Feng took it from his shoulder bag. With a sickle on his shoulders, Mephisto could see clearly that the style of the long stick belongs to Taj Kama, implying that the other party also has a backer, and asked, "Speaking of which, you have come to the earth. Have you applied for a visa with the Supreme Magician?" After that, I was afraid that Phil Coulson didn't know the specific identity of Mephisto. Li Feng turned his head and said, "This guy has another name, Satan in the Bible." Li Feng's words almost made Phil Coulson's eyes pop out his eyes. Satan? One of the Lord of Hell, the god philanthropist. While throwing all the previously speculated information into the trash can, Phil Coulson slapped himself a few times in his heart and looked at Li Feng with deep meaning. Looking at Phil Coulson, his eyes are full of "Can you handle it?" As question, Li Feng gave a relieved look. This is not Li Feng's arrogance, but Li Feng can indeed handle the opposite Mephisto. After all, people come to the earth not with a combat account, but a leisure account for sightseeing. A hell lord with little power, facing Li Feng who has sickles, fake angel feathers, holy water, and waiting for a bunch of high-level equipment, he will really capsize in the gutter by accident. It's just that Li Feng didn't want to fight because it was unnecessary and spent a lot of rare equipment. In the end, he just killed a Mephisto duplication. What was the benefit was not found. Instead, he let his name appear in Mephisto's notebook, and he was worried about all day long. Are you annoying? On the other hand, Mephisto also didn't want to fight Li Feng because of trouble and reluctance. First of all, Mephisto is not such a small person as the witch or Abigail. Not only does he see that the stick on the sickle is a product of Taj Kama, but he also sees that Li Feng is using Taj Kama's tiger skin to pull the banner. Not to mention anything else, it is said that the mana that Li Feng cultivated exists in his body. This has already shown that he and Kama Taj are not the same, so his stick represents nothing. The problem is that Li Feng knows the way he hides his mana attributes, and he knows it is a unique method that Ancient One figured out, which makes him wonder, is it possible that this magician is still Ancient One's illegitimate child? Otherwise, Ancient One will tell others the secret of hidden mana, which involves the secret of Ancient One's use of dark energy. Secondly, Mephisto sees that in addition to Li Feng's mana bias towards darkness, he also sees that Li Feng's previous use of time stagnation spells and mirroring space caused residual mana fluctuations in the air in the church now that the opponent has time and space abilities. Such a good body, it's a shame that it was broken. But before that, you must first understand the origin of the opponent, or pull the opponent into the devil's camp. Mephisto squinted and looked at the sickle on Li Feng's shoulder and smiled like a gentleman. Have you ever applied for a visa? You need to ask Ancient One in person. It's just that, a magician who tends to the dark and plays with the soul dare to appear here. In front of Ancient One, Li Feng is not stupid. Mephisto observes his sickle first, and then uses words to determine whether he dare to face Ancient One directly. Obviously, the other party has already noticed some of his own bottoms. This made Li Feng feel so tired. Fury was also the same virtue at the beginning. Are you tired from talking like this? How many brain cells do you consume every day? You need to know that consuming a drop of blood requires 10 eggs to replenish it. After chatting with you for a day, how many eggs do I have to eat to replenish the consumed brain cells? Li Feng, my relationship with Ancient One is getting better. It's a pity that Mephisto obviously doesn't believe Li Feng's words, and said with speculation in a tone of, I'm optimistic about you. You didn't get the magic weapon in your hand after killing a certain magician? I need to discuss it with Ancient One. Just say you are my person. Let her disciples and grandchildren not bother you. Hearing Mephisto's intention to recruit himself, Li Feng endured the urge to roll his eyes and said, Save energy, slander me, and kill the holy place magician? How about robbing someone else's magical weapon? I'm afraid I won't see the sun tomorrow. As for peace, Ancient One said, I was yours. Do you think Ancient One would believe it? In order to increase his credibility in the relationship between Ancient One and himself, Li Feng waved his hand to demonstrate the portal and the foundation of Kamatage's practice, which is the way of borrowing energy from dimensions. Mephisto squinted his eyes. He definitely saw Li Feng's intention. It was nothing more than a show that he had studied at Kamatage or had a good relationship with Kamatage, so that he should not worry about eating carrots. As for the days I live on the earth, Li Feng thought about it for a moment and said to himself while breaking his fingers, the land where I live and the car at home are sold for auction, which is enough for me to be smart. How many lifetimes have you been here? A few seconds later, Li Feng blinked innocently and said to Mephisto, 10 fingers are not enough, or you can chop a few fingers and lend them to me. Don't worry, I will return them to you when I use them. Anyway, you are the devil, and everything is a small problem with severed limbs. Mephisto put the cane in front of him, folded his hands on the top of the cane, looked sideways at Li Feng, and smiled. Since you have opened the door to lend me your finger, should I know who I lend my finger to? I can't borrow my finger. Give it to someone I don't even know the name. Li Feng shrugged and said with a smile, My name is Grantward. On the side, watched carefully Mephisto's special service team, heard Li Feng's words, and subconsciously looked at the bewildered ward agent. His eyes were full of sympathy. Boy, you are done. Your name is remembered by Mephisto. Ward is still in trouble now, and he can't wait to plug all the bullets in his hand on Li Feng's mouth. So I'm just a melon-eating crowd who should be offended. Grantward. Mephisto nodded and said, Good name. I inexplicably feel that this name matches the devil very well. I also think that this name is not a good thing. It's just that why does your old man always want to get me into the company? After thinking about it, Li Feng felt that he should let Mephisto die as soon as possible to draw his heart. Otherwise the days to come will not be peaceful. Thinking of this, Li Feng smiled and took out the wooden box containing the pseudo-angel feathers from his pocket, put it upside down in his hand, and opened a small seam, deliberately let Mephisto perceive the existence of the pseudo-angel feathers, in order to imply Mephisto's me, and the angel camp has a very strong relationship. After all, most people can't get this stuff. It's just that Li Feng doesn't know if there's an angel in the Marvel world. So he doesn't want Mephisto to ask questions, lest he can't answer or reveal flaws, and said, "Let's get straight to the subject. You're so busy earning thousands of souls in 1 second. Why do people come to the earth?" Mephisto squinted his eyes at the wooden box. Although he was just a sentence of duplication, he still had his vision. Naturally, he knew that the feathers in the wooden box had a great effect on him. It's just that Mephisto is a little puzzled. Where did a dark magician find a feather that looks like angel? Mephisto became more and more confused as he thought about it. He was connected with Taj Kama and Angel, but he used the dark side of mana. What the hell is this? Before he knew Li Feng's details, Mephisto could only temporarily let go of his desire to solicit and set his sights on Johnny Blazer, who was holding Rosie, and said, "Mr. Ward and I had a good relationship with each other and almost forgot to do business. Congratulations, Johnny. You have completed the task. Now, according to the previous transaction, I take back the power of Ghost Rider, and you are free." Mephisto glanced at Rosie of Xiaoyaoi and smiled. "Congratulations to you have the love you desire." Johnny Blazer glanced at Rosie in his arms. To tell the truth, he is now very contradictory. Ghost Rider gave him the regenerative healing factor. He is not disadvantaged when performing various motorcycle stunts, and he has a lot of money, fame, and fortune. Coupled with the ability to use super ability recently, this makes him even more refreshing. Although the whole body was in pain when he turned into Hellfire, compared with the benefits he received, it was still acceptable. Finally, the appointed Ghost Rider, Carter Schrey, was clearly out of the control of Mephisto, which gave Johnny Blazer the illusion that he could also be out of Mephisto's control. Thinking of this, Johnny Blazer pointed to Mephisto's nose and said, "No, I want to keep Ghost Rider to use against you." Johnny Blazer pointed to Mephisto's nose in a deep second-year tone when he spoke. Li Feng covered his face and rolled his eyes. "Boy, you're so kind. What people say is your direct boss. You are preparing Don't Pay for the year-end bonus? Or do you have forgotten that your final destination is in the arms of Mephisto?" In addition to his tone and gesture, Li Feng felt that when he refused to return Ghost Rider, Johnny Blazer actually chose the right drop. Because Johnny Blazer's soul has long belonged to Mephisto's personal belongings. As long as Ghost Rider was still in Johnny Blazer's body, Mephisto would have some trouble taking away the opponent's soul. If there is no Ghost Rider backing up, believe it or not, just as Mephisto walked on his front foot, Johnny Blazer felt his death inexplicably on the back foot, was hit by a car on the street, choked to death with eating and drinking water, or even suffocated by urine. It's just, want to get out of Mephisto's control? Save it. Johnny Blazer has only eaten rice for a few days. How much salt does Mephisto eat? People don't want to talk to you. Anyway, in terms of human lifespan, it only takes a few years. Even if there is Ghost Rider to maintain lifespan, can you still live to be old? This time might not be enough for Mephisto to take a nap. Perhaps it was Mephisto's refusal to Johnny Blazer that he had anticipated. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly and quickly converged, pretending to be angry, raising the cane and slamming the cane against the ground, revealing the devil's hideous face viciously. Shouted, "You will pay the price." After shouting, Mephisto turned to look at Li Feng and said with a smile, "Mr. Ward, I'm sorry to let you see this scene. I knew I would sign the contract after discussing the deal with Johnny, so I don't want Johnny to regret it now." Mephisto referred to Li Feng as Ward, which made him somewhat uncomfortable, and Li Feng didn't react for the first time, and his expression was stunned. When Li Feng reacted, he casually found an excuse to demonstrate the reason for his stupefaction, rolled his eyes, and said, "The last second was a fierce look, and the next is like a kind old grandpa next door. The speed at which you turn your face, should I say that I am a big brother among the devil? Thank you for your compliment." Mephisto said, a little annoyed. "In fact, I think the description of me in the Bible is a bit biased. What's wrong with the speed of my face change? This is the most powerful evidence of my true temperament. Let me see. I know how I feel right now. It's much better than you humans stabbing a knife behind a friend while laughing. At least my opponent knows that I'm dangerous now when I look at my angry expression. The corner of Li Feng's mouth twitched. What you said is justified and well-founded. I'm convinced. It's just that the matter is over. Should a busy person like you get out? Just as Li Feng searched for an excuse to leave, there was a ring of cell phone ringing in Phil Coulson's pocket on the side. Phil Coulson froze. He is still during the mission. Normally, the phone will actively block all incoming calls, except Fury. But Fury also knew that his mission involved the devil, and he was still a devil prince, so he would not call him under normal circumstances. Unless Fury is in more trouble than the devil. Thinking of this, Phil Coulson smiled apologetically at Mephisto and Li Feng, took out his phone, and said, "Sir?" In the phone, Fury's slightly tired voice came. "Phil Coulson, it's me." "Phil Coulson. Sir, your voice sounds not so good recently." After a while, the constipated Phil Coulson put down his phone, walked up to Li Feng hesitation, and asked in a voice that Mephisto could hear, "Fury has a few questions I want to ask you." Li Feng scratched his head wonderingly. "Brother, don't you see how I am worrying about wrangling? You can't let Fury wait. Didn't you see me serving foreign friends from the outer dimension?" Phil Coulson twitched his mouth. If he could, he didn't want to disturb Li Feng. This is a hell boss. The ghost knows the consequences of talking with the devil. In case of death, God turns the bill and says that Phil Coulson once talked with the devil, suspected that he was a spy sent by the devil to heaven, and he was forbidden from entering heaven. Phil Coulson said that he could not bear the loss. But just now, Fury informed him that a hammer had suddenly fallen from the skies of New Mexico. It was a hammer that seemed light, but could not be moved by anyone. If it was before, the first thought that Phil Coulson had come to mind was that aliens came to work on Earth, and that hammer was the guy who was eating by aliens. For example, aliens could go to the construction site to smash walls or something. You must know that construction workers are popular these years. What is a small hammer 40 and a sledgehammer 80 are all past tense. Now the small hammer is also 200, and the sledgehammer is starting at 400. As for why humans cannot hold a hammer, it is nothing more than a hammer is very important to aliens. So, a fingerprint lock or something is installed to ensure that the hammer cannot be used by others, or even the kind that can't be stolen if you want to steal it. After all, it's an alien who eats. If you don't have this stuff, you don't have a job. If you don't have a job, you don't have money. If you don't have money, you will be hungry. If you are hungry, you will die. But now, looking at a magician in front of him, a legendary demon king, Phil Coulson has a new idea. Do you think this hammer is a magician or a devil, a wand made with a full stomach? The reason why the hammer is considered to be a kind of staff is very simple. Li Feng is a magician, but he carries a sickle all day and looks like a soldier in every way. Looking at Mephisto, this is the demon king, but looking at the cane in the opponent's hand, it is also not like a staff, but rather like a rapier hidden in the cane, pulling it out at any time to stab the opponent through. It just so happened that, because Magician and Mephisto were both here, Phil Coulson simply asked if they knew anything. After finishing his thoughts, Phil Coulson smiled and said, "New Mexico suddenly dropped a hammer from the sky. I want to ask you, do you know something? Or has any magician lost a hammer recently?" Hammer. Li Feng, who was not sure if Brother Hammer came to Earth, looked at Mephisto inexplicably and asked, "Big brother, what don't you know?" Mephisto squinted his eyes to the distance, as if his eyes could see through the hammer in the distance. For a long time, Mephisto looked at Li Feng with a smile and said, "I know who is here, but why should I tell you? I'm a devil. Don't do anything that is not good." After a pause, Mephisto squinted and said, "Yes. If you don't tell me who your mentor is, I will tell you who came. Who is here? Does it mean that an outsider has entered the Earth?" It is basically certain that Thor came to the Earth to soak up the horse Li Feng, ignoring Mephisto waiting for his answer, turned to look at Phil Coulson and asked, "Are there any photos? Maybe I can see something." Phil Coulson glanced at Mephisto, but the smile on his face made him really unable to see what he was thinking. If he can, he actually wants to ask Mephisto, "Who is it?" However, you can't beat others, and you can't rely on rogue means or bother the other party to say some useful information. People's nest is in hell. Can you follow them to hell? Even if you go to hell by hanging yourself or slashing your wrists and other suicide methods, how to send information back to the world is still a big problem. Phil Coulson turned on the phone and handed the hammer photo taken by the satellite to Lee Fong, while vomiting inwardly. I said before that the mood is all written on his face. Why can't I see your mood now? After confirming that the hammer in the photo is Thor's meow hammer, Lee Fong chuckled his mouth and said, "To be honest, I don't want to be involved in this kind of mess. It's too much trouble, but sometimes I can't help myself. I know there's duties, plus they know me as a magician. If I quit now, it is estimated that they will follow my but all day long, and they will follow me when they sleep, and they will not leave until they find out what they want to know." Mephisto squinted at Li Fong, half doubt and half affirmatively said, "Listening to your tone, it seems to know who is here." Li Fong nodded slightly and sighed. "Molnir, the owner who is inseparable from it is probably also on the earth." Rubbing his eyebrows, Li Fong said bitterly, "Phil Coulson, help me check it out. Recently, is there anyone in New Mexico who is sending out invitations such as the Prince's Prom? How come it is either the Devil Prince or the Prince of God's Domain?" Phil Coulson glanced at Li Fong in confusion, saying that he didn't understand it. When he was about to inquire in detail, he heard Mephisto squeeze his throat and laughed. "Since you know who it is, you still want to join?" Li Fong said with both hands and said helplessly, "If you don't participate, it won't work. Although your son is also a prince, I know that you don't care about his life or death. Secondly, your son wants to rule the earth, but there is an ancient one on the earth. Your son is destined to cause no serious disaster. But this prince is different. First of all, people come to the earth because they don't want to play any ruling tricks. After all, the old man and his family is about to belch. The earth is high, so ghosts have a mind to rule and play. Secondly, although his father looked very kind and purposeful, he was known for his violent temper when he was young. Once his inheritor made a mistake on the earth, or suffered great grievances, I guess he will be angry. Immediately turn Bifrost into a star-destroying weapon, degassing by bombarding the earth into dregs." Feeling that some talked about the fire, Li Fong turned his head and added, "Perhaps for the sake of Ancient One, breaking the earth is a bit exaggerated, but is still very possible to bring human civilization back to the original period." Finally, Li Fong concluded, "I am quite satisfied with my current life, but I don't want to go back to the cave for some reason, so I still meet the prince to see what his purpose is in coming to Earth. Maybe I can help. How about reaping each other's friendship, by the way?" But is Li Fong really thinking like he said in his heart? Like Mephisto, he resolutely won't do anything good. Mephisto is gone, just as he didn't take anything with him when he came quietly. So naturally, he didn't take a cloud with him when he left. Johnny Blazer also left, but I don't know if he feels he has super ability, Rosie is not worthy of him, or simply wants to protect Rosie from being held hostage by the devil. Again, Johnny Blazer finally chose to leave Rosie. Before leaving, however, Johnny Blazer rushed to the city with Rosie with a look of urgency. Li Fong guessed that in addition to sending Rosie home, Johnny Blazer also took advantage of the time when Ghost Rider would not come out to make trouble during the day and open a room with Rosie to talk about the short-term growth of people. After all, Li Fong feels that Johnny Blazer has been abstinent for too long and has reached the stage of suffocation without breaking out. Seeing that everything that should be gone was gone, and all the energy characteristics that could be collected were also collected, Melinda led the team to walk quickly to the touring car, while Phil Coulson dragged Li Fong to slowly follow the back of the team. After a while, after a distance from the team, Phil Coulson whispered, "The Milner and Bifrost you mentioned before seem to be myths about the Nordic gods." Li Fong glanced sideways at Phil Coulson, nodded and said, "Sometimes myths and stories are not necessarily deceptive. Just like me." Li Fong pointed to himself and said, "What books are you in?" "Magician can only be seen in Daxia. Anyway, it is not seen in history books, right?" Phil Coulson stunned and asked uncertainly, "You mean the gods in Norse mythology are actually a group of powerful magicians?" Phil Coulson seemed to think of something and said, a little surprised, "Then how long have these magicians lived?" Li Feng scratched his head and explained, "Your understanding is wrong. I mean the god in mythology. In a sense, it is really a god. Well, it's Thor in mythology, but in reality, it's still a god." Li Feng sorted out the sentence and said, "Use your understanding to explain that Asgard, where the Nordic gods live, is actually an alien domain name, and Thor is an alien with a lifespan of 5,000 years and super ability. You can imagine, when this alien came to the Earth to do business in ancient times, what would it be described by the humans at that time? Long lifespan, powerful super ability in its own right, and other people have come to the Earth to play, obviously have technology far beyond the Earth, these plus a piece of human beings who drink blood. What else can they be other than being called gods?" "God, that's how it came." Phil Coulson nodded, expressing understanding, and asked curiously, "What do you mean by the prince before?" Li Feng thought for a while and said, "I heard that Mr. Odin, Asgard's boss, has been in distress in recent years. After all, his old man is old enough. He has 2 sons in the family. The eldest son, Thor, is regarded as the leader of the next generation of Asgard. Cultivation is the kind that has been trained for many years and has been designated as the king of Asgard. And Thor has an inseparable weapon. The weapon he wears when he goes to the toilet is called Mjolnir." Li Feng pointed to Phil Coulson's phone and said, "Yes, that's the hammer you showed me. Now that this weapon appears on the Earth, what do you think this means? You always use the toilet and carry a hammer to describe how much Thor loves Mjolnir. Wouldn't I guess?" Phil Coulson said without hesitation, "It shows that Thor, the heir of Asgard, even if he is not on the Earth now, he will visit the Earth in the near future in order to get back Mjolnir." "Yes," Li Feng said with an invisible worry on his face. "The question is what exactly caused Mjolnir to leave Thor? Besides, even if a small prince goes out to visit other countries, the country being visited will arrange a bunch of people to welcome him, not to mention the territorial area of Prince Asgard, who does not know how many times larger than the Earth, comes to the Earth," said at this point. Li Feng looked at Phil Coulson with a smile and said, "Your shield is also an international organization anyway. It's not too much to welcome Thor." Phil Coulson thought for a while, smiled and nodded and said, "By the way, ask if the other party has any other purpose besides finding Mjolnir." Li Feng spread his hands and said, "That's your business. I just want to know Thor. After all, there is magic in Asgard's kingdom. This is an opportunity to learn alien magic." Phil Coulson cast aside his eyes at Li Feng helplessly and suddenly said, "No wonder you want to participate in my mission. It turns out that there are benefits you want in it." Li Feng rolled his eyes. He didn't bother to pay attention to Phil Coulson and walked quickly towards the RV, but when he walked halfway, Li Feng seemed to think of something and turned and rushed to the small town of San Van Gunsa. When running past Phil Coulson, Li Feng said in a hurried tone, "I have placed some devil-controlling arrays in the church before that have not been used. These materials can be recycled. You can wait for me in the RV, and I will get the materials back. Just go back to the RV." After speaking, Li Feng turned in a black mist and flew towards the church. Phil Coulson looked at Li Feng's back in a puzzled way. It was not that he had never been in the church. The problem was that he hadn't seen anything in the church. Is there any secret in the church? Phil Coulson thought for a while and wanted to find out a secret that a magician deliberately concealed. The difficulty level is not low. Phil Coulson, who thinks he can't deal with Li Feng, finally gave up the idea of exploring the other party's secrets and walked to the RV by himself. On the other side, Li Feng, who returned to the church, stood at the gate, quietly watching Phil Coulson and others disappear into his line of sight. After Li Feng repeatedly determined that even if he set off firecrackers in the church, it would not attract the attention of Phil Coulson and others in the distance, he immediately took out the black gourd and the scroll of St. Van Gunsa and summoned the evil spirit. In the movie, there's a reason why the witch heart demon meets Johnny Blazer in the town of San Vangsa, because the scroll originally has no evil spirits. It is more like a door connecting the hiding place of the evil spirits. This is also the reason why Li Feng didn't collect evil spirits into the gore before. After a while, an evil spirit that looked like a mummy crawled out of the ground and flew towards Li Feng, then reluctantly got into the pitch-black gourd. Immediately afterwards, more and more evil spirits crawled out of the ground, corners, and even dry wells outside the church, and were forced to get into the gourd. Soon, all of the thousands of evil spirits were put into the pitch-black gourd by Li Feng. For some of these evil spirits, in addition to the Dementors not short of food in the short term, Li Feng can also cultivate a powerful evil spirit king by cultivating goo worms. Or let the evil spirit king organize an evil spirit army so that he can control an additional army. Li Feng patted the gourd with satisfaction. Now that the evil spirits are also in the bag, this also represents the official end of the first episode of Ghost Rider. After a while, Li Feng, who was in a good mood, returned to the RV. After starting the RV, he lay paralyzed on the soft sofa and shouted, "Creature, get beer." On the side, Phil Coulson asked Melinda to drive the RV, while he sat next to Li Feng and said, "Just now, Sure Stark called you." Sure Stark. After taking a swig of beer, Li Feng asked wonderingly, "Why is he looking for me? Give me a big meal." Phil Coulson rolled his eyes vaguely. "Do you still do business in addition to the big deal? Mr. Stark would like to ask you to help for a few days and let you be a bodyguard for Ms. Potts for a period of time." At this time, Li Feng felt even more puzzled. If Sure Stark was dangerous, Li Feng Xin. After all, Sure Stark's character was placed there, and he felt uncomfortable if he didn't sin for a day. But Potts is in danger? I haven't heard of it. It seems that except for extremists, Potts seems to be pretty safe. Li Feng asked curiously, "Who wants to deal with Potts?" It's not that someone is dealing with Ms. Potts, but someone wants to deal with Stark. Sure Stark is afraid that someone will threaten him with Potts, so I want to ask you to help. As Phil Coulson explained, Li Feng understood what was going on. It's nothing more than the villain of Iron Man 2, who has gone out with a rudimentary reactor. It's just that Sure Stark's reactor has been upgraded, and losing Whip could not be seen as his opponent hurriedly fled. Later, somehow he got together with Justin Hammer and secretly planned how to kill Sure Stark. Unfortunately, all this was noticed by Sure Stark. Sure Stark himself is not afraid that someone will deal with him. Before he became Iron Man, some people wanted to kill him. But has anyone succeeded? The problem is that only 1,000 days is a thief. How can 1,000 days be a thief? And what if the opponent uses Potts as a hostage? At the beginning, Stark also wanted to create a battle suit for Potts to protect Potts. But after getting together with Justin Hammer, he could also make a steel battle suit, although Stark despised the defense of the battle suit. Power, but the opponent's 2 whips destroyed. In addition, the steel battle suit can't be used to fight. It's just like a car. Some people can drift with wielding glory, and some can't even drive on the road normally. It takes time to train if you want to fight with a battle suit. Potts has no time for training. She is busy managing the history of the Stark group. In the end, Sure Stark naturally thought of Li Feng. As long as Li Feng helped protect Potts for a period of time, Sure Stark would be able to put the Whiplash and Justin Hammer into jail with peace of mind. However, Li Feng is busy now, and Phil Coulson also helped Li Feng reject Sure Stark's request, and by the way, helped Sure Stark pay attention. Don't you just want a strong bodyguard? Since you have a history of Stark can make a steel battle suit, why not let his friend, Colonel James Rhodes, put on the battle suit and play Potts' bodyguard for a few days? As for whether Colonel James Rhodes can drive a battle suit, others can drive active military personnel in planes and tanks. A Jarvis-assisted steel battle suit is estimated to be enough for Colonel James Rhodes to learn to drive in one night. Got it. After listening to Phil Coulson's suggestion, Li Feng just wanted to give him a thumbs up and praise him. What I thought before was that Stark, who had taken out the reactor, would not squander his wealth, so naturally there was no James Rhodes wearing a steel battle suit. What happened? After a long time, you made James Rhodes a war machine again. Good you, Phil Coulson. You were sent by the world consciousness to correct the plot. Melinda, who once again held the steering wheel, turned her head to look at Li Feng several times. At the same time, her right hand seemed to be out of control, touching a certain switch from time to time. The function of the switch Melinda knew, that she had seen Li Feng toggle the switch before letting the RV enter the flight mode, which indicated that the switch had an inevitable relationship with the flight mode of the RV. Li Feng, who was lying on the sofa, drinking heavily, looked at Melinda several times with his eyelids twitching. Seeing that the other person's eyes were either threatening or begging, Li Feng, who loved the general, sighed and said, "Beauty, you want to fly, but I have a serious mana consumption and need to take a good rest, so I really don't have the energy to cast spells to fix the furniture. Let's do it. As long as you don't play any flight stunts, I will let you fly once. How about?" On the side, Phil Coulson, who was full of his Lascar experience, turned his head and looked at Melinda. After hesitation for a few seconds, he said with a slightly scared tone, "May, I think what Austin said makes sense. You still let's fly more smoothly." Phil Coulson pointed to the three pale-faced researchers and said, "They followed us for several days, and they were originally exhausted. I thought that after the task was completed, I could go home and have a good rest. As a result, we're already on the way to the next mission, and they also want to participate in this mission, so you can let them take a good rest before going to the mission site." Melinda curled her lips, turned on the flight switch, nodded slightly, and said reluctantly, "I see." As soon as the voice fell, Melinda stomped the accelerator to the end with one kick. Sure enough, Melinda didn't play flight stunts this time, and the touring car was still flying very steadily. But Li Feng still felt auditory hallucinations in his ears. "RV, Ma Dan, the front of Lao Tzu has a flat panel style. Do you want my big face to rub against the wind to make it easier for you to grill steak? It's the kind that is well known." Li Feng shook his head, shook the illusion out of his head, silently glanced at the beer in the glass due to the sudden explosion of the touring car, regretted in his heart, rolled his eyes, and looked at Melinda, who was already overwhelmed, and said, "Beauty May, have you heard my RV talking?" Melinda, who was enjoying the fun of flight, clasped her hands tightly on the steering wheel and curiously listened to what the RV was saying, except that she had heard nothing except the sound of the engine. Phil Coulson, who was sitting next to Li Feng, was not much better. After listening upright to indicate that he heard nothing, he put his hands behind his ears and made a simple hearing aid. While listening, he asked curiously, "Are you sure about the caravan? Can speak? What language does it use? Is the sound infrasound or ultrasound?" Li Feng was stunned. "Do you think my RV is a bat or a giraffe?" Rolling his eyes to Phil Coulson, Li Feng tried his best to smirk and put on a surprised expression and said, "Humans have human language, dogs have dog language, and cars naturally have their language." Seeing the posture of Phil Coulson, who is very knowledgeable and humbly asking for advice, Li Feng, who can't help it, pointed to the direction of the motorhome engine and laughed. "You didn't hear the engine saying, 'I can't stand my heart, please. Release the throttle. Can you give me a few heart relief pills, by the way?'" If Phil Coulson can't hear Li Feng playing him at this time, he should just jump off the RV, or the kind without a parachute. Phil Coulson directly ignored Li Feng, who was laughing wildly, put his jacket on his face, and lay straight on the sofa for a nap. Melinda hesitation on the contrary, and after letting go of the throttle slightly, she didn't pay attention to Li Feng. All she wanted to enjoy the fun of her flight. The place where Mjolnir dropped was not too far away from Li Feng at the moment. In addition, the RV took a straight-line flight, and a group of people arrived near Mjolnir in about half a day after the flight. Sitting in the driving position, Melinda thought about it when she vaguely saw the big pit ahead and slowly landed the RV on the ground, using the speed and mode that the car should have to drive towards the crowd. No way, there are already a lot of people gathered in the vicinity of Mjolnir. If a flying RV suddenly appears among the crowd, there may be reports in tomorrow's newspapers. Maybe the aliens invaded the Earth were compiled and discharged, and then the citizens berserk the supermarket supplies, hoarding food and toilet paper desperately. If things get worse by then, such as disasters, it is estimated that Fury will sneak Phil Coulson or Melinda to the public as soon as possible to resolve the crisis. Regarding this, Melinda said that the pot was too big, and she tied a piece with Phil Coulson and kicked it on her back. After a while, the touring car stopped steadily next to the pothole created when Mjolnir landed on the Earth. Li Feng knew that Thor would not appear in the crowd now, so he didn't bother to get out of the car to watch the excitement. With a beer in one hand and peanuts in the other, Li Feng looked at Myrnir through the car window. On the side, Phil Coulson, who had just woke up, stretched his waist and put his face on the car window while adjusting his collar and sleeves, watching curiously as an uncle in the distance tried to use a pickup truck to pull Myrnir home. It's a pity that Mjolnir's hammerhead is forged in the center of the planet that is about to decay. In addition, Odin applied a bunch of magic to the hammer that you don't know what it is. Tied to the train does not necessarily make it move a step. Therefore, it is conceivable that the pickup truck that was trying to pull Myrnir would end up the whole car body was pulled down. Okay? But Phil Coulson didn't know the secret of Myrnir. Seeing such a small hammer, even the pickup was helpless, and he immediately stared at incredibly big eyes. It happened that Phil Coulson had a magician who knew Asgard right now, and asked curiously, "Austin, do you know why this hammer can't be moved?" Because of its deep love for the Earth, Li Feng said casually, "It's rare for people to come to the Earth. I definitely want to connect with Mother Earth." Phil Coulson, "I believe you a ghost." "Definitely. It's a joke." Li Feng explained to Phil Coulson why mortals can't hold Myrnir while drinking. As for Odin Shinrua's nonsense, whoever picks up Myrnir can have Thor's ability or become the Mountain King of Asgard. Li Feng thinks this is nonsense, so he didn't talk to Phil Coulson in detail. Just he casually mentioned it vaguely. As to whether Phil Coulson had noticed, Li Feng said that it was not his responsibility. In fact, from the perspective of Li Feng, the fundamental reason why no one except Thor can hold Mjolnir is still in Odin. Mjolnir is also a magical tool anyway. Odin is really generous enough for anyone to use. Don't make trouble. Don't look at Odin's look of benevolence now, but people do not have their current status by a handsome smiling face, but a fist with a big casserole. Anyone who dissatisfied Odin back then, Odin promised to bring a large army to your door before dawn the next day, waving his fist to make you convinced. Just such a big boss who speaks with his fist, he will not talk about handing the artifact to others at will, but also handing over the throne to someone else? Is this too much thinking? Even for Captain America, it was only after Odin died that he could hold Mjolnir in one hand and a shield in one hand. When Odin was alive, Captain America shook Mjolnir when he was alive. This was obviously Odin's ghost. Otherwise, why Captain America couldn't hold Mjolnir in the first place? The captain is not the righteous man of God, right? Therefore, Li Feng dared to assert, "Who can pick up Mjolnir?" Odin immediately shot the door. The reasons are ready. Even an old man like Odin can't fight. What else to talk about protecting Asgard? Because of this, Li Feng never thought of trying to pick up Mjolnir from the beginning. And Li Feng also knows himself. Don't talk about mischief in Otherworld, just talk about Marvel World. In order to get to Hellfire, Li Feng directly hunted down Carter Slay, who had not long lifespan and had put down his butcher knife and determined to be a good man. Obviously, there is ability to subdue the hatred and even think of a way to restore the sense of hatred. But Li Feng directly made the opponent into an obedient mummy, and the reason was that he wanted to try the effect of the resurrection technique and wanted a powerful and obedient one. Bodyguard. I want to talk about the rest of the Dementors who eat their souls by their side. Anyway, Li Feng never felt that he was a kind person, and it was almost the same as saying that he was the righteous person of the devil. Since he was not qualified to pick up the hammer and his life would be in danger, Li Feng would be stupid to contact Mjolnir. The hammerhead is the central part of the planet that is about to decline, and the magic of Odin, the God King. While thinking about how to deal with Mjolnir, Phil Coulson put on his jacket, hung the SHIELD on his chest, and ordered the special service team to persuade the nearby crowd away. As for the reason for persuasion, I could definitely use the hammer as an excuse for radiation. This excuse, Phil Coulson said that he played thief, and the effect is usually good. In addition, 3 scientific researchers wearing biochemical suits have already brought equipment to Mjolnir. I believe that the excuse of radiation can be more convincing. After a while, the crowd watching Mjolnir happily left at the gunpoint of the special service team. Phil Coulson saw that there were only SHIELD people on the scene. He immediately returned to the caravan and smiled, and said to Li Feng, who was drinking while watching Cat and Mouse, "Austin, help open the door." "What door to open?" Watching the cartoon, I saw Li Feng kicking his head, looked up at Phil Coulson in wonder, and asked, "Which door do you want to open in my house?" "The portal that connects the three wings." Phil Coulson pointed to the three researchers who were circling around Myrnir with a little speechlessness, and said, "There are only a few people like us at the scene, or we don't have any materials. How long do you think it will take us to build a facility to protect Mjolnir?" Li Feng scratched his head, opened a portal connecting Fury's office, and said, "I want to build a protective facility? Just take a tarp and put on the Myrnir." He paused, and Li Feng squinted his eyes and said, "Do you want to take advantage of Thor's door to look for and study Mjolnir?" Phil Coulson did not deny Li Feng's speculation. In fact, Li Feng's guess was right. He not only wanted to study Mjolnir, but if he could, he also wanted to collect Thor's personal information, such as genes. Fury, who was sitting at the desk in the Tri-Wing building, suddenly saw a portal appear in front of him, and his first reaction was to draw a gun. This can be regarded as the fine tradition of S.H.I.E.L.D. Anyway, when we see strange people or affairs happening in front of our eyes, a S.H.I.E.L.D.S. agent draws a gun and draws a gun, but also draws a gun in a special way. But this time, Fury, who drew his gun, still had some careful thoughts. After all, it was not the first time he saw the portal. Wouldn't he know that it was Li Feng? It was not until Fury saw Li Feng's big face and Phil Coulson, who was following Li Feng stepping over the portal, that he coldly slapped a pistol with a strange shape on the desk. It's a good choice to open the door in the office. At least there are very few people who know that you are a magician, but you can't say a word before you open the door. Believe it or not, how many shots will I raise my hand for you? Li Feng probed his eyes at the weird pistol and said with disdain, "What do you think the magician's shield is for? When you shoot yourself to death, I will give you 2 more reads at best." Scratching his head, Li Feng turned to look at Phil. Coulson asked, "Does your parent official have a wife? If not, I will burn some black girl paper figures for free to meet his physical needs." Hee. Phil Coulson twitched his mouth and walked straight to Fury. After several days of getting along, he found that the best way to deal with Li Feng's nonsense was to ignore it, and embarrassing Li Feng on the side was the best way. "Sir," Phil Coulson, who walked in front of Fury, handed Fury the collected information on Mjolnir and said, "These are close-up photos of Mjolnir and some simple data we collected." Seeing Phil Coulson and Fury seriously study the information and completely treat him as air posture, Li Feng is not annoyed, just feels a little boring. After thinking about it, Li Feng went straight to the desk, picked up the phone on the desk, and randomly pressed an internal number. "Hello, hello, is there anyone?" After a while, there was a lady's voice with a sweet voice on the phone. "Director, what's your order?" Li Feng rubbed his throat and coughed a few times, imitating Fury's voice and tone, and said, "I am Fury. Please call me Master Braised Egg." On the phone, the originally sweet and ecstatic voice suddenly fell into silence. After a long time, he smiled and asked, "Director, I didn't hear clearly. Can you say it again?" Li Feng rolled his eyes to Fury, whose hands had touched the weird pistol, rolled his eyes, and said, "Send a few roast chickens and a box of cold beer to my office." After speaking, Li Feng hung up the phone, while ignoring his muzzle, grabbed the weird pistol in Fury's hand, and said while looking at the technological pistol, "This is an energy pistol, right? Why? Can this thing deal with me?" Fury, whose pistol was shot, just kept his face straight, as if he didn't care about the pistol being robbed, but instead let Li Feng take it deliberately. But also, he is also the head of the agent anyway. With a bad skill like Li Feng, Fury said he can play 10 after the elimination. It's still the kind of glue sticking one hand and one foot to the body. "Fury, I know your shield can bounce off all attacks, so this little thing is not effective against you. Then you took it out for?" Li Feng tilted his head, shook his pistol with a smile, and said, "Do you want to use this thing against Thor?" Fury nodded and shook his head. Li Feng subconsciously reached out and touched Fury's forehead. He said earnestly, "Xiao Hei, you are all sick," nodding and shaking your head, and they all appeared together. "It's better to go home and rest for a few days. Let's work." Fury suddenly had a black line on his face, patted Li Feng's hand flying with one eye that could spit out hellfire, took a deep breath, and slowly explained why he wanted to take out the small pistol from the SHILD warehouse. Both myths and legends and Li Feng's narration have made it clear that there's a big force behind Thor that the Earth can't provoke, and he will shoot Thor only after a little shield. What Fury is worried about is why Mjolnir came to Earth. Mjolnir is a weapon. Under what circumstances will Thor abandon his beloved weapon? Fury temporarily thought of two possibilities. First of all, Fury analyzes whether Thor is dead. After all, the gods in Norse mythology are either in battle or on the way to battle. Therefore, it is very likely that Thor will die in a certain battle. Considering that Thor's father has reached the stage where he likes to remember the old man in the past, and that he is the king of Asgard. He can't always watch Mjolnir see things and think about people while he is busy dealing with government affairs. Therefore, Odin's old family would most likely want to seal Mjolnir so that he can concentrate on government affairs. But Mjolnir is also an artifact at any rate. I think it is a battle hammer. Its future should be spent in battle. With the legend that the artifact has a choice of masters, Mjolnir chose to come to Earth in order to avoid the fate of storage. Finding heirs, at least falling into the hands of the people of the Earth, is much better than eating ashes in the basement. If this is the case, Fury will hold a welcome banner to welcome Mjolnir to the Earth, and personally arrange S.H.I.E.L.D. agent to try to pick up the hammer one by one. If possible, Fury doesn't mind raising the hammer high and returning to the frontline battle. Second, it is what Fury is most worried about right now. Someone fought with Thor, and Thor couldn't resist the offensive. As a result, even Mjolnir was fighting and was snatched by the enemy and thrown to the Earth. This means that the Earth not only ushered in a Thor, but also an opponent of Thor. Maybe the Earth will become the battlefield of two great gods. So now, Fury wants to find out what Thor or Asgard's attitude towards the Earth is, and whether the energy pistol in his hand can provide support during Thor's battle. If so, there is nothing to say. Fury will now write a plan on how to establish diplomacy with Asgard. If you can't, Fury feels that he should bring his hair back, and when he is fine, he can pull a few of them to play around to ease his irritability. After listening to Fury's explanation, Li Feng gave a dumbfounded thumbs up and said, "You think so much." While talking, Li Feng scanned Fury thoughtfully. "I just want to support Thor instead of killing Thor altogether. What you said, I didn't believe it when I thought with my toes. But is the salted egg staying in the agent's seat for a long time? How can you guess that Thor will fight on the Earth, although the opponent is not human?" Fury, who was facing Li Feng with a clear face, saw that the other party hadn't spoken for a long time. He didn't want to worry about what Li Feng was thinking. He pointed to the energy pistol and said, "You haven't told me the effect of the energy pistol. You ask me? I ask who to go. I haven't seen how powerful this small pistol is." During the speech, Li Feng pointed the pistol at the flower pot in the office, turned his head and looked at Fury, who was expressionless, and asked, "How about I try to tell you?" Fury glanced at the flower pot, neither nodded nor shook his head, but looked at Li Feng with a poker face. This makes Li Feng feel a little inexplicable. "What do you mean?" Li Feng is also pitiful. He has been in the Marvel world for a few years, and he is still in the United States where he can't help guns. However, Li Feng has touched his guns a handful of times, and he doesn't even know the ammunition of his pistols. It is as pitiful as going to Las Vegas without visiting casinos, going to Thailand without seeing ladyboys, and going to Japan without visiting custom shops. Now, with a grab in his hand, or a grab with a sense of science and technology, the only thing in Li Feng's mind is, no matter what, Lao Tzu shoots in the face first. Let's shoot a few shots. Shuang Shuang is talking. Thinking of this, Li Feng didn't bother to guess what the meaning of Fury, who suddenly suffered from upper paralysis, immediately pulled the trigger. As the muzzle shot of blue-white energy penetrating the flower pot, Li Feng chirped his mouth, threw the pistol to Fury disdainfully, and squatted in front of the flower pot and said, "If it's the Aesir Protoss, your thing will make them suffer. A little bit of injury. If someone can beat Thor to abandon the weapon and escape, how useful do you think your little toy is? It's just a slight injury?" Fury lowered his head and touched the energy pistol, squinting one-eyed as if talking to himself or asking Li Feng, whispered, "What if you increase your energy?" Li Feng shrugged and said that he was not clear and said to Fury expectantly, "Unless you take out the powerful gun and let me try a few shots, let me see how powerful it is. Let you know that I have an energy pistol already at my limit and want to bring a big gun out for you to play with? I'm afraid that the gun will be taken away by you in a blink of an eye." The left side of Fury's mouth rose slightly, giving Li Feng a thick, ironic face, and then turning to Phil Coulson and said, "Write down on the ledger, Austin smashed one of the Tang Sankai flower pots in the office. Remember to ask the lawyer to find OSS." Ding asked for compensation. Phil Coulson and Li Feng looked at each other. Both felt that Fury was ill, and they were unclear. What is the special kind of Tang Sankai? What is the special flower pot? Your blackmailing technique? Nothing said. At this time, Li Feng, who heard the knock on the door in the office, walked to the door and said, "Then you advise you to find a lawyer who can tell dead man alive. Otherwise, any judge will believe that there are people in the world planting bonsai in flower pots." Opening the door, Li Feng saw that the knocking on the door was a group of heavily armed and bullet-loaded Secret Service teams. He turned to Fury and asked, "What I want is edible roast chicken and beer. Why are the Secret Service teams coming to join in the fun? Say that your shield calls the rookies of the Special Service Team roast chicken? This is less reliable than the Tang Sankai flower pot planting grass." Fury directly ignored Li Feng's ridicule. His face was dark enough anyway. As long as he maintained his poker face, no one knew how his face changed. Having said that, his dignified director of S.H.I.E.L.D. He is busy all day with major events related to the safety of the Earth. What happened to his identity with a high-end flower-potted bonsai? Is he proud? Really? Fury waved to the Special Service Team and asked the agents to stand in line in front of him and said with a dry cough, "Phil Coulson, leave these people to you. While protecting Myrniel, find Thor as soon as possible." "Yes, sir." Phil Coulson finished, turning his head to look at Li Feng with a childlike look. His eyes were full of meanings like Little Rabbit opened the door. The corner of Li Feng's eyes twitched, and while his opponent opened the portal, he mumbled, "What international organization does not even prepare a snack for me? Be stingy." As Phil Coulson took the Special Service Team and several scientific researchers carrying large and small bags through the portal to the vicinity of Myrniel, only Li Feng and Fury were left in the office. It's not that Li Feng didn't want to return to Mauernir and wait for Thor to appear, but was pulled by Fury. "You can go if you want, but please explain Asgard's situation first." To be honest, Li Feng knew Asgard from the movie, but the movie is not reality. How big is the gap between the two? Li Feng said he was unclear. For this reason, before Li Feng talks about the specific situation of Asgard, he is prepared to give Fury a vaccination. In case he makes a mistake in the future, he also has room for maneuver. "I said in advance, I have never been to Asgard, nor have I seen the Aesir Protoss with my own eyes. Everything I have learned was accidentally seen in books, or when I was drinking and chatting with my friends, the other party's mouth was quickly leaked. What I heard, as to how much what I said is true." Li Feng spread his hands. "I don't know. After all, what people say when drunk. Anyway, I don't know if there's water in what my buddy said. Are you bragging while drinking? A friend who knows aliens. Is your magician friend's path a bit wild? Can you introduce me to it?" Definitely. Thinking about it, Fury is very clear in his heart that it is impossible for Li Feng to introduce the friend who knows Asgard to himself, even if it is impossible to report a phone number, so he can only nod it helplessly. Fury was actually quite helpless inside. Thor's hammer fell to the earth, but apart from searching for what kind of god Thor is in the bedtime story, he could only listen to Li Feng talking about it. It's really nonsense that doesn't know the truth or not. Rubbing his eyebrows, Fury stretched out his hand to signal Li Feng to continue. "No matter what you know, just talk about it. Maybe I can analyze something for you." Li Feng, who felt like standing and talking very strenuously, sat on the sofa, with one hand propped on the armrest of the sofa, leaning against the sofa like an invertebrate, and said, "First of all, the Asgard people call the Earth Midgard." Done after stopping, Li Feng turned his head and asked, "Do Do I need to explain what Midgard means? Midgard is the place where humans live in Norse mythology. It is also called Midgard, that is, the middle world. Fury silently glanced at the paralyzed Leifong and continued to recite the description he had found from fairy tales. Midgard is surrounded by the sea. It can cross the void of Bifrost and lead to the land of the gods where the gods live, that is Asgard. After that, Fury thoughtfully said, "The ocean occupies 71% of the Earth's area, which is very similar to the Midgard in the bedtime story. So the content in the bedtime story must be just a story. More than that." Leifong raised his brows. For the Aesir Protoss, technology and magic are actually the same thing. They are both ways of manipulating energy, so I can open the portal and run to the moon to eat mooncakes. What kind of technology is more advanced than the Earth? Asgard does not have a portal. Leifong chirped, his tone a little envious. Bifrost in the fairy tale can not only be used as a portal, but also as a star-killing weapon. Not to mention how long it will take to blow the Earth to pieces. Just say that you can hit the Earth a few times. It's irritating. What caused a natural disaster like a tsunami or a large-scale earthquake when a large number of humans are rushing to hell hand in hand? Enough to deter people like you who want to do things. Fury cast his eyes at Li Feng expressionlessly and opened his mouth without refuting Li Feng's accusation of doing things. He just silently digested the meaning of Li Feng's words. A Bifrost allows the Asgard to enter and exit the Earth just like visiting his back garden. He wants to receive the Asgard as a guide, but it is estimated that he will not be able to kill him. Star Destroyer weapon. It always feels like the life of the Earth is held in the hands of others. As long as people are upset, the Earth will be ruined. For a long time, Fury rubbed his temples and asked, "Where is Midgard? Or what do the Asgard people mean to divide the Earth into the middle world?" Li Feng sat up lazily, scratching his eyebrows, and said, "In the legend, there are 9 kingdoms on the world tree, but in reality, the world tree is just a special space. But the legendary 9 kingdoms, it is real, and among them is Midgard, which is what we call the Earth. Midgard means the place where the Earth is in a special space, right in the middle. The Earth is one of the 9 kingdoms, and the geographical position is still an awkward location in the middle, which makes Fury more and more troublesome. Because the mythical Odin rules the 9 kingdoms, it shows that the Earth is actually under the management of others. But considering the lifespan of their 5,000 years, they're just a little busy now and haven't come to inspect the territory for a while. If one day Odin feels bored and wandering around the Earth from home, the people on Earth will not only forget his glorious history, but also regard him as an unnecessarily mythical figure. Would you say that this old man will thunder with anger and carry a big man? The gun kills 7 in and 7 out on the Earth, showing the majesty of the year. Even if Odin doesn't have that violent temper, but where the Earth is, you must know that once a war broke out in the past, the kingdom caught in the middle was definitely the most uncomfortable, so it was blocked at both ends. Moreover, a careless, 2 competing kingdoms felt that fighting on their own land would destroy their fertile land, so they simply set the battlefield on the Earth. Anyway, the destruction is the Earth's resources, and the people in their hometown are still living well. Woolen cloth. If the fight is too fierce and the 2 countries decide which weapon is powerful, how should the face of the Earth face these weapons before entering space? It is estimated that humans must be labeled as cherishing animals. What is the attitude of the Asgard people towards the Earth? Fury asked bitterly. It's still friendly. Li Feng said with a shrug. For them, the Earth wants resources without resources, and human civilization is too backward, and there is no threat to it. It's like facing a big country, like primitive tribes living deep in the Amazon jungle. You have crushed each other in all directions. Would you bomb them with missiles for no reason? You metaphor, Fury said in a speechless and helpless voice. It makes people uncomfortable to hear it. Especially the Earth has become a primitive tribe. So what is the length of my dignified SHIELD? The captain of the security team? Fury, what else do you know? What else do you know? Li Feng scratched his head. shook his head, pretending to be thinking. No. When I have ability in the future to open the portal to Asgard and travel in person, I will consider whether to tell you when I return to Earth. The latest intelligence. Since Li Feng couldn't find out anything, Fury immediately changed the subject and asked, I heard that you know an angel? Nothing, Li Feng said, rolling his eyes. I have said before that I have never heard of angels' news on Earth, let alone seen it. Fury frowned. Phil Coulson told me. That's a fake angel, Li Feng interrupted with a wave of his hand. The fake angel just looks like an angel, but it's far behind the real angel. While talking, Li Feng took out the fake angel feather from his shoulder bag and said, I think you also know that I am a magician who prefers the dark category. Fury nodded. Although the one who pointed out that Li Feng was a dark magician was a devil with no credibility, the person who was considering saying this was Mephisto, one of the dignified Hell Lord, so he wouldn't be silly in front of Li Feng. In addition, Fury had always speculated on why Li Feng became a wandering magician. He felt that Li Feng's bias towards evil was a dark magician. Seeing Fury nodded, Li Feng continued. If this is really angel feather, I don't know how Mephisto will face it, but I'm definitely already lying on the ground and rolling. Fury looked at the fake angel feather carefully and asked, So, what the hell is this? This shows that Leonore is evolving on the path of angel. Li Feng, who didn't want to waste the false angel feathers, closed the wooden box distressfully and said, In magician's eyes, the so-called God is actually the direction of human evolution in the future, and ordinary people do not have ability and can only passively accept evolution. But our magician has mana and can autonomously control the direction of evolution. Therefore, this is just a feather that grows when Leonore reaches a certain stage of evolution. Fury squinted at Li Feng and said quietly, If one day you break the limit of human beings, can you sell me a few feathers? I heard Phil Coulson say that this thing restrains the devil. Get off, Li Feng said irritably. I won't evolve into a birdman. I have chosen my path a long time ago, and there is nothing wrong with wings. What can you grow? Fury said with a strong posture. As long as it is your material, I will buy it at a high level, even if it is root hair. Li Feng said angrily. Do you want me to shit? Yes, Fury said affirmatively. And you don't have to wait for you to evolve, even if you are pulling me now. What's so special? Li Feng suddenly felt that Fury's eyes seemed a little green when he looked at him, as if a pack of wolves who had been hungry for 10.5 months in the wilderness saw a piece of fat. F***K, you're perverted. Li Feng, who felt flustered in the office, waved his hand to open the portal and walked across the portal to the caravan. Back to the RV, Li Feng was thinking about it the more things went wrong. He always felt that Fury had already studied his own genes, but the reason why Li Feng is extraordinary is that his body possesses mana, and a little bit of tissue that is separated from the body can be extended by mana in a short time, but mana is still energy, and it will dissipate sooner or later without Li Feng's maintenance. At that time, Fury can only study the genes of Li Feng as an ordinary person. As for the mana remaining in his genes, he can figure out what mana is. To say that SHIELD's talents and resources are indeed grasping a lot. It only took half a day to build a simple military base centered on Mjolnir. A few days after the base was built, Phil Coulson warmly invited the neighbor of the base, Comrade Li Feng, to visit. Feeling that in the RV all day long, either watching a movie or drinking beer, it was very moldy. Li Feng thought about it, nodded and agreed to Phil Coulson's invitation, and then walked into the base with Phil Coulson's accompaniment. Not to mention, at the beginning, Li Feng actually enjoyed the opportunity to hang out at the base. Even if he knew that Phil Coulson's company was a kind of surveillance, the feeling of a group of agents behind him still gave Li Feng a sense of being a leader to inspect the base. Especially thinking that he hadn't been a leader since he was a child. Li Feng couldn't help holding up the shelf of the landlord when he inspected 10,000 acres of farmland. It's just that, somewhere in the base, Li Feng decided to walk around himself, especially when he saw Phil Coulson, who kept smiling every day. Seeing that Li Feng never walked to the center of the base, the embarrassing look on his face made Li Feng more determined. The idea of not going to kill everywhere. It's a pity that Phil Coulson doesn't allow Li Feng to carry a camera. Otherwise, he really wants to record the embarrassing look of Phil Coulson, and in the future hand the photo to Melinda in front of Melinda's ex-husband. It must be very interesting to think about it. After only walking for half a circle, Li Feng, who deliberately avoided Maurnier, said that in fact, it is better to go to the base than to watch a movie in the RV. The first is beer. Phil Coulson and the team are here to work. Naturally, drinking is not allowed during work. Therefore, there's not a bottle of wine in the base. As Li Feng, who drinks beer as boiled water, he immediately expressed his lack of interest and want to go home to find Mom. The leader came to inspect the work without arranging the singing, dancing, and banquet. Anyway, the leader is not used to eating food made by chefs other than Creature, but he is thirsty and doesn't even have a glass of wine. Isn't this too bad for the leader to be a leader? The second is TV sets. Although there are a lot of TV sets, a dozen TV sets look pretty cool and will not let you miss any programs you like to watch. But the quality of the TV. Li Feng said that the screens of these TVs are not big enough. The speakers are also broken, and the sound is so light that you need to put your hands on your ears to hear clearly. Compared to the 3D projection and stereo surround speakers on the RV, the equipment in the base is too bad. Phil Coulson looked at the surveillance satellites and the screens in every corner of the surveillance base silently, and then looked at how big the TV screen in the RV is. Finally, I don't know if the field agents were tanned by the sun, which made their faces unclear, or how they were dripping. Anyway, Li Feng didn't find a beauty in the base. So after shopping for half a circle, Li Feng touched his stomach and said that his mother called him to go home for dinner, and he would have the opportunity to come to the base to find friends to play in the future. Phil Coulson stopped doing it immediately. Which onion are you? Do you really think I asked you to inspect the base? You can leave only after doing business. Austin, I actually came to you because I wanted to ask you for help. Phil Coulson stopped in front of Li Feng, stretched out his hand to sign for Li Feng to go to Molnir, and said, "How much do you know about Molnir? I knew that you wouldn't invite me to the base for nothing. It's a pity. I really don't know how Molnir forged it." The corner of Li Feng's mouth was slightly tilted, and his hands spread out in a refreshing manner, and said, "I have said everything that should be said, and I really don't know the rest." Seeing Phil Coulson's expression of "I don't believe it," Li Feng ignored him, walked towards the exit of the base, and said, "I am a wild magician without background." Do you know what wild magician? It is all knowledge. I need to collect it myself, so the knowledge I understand is usually fragmentary, and I need to piece together the information myself to get a specious conclusion. What about Thor? Phil Coulson walked quickly behind Li Feng and asked, "Do you know what he looks like?" Li Feng glanced at Phil Coulson angrily. "Where do I know what Thor looks like? What if there is a sentence describing Thor's appearance in the book? When Thor visited the Earth last time, the ancestor who invented the camera had a pool of liquid. No. Can you draw a portrait of Thor just by describing it?" Phil Coulson shrugged. "I can't help it. We have been here for a few days, but we still haven't found Thor. I'm a little worried." If only knew what Phil Coulson was worried about. It was nothing more than listening to Fury's words, thinking that Thor had belched, and they were superfluous to protect Mjolnir. But how could Thor have died? This product has the protagonist's halo. It's just that Li Feng can't think of how to explain that Thor not only has descended on the earth, but maybe he's working with beautiful women. After thinking about it, Li Feng pointed in the direction of Mjolnir and said, "I don't know anything else, but I know Thor is definitely still alive. Otherwise, Odin would not be able to let Mjolnir fall into the world." Phil Coulson rubbed his eyebrows, sighed, and said, "We have also analyzed this, and we have speculated that Thor at the moment may be somewhere on the Earth, but you also know that the area of the Earth is still a bit large for humans." "Yes, and S.H.I.E.L.D. is huge, but it can't be found in a short time through the Earth to find Thor." At the end, Phil Coulson looked at Li Feng expectantly and said, "Aren't you good at divination? Can you help divination where Thor is now? Even if it is probably a seed, it is better than looking for a needle in a haystack." Phil Coulson's words changed Li Feng's eyes when he looked at the other party. "Ma Dan, Lao Tzu's spell on you is to make you my subordinate and help me get more benefits. Now, I haven't got any benefits from you. On the contrary, I want to help you solve the problem. Who of us cast a spell on whom? Well, I'll help you see it, but don't hold on too much hope, after all, my divination. Before Li Feng walked to the entrance of the base, he hadn't finished speaking. There was a sudden thunder on the top of the base, followed by heavy rain. Li Feng chirped and looked up at the night sky. He saw that apart from the dark clouds covering a kilometer above the base, the stars could still be seen in the distant night sky. This really shows that there's a problem with this thunderstorm. There is no need for Li Feng to explain. Phil Coulson, who also looked up at the stars in the distance, asked curiously, "Does this mean Thor is nearby? Could be that God wants to smoke. It was a spark from God's lighter just now. This thunder and lightning showed you. Thor's already in the base, okay?" Li Feng spread his hands and was about to walk towards Mauernir and wait for Thor. When he suddenly stopped, he turned his head to look at Phil Coulson and said, "Are you ready for a welcome banner? God will prepare the banner." Phil Coulson shook his head irritably, took out the walkie-talkie, and issued several commands. He was also a prince anyway, and there was no banner. Really, in the midst of defamation, Li Feng shot a ball of flame towards the sky and controlled the flame to compose a paragraph of text in the sky. "Welcome to the Prince of Asgard, the great master of thunder, Mr. Thor Odinson, to Midgard." To be honest, when Phil Coulson saw this line of text with excellent light and shadow effects, the first reaction in the sea was that the tall image of magician Li Feng collapsed in an instant. There is no way not to collapse. A few days ago, Li Feng played in front of Phil Coulson, the Hell Lord Mephisto, facing calmly. I was taken aback by Phil Coulson and others. I couldn't help but praise Li Feng from the bottom of my heart. "You are so kind." But now, Thor hadn't even seen his face, and his whole body exuded an unpredictable aura and instantly turned into a flattering villain. It is also said that the devil changes his face quickly, so you can't go far. Immediately, the corner of Phil Coulson's eyes twitched because he thought of Li Feng's attitude towards Shield when he was weak, saying that he would avoid it. But when the strength of this product became elusive, he immediately ignored Shield and asked if it would be beneficial. Such a villain can become a magician. What kind of world is this? Phil Coulson shook his head and walked straight back to the base. On the other side, Thor, who broke into the base easily, also looked at the big words in the air, welcoming himself. What is the situation? The people in Midgard knew they were coming. Moreover, the flame text looks like a magician's masterpiece. When did Midgard have a magician? After thinking about it, Thor thinks he should be careful. What if this is a trap? I still approach Mjolnir slowly according to the original plan and talk with magician after I got the hammer back to restore the power of the hammer god. In this way, Thor sneaked into the base carefully all the way. As for the conflict between Thor and the agent in the movie, Phil Coulson already knows who came, so the fool sent an agent to intercept him, not to mention whether he could stop Thor. But what if he did? He is a prince. What else can you do if you beat a few agents? After Thor patted his butt and left, the injured agents should ask Fury for medical expenses. If Thor is injured, several agents who intercepted Thor, are you ready to be remembered by God? Next to Mauernir, Li Feng was holding a rainproof shield, smiling and watching Dada Tor suddenly appear in front of him. Without waiting for Thor, who was wondering what to ask, Li Feng stretched out his hand and motioned Thor to get Mjolnir, and said, "Prince Thor, if you have any doubts, please wait for me to ask." Thor glanced at Li Feng, then at his beloved hammer. "Magician? It's a bit difficult to fight without supernatural power. Since people don't stop me, I still have the strength to speak with confidence." Thinking of this, Thor couldn't help showing a chrysanthemum blooming smile and quickly walked to Mauernir and excitedly grabbed his hand to the handle of the hammer. Naturally, it goes without saying that Odin had the meaning of training Thor to come to Earth, and now Thor has not changed his thoughts, and he is still a brash man. Just get the hammer back? So what's the point of the discipline Odin envisioned? Simply let Thor travel to the Earth. Thor, also known as the Hammer God, shows how much Thor loves hammers. Not long ago, Thor had no idea what he had done. His father didn't care about Hammer's face and forcibly confiscated his beloved hammer. A hammer god without a hammer. Is that a good hammer god? Odin's behavior immediately made Thor burst into tears and snot. However, seeing that God of Hammer didn't realize the mistake he had made, he simply didn't stop doing it. The confiscation of the hammer was not counted. He actually deprived him of his divine power inexplicably and expelled him from the realm of God. You said this was a trouble. Are you still my father? Now Thor, who has been exhausted, sees that he is about to pick up the hammer to regain the throne of the hammer god, and then return to Asgard and his father to Theory. What did he do wrong? Unfortunately, the idea is good, but the reality is cruel. No matter how Thor confessed his love to Hammer, Hammer actually said firmly, "You are not my hammer brother, please go out." At this time, Thor said that he was a bit irritated, and his beloved hammer would actually refuse to accept him. What's the difference between this and watching your lover throw into the arms of others? Thor, who felt that he was broken in love, roared up to the sky a few times incomprehensibly and sat paralyzed beside Mjolnir like a wooden chicken. On the side, Phil Coulson saw Thor couldn't hold Mjolnir, so he walked to Li Feng in confusion. And while looking at Thor, he whispered in Li Feng's ear, "Austin, are you sure this is Thor? I watched. How do you look like a broken-hearted youth?" I suddenly found out. Li Feng turned his head and glanced at Phil Coulson and said, "You have summarized it well. Isn't it just a broken love?" The Hammer Crush, who has been in love with each other for thousands of years, suddenly said that he broke up. Not on others. Hammer Crush? Lao Tzu has no fetishes. Collecting antiques shouldn't be considered as fetishes. Phil Coulson rolled his eyes vaguely, waved at the agent in the distance, and motioned to get an umbrella quickly. "Didn't you see Prince Asgard getting in the rain?" "Really, I don't have any eyesight at all." At the moment, Thor is like a patient with loss of soul, allowing the agent to hold his umbrella and help him into the room he had prepared. Just as Li Feng wanted to follow Thor, Phil Coulson's voice came from behind. "Austin, do you know Asgard?" Phil Coulson would actually be a little worried. After Thor entered the base, he didn't say a word. At most, he roared into the sky. This made Phil Coulson know that Thor was not dumb, and he didn't know anything else. If he communicated with Thor, he would not understand the Asgard dialect as soon as the other party spoke. "You think too much. People play English better than you." Li Feng curled his lips and said enviously, "This elder brother has a lifespan of 5,000 years, so he can live a long time. With such a long lifespan, Thor can't just drink and eat meat every day except for fighting. People will use their spare time to learn, let alone the small terrestrial language, even the remote Trant language, Groot Metropolis." Tree Man. Phil Coulson was stunned, and then thought that although Creature looked weird, the opponent's race was divided into the elves, although Creature's appearance was not in touch with the handsome elves in his impression. But all the elves came out. What happened to the tree people in the world? Isn't this normal? Maybe someday I can see a dwarf that is only as high as my waist. Knowing that he could communicate with Thor, Phil Coulson walked quickly into the room where Thor was. "Dump it when you're done." "Good you, Phil Coulson. I misunderstood you." Li Feng followed Phil Coulson into the room. In order to welcome the alien prince, Phil Coulson took a lot of effort to decorate the hospitality room. Not to mention the silk bed, even fresh apples are placed on the dining table in the room. Looking at the water droplets remaining on the outside of the apple, it is estimated that it was brought over by the agent just washed in the last second. Li Feng cast his eyes to sit on the bedside. Thor, who was still stuck in the pain of broken love, walked straight to the dining table, picked up the apple, and gnawed. On the side, Phil Coulson looked at Li Feng helplessly, moved a chair to the opposite side of Thor, and said with a gentle smile, "Hello, Thor Odinson. I'm Phil Coulson. I'm the agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Welcome to the Earth." Thor raised his head and glanced up at the dull-eyed. "Phil Coulson, mortal?" The arrogant Thor directly ignored Phil Coulson, turned his head to look at Li Feng, and asked, "Who are you?" After a pause, Thor seemed to think of something, and suddenly got up and walked in front of Li Feng, questioning, "Yes. It's not that you did tricks on Mjolnir, preventing me from picking it up." Li Feng, who was gnawing at the apple happily, coughed repeatedly at Thor's words. So I don't dare to do it, even if I have the ability seal of Milner. It's true that your father can't see everything that is happening on the earth. I used to know that Thor only likes to talk with a hammer. Now, I suddenly felt that when Odin sealed you, did he seal your mind too? Do you think I have the strength to do tricks on Mjolnir? Li Feng said in a bitter tone. It's completely impossible. In fact, Thor felt a little silly when he asked. The other party is just a magician of the earth. You don't need to look closely to know that the other party's strength is not as good as himself, not to mention working on Mjolnir. Although Phil Coulson guessed that Thor didn't want to talk to himself, since the other party had spoken, he had to ask something, otherwise he would not be able to explain it to Fury. After thinking about it, Phil Coulson feels that he should go straight to the subject and go straight to the subject. Mr. Thor Odinson, do you have any purpose in coming to Earth? Why come to the Earth? Thor sighed desertedly and ignored Phil Coulson, who was sprinkling salt on his wound. He glanced at the room that was not bad, and suddenly his mind came out. Unfortunately, there is no alcohol, spirits, or broken love. It's a perfect match. Seeing this, Phil Coulson looked helplessly at Li Feng, who was still eating apples. Before asking for help, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. After checking the caller ID, Phil Coulson hurriedly left the room. When it sounded in the hands of Phil Coulson, Li Feng perceived that someone was casting a spell on him, as if he wanted to confuse his consciousness. Needless to say, Loki's bear kid is making trouble in this cliff. It is a pity that Li Feng, who is a full-level occultist, directly ignores Loki's magic. But Li Feng, who consciously has no chance of winning in the face of Loki, thinks about it, picked up an apple from the table and threw it to Thor, and walked to the door. He said, "Your power is now sealed, but there is no divine power to maintain the energy your body needs. You should eat something." When he walked to the door of the room, the moment Li Feng closed the door casually, Li Feng, who opened his eyes, turned to look at Loki, who suddenly appeared in the room, and closed the door after a mysterious smile. Originally, Li Feng's mana fluctuations had already made Loki understand that the other party was a magician, but Loki wanted to come to the other party and would have been living on the earth to eat. Presumably, the magician's strength was limited. As for the magician on the earth, it is not that Loki looks down on the earth, but that he does not believe that there is a magician on the earth at all. It's just. The smile that Li Feng left before leaving gave Loki the illusion that he was seen through. After thinking about it, Loki showed his figure in front of Thor, looked at the door, and asked, "Dear brother, who is that magician?" "Loki." Thor glanced at the direction of the door, shook his head, and signaled that he didn't know who Li Feng was, and asked wonderingly, "Are you here? Are the Jotuns going to attack God's domain?" "Let me return to God's domain," I explained to the father in person. Before Thor could finish speaking, Loki, the liar master, put on a sad expression and said, "Father is dead." Hearing Loki's words, Thor's mind was a little confused. "What do you mean? You don't play your cards according to your routine. I just made a 3, so you're going to blow up the king?" "No, I was still talking about the Jotuns in the last second, but the next second I said that the father is dead." This turning point was too great, and Thor said that his old waist couldn't bear it. Later, Loki started the mouth-to-mouth mode, and for a while, he tricked the Torgidonians into attacking Asgard, and then he said that Odin was too old and couldn't stand the irritation. He suffered a heart attack or something. Anyway, he died. The so-called country cannot be left alone. Thor should have inherited the throne. However, the prince is not in Asgard at the moment, so he will naturally inherit the throne. In order to make Thor die and fight for the throne with him, Loki tells Thor clearly, without blinking his eyes when he tells a lie. The condition for the Jotun to retreat is to expel you permanently, and your mother agrees to this. Anyway, there's only one purpose in Loki's words. For peace, you'd better be honest with the earth, and don't return to Asgard to make trouble. This is Thor's simplicity. He not only believed Loki's words, but also said thank you to Loki, who came to convey the news at the risk. On the other side, after Li Feng came out of Thor's room, he subconsciously looked for Phil Coulson. He remembers that Phil Coulson had been hit by Loki's control spells before, which made him a little worried. What if Loki's magic conflicts with his control seeds, and let Phil Coulson get out of control. Li Feng said that the loss was a bit big. After a while, Li Feng found Phil Coulson, who was standing in an unmanned corner calling. It's just that Phil Coulson put the phone on his ear, and he was a little puzzled by the way he was chatting happily. The ringing on the phone is obviously a ghost of Loki, who is Phil Coulson talking to now. When Li Feng walked into Phil Coulson, he knew. A fart on the call. What's the only busy tone in Phil Coulson's phone? Are you chatting with a ghost who lives on the phone? Wouldn't say Li Feng unlocked Phil Coulson's magic in 2s and 3s. Recalling that he and Busy Ian had been talking nonsense for a long time, Phil Coulson looked at the phone in his hand with a bewildered face, then looked at Li Feng on the side and asked in confusion, "What's wrong with me?" Li Feng shrugged, pointed in Thor's direction, and said, "Thor's younger brother Loki is here, and you are controlled by Loki." "Why didn't you say it earlier?" Phil Coulson took Li Feng to Thor's room while speaking. Li Feng said calmly, "Say early? Then, let's fight with Loki here. I'm not his opponent." When the two went to Thor's room, they passed by Mjolnir. Li Feng happened to see Loki barking his teeth and clenching Mjolnir with both hands. He tried to pick up the hammer, but the hammer did not move at all. Bird is embarrassing look. Li Feng Pust, who couldn't help smiling, was born with a laugh, and then his face was stern, as if the previous laugh was not from him, but it was Loki's own hallucinations. With no expression on their faces, Li Feng and Loki glanced at each other, turned their heads, and walked quickly to Thor's room, leaving Loki with a slightly blushing face, standing awkwardly next to Mjolnir. That is not to loosen the hammer, nor to continue trying to raise the hammer. Loki believes in his ears and eyes. He absolutely believes that this strange magician not only sees his embarrassment, but also laughs at his unwieldy attempt to lift Mjolnir, and that the other party already knows his own details. At the same time, Loki, who was able to see Li Feng's appearance, judged that Li Feng was a pure earthling, which made him a little curious. When did the earth have a magician? Should I ask my mother after going back to God's domain? As an ordinary person with no magic power, Phil Coulson of at the moment didn't carry any detection equipment. It was impossible to find Loki invisible when passing by Mjolnir. But Li Feng's sudden ridiculous laughter and the behavior of looking at Mjolnir's direction made Phil Coulson suddenly aware of something. It's just that Phil Coulson remembers that Li Feng said before that he can't do Loki, which makes Phil Coulson understand that the right thing to do now is to do nothing. At least, you have to stay away from Mjolnir to ask your doubts. Until the two were about to push the door of Thor's room, Phil Coulson suddenly whispered, "What happened before?" Li Feng glanced at Phil Coulson, who was a little speculative on his face, and said, "You group of agents, do you seem to be drooling?" Phil Coulson smiled slowly. "Did he leave?" Li Feng scratched his head and looked around for Loki with his eyes open. After a while, he shrugged and said, "Loki is stronger than me, so I'm not sure if Loki will leave the base. I only know that I don't see him now." After speaking, Li Feng pushed open the door and stared blankly at Thor with moist eyes and bloodshot eyes, but his eyes looked dull and apathetic. To be honest, Li Feng didn't think that Thor would be crying or holding his head in pain by Loki's play. But now, how do you describe it? Li Feng estimated that he gave Thor a carving knife, and this guy definitely immediately carved the big characters "I regretted it" on his face. Was Thor too easy to lie? It's Odin who cursed Mjolnir, but Thor doesn't have any doubts? Or does Thor trust the brother too much? Don't doubt Loki's words at all. This brotherhood, nothing to say. It is worthy of the love of brother, crazy hammer brother. Li Feng scratched his head, picked up the tissue, and handed it to Thor, and asked knowingly, "Thor, what do you look like? What is wrong?" "Thank you." Thor took the tissue, wiped away his tears, and gave Li Feng a look of "Don't pay attention to me. Let me be quiet." He turned over and lay on the bed with his back facing Li Feng and Phil Coulson. Phil Coulson glanced at Li Feng bitterly. As for what Phil Coulson's eyes specifically wanted to express, Li Feng said that he didn't know. Anyway, his brain has automatically understood. Is this really a prince? It's hob meat. How about you ask, what's the situation? Do you want to die to death? In this regard, Li Feng scratched his head and said that he didn't know why Thor's eyes were red from crying. He also expressed to Phil Coulson that he had little experience in life, and he didn't know how to comfort others. You are an SHIELD high-level agent. Who will you not comfort, Thor? As for me, it's so late. I should go home to wash and sleep. While speaking, Li Feng breathed and prepared to push the door open. At this time, an agent with a bright head wearing gold glasses just pushed open the door, smiled professionally at Li Feng, and then said to Phil Coulson, "Sir, someone came to visit our guest, by the way. You wanted to take away. Take the alien prince?" Phil Coulson said he didn't hear clearly. He subconsciously took out his ears and asked, "Agent Sylvet, are you sure it's humans who came, Thor?" "Yes." Sylvet turned his head and said, "If you only look at the other person's appearance and documents, the other person is indeed human. As for what is under Eric Shavig's skin," Witch shrugged and said uncertainly, "Maybe it's an alien, maybe it's a human, who knows?" After a pause, Sylvet added ponderingly, "But I think Mr. Shavig is human. The odds are quite high. At least I haven't seen any fake documents that can do the same as the real ones." Phil Coulson was a little puzzled. Although he didn't know when Thor came to Earth, he could roughly estimate the time when Thor came to Earth based on the calculation of the time when Mjolnir came to Earth. The question is, in just a few days, an alien can successfully enter the human world and make human friends? Is the speed of friendship building too fast? It's hard to say that behind Thor's priesthood is the position of diplomat. Thor, who was resting with his back to Li Feng, heard the name of Sheeg, got up and sat on the head of the bed, and said to Li Feng in a slightly hoarse voice, "Magician, don't embarrass my friend. They are just ordinary people, what? Do not know it all." Li Feng glanced at Thor silently. "What you said, as if I were some great devil." Phil Coulson on the side narrowed his eyes and thought. Before, Thor was arrogant and unwilling to talk to himself, but he only saw loss and disappointment from the other's expression. But after he was enchanted by the magic and frantically chatting on the phone with busy tone, Thor's face not only showed loss, but also a deep feeling of sadness. So what did Thor think of or know when he was like a mentally retarded child? Obviously, this is related to the sudden appearance of Loki. Thinking of this, Phil Coulson motioned with his eyes to Sylvet to personally entertain Shoig, and by the way, to take Shoig's information. Sylvet nodded slightly, indicating that he was familiar with the task. When Sylvet left and closed the door, Phil Coulson said with the gentlest smile on his face, "Mr. Thor, I don't know what your brother said to you. I don't know what you know, but on Earth, among humans, there is a word circulating, I will tell you. If you reap a piece of happiness, you will reap double happiness after sharing it with you. And if you share a piece of pain between two people, the original suffering alone is only half of the original." For a long time, Phil Coulson saw Thor's face a little tangled, as if he was about to say his pain, but he refused to say it. He sighed slightly in his heart. "You aliens, you have to face and suffer. If you don't want to share your happiness and pain with others, then you'd better find a way to vent that suits you. Otherwise, it's not good to hold it in your heart." Phil Coulson pointed to Li Feng and said, "Perhaps you can visit this Mr. Austin's RV. Although a magic car is nothing to show off for you, it does make me personally open your eyes, especially when there's a large space in the RV, which is suitable for your unscrupulous catharsis, and you will not be disturbed after you close the door." Yes, the spell seed I planted in Phil Coulson's body is definitely out of order. There is no benefit, so I will find something to do. It's not impossible to ask me to entertain Thor, but please help me analyze it first. Is the biggest beneficiary me, or SHIELD? Li Feng glanced at Phil Coulson, slandering and wondering in his heart whether Phil Coulson was preparing to launch a humanity offensive. In fact, Li Feng guessed it correctly. In the eyes of Phil Coulson, Thor, who has only been on Earth for a few days, just said, "Don't hurt my friend," for his new friend Eric Shavig, which made Phil Coulson judge Thor or a man who pays attention to feelings. In addition to Thor's ignorance of Phil Coulson before, Phil Coulson estimated that it would take a lot of time for him to become friends with Thor. And Li Feng at least has the identity of magician. Plus, Thor had said a few words with Li Feng before, and Leifung didn't know anything about Asgard. Maybe the two can become friends in a short time. By the way, let me know. Thor glanced at Leifung with complicated eyes, as if thinking something, silently lowered his head. Although Thor has lived for 1,000 years under the care of his parents, he has made himself a naive child who likes to talk with his fists at every turn. Especially recently, he directly disobeyed Odin's meaning and properly grew up from a kid to a bear child in the rebellious period. But now, because of his previous disaster, Asgard almost fell into war, and his father, who was already old, was too sad and tired to die, and his mother made it clear to expel him from Asgard forever. This made him understand that now he is no longer the prince of Asgard, just a poor, homeless man. He couldn't even claim to be a Protoss, because his divine power had been deprived. In other words, he is at most just a mortal with a long lifespan and a strong body. Similarly, in Loki's words, Odin's death was all caused by him. This indirect pain of killing his relatives made Thor regret the red eyes and let his naive heart grow overnight. As for the growth rate, let's not talk about it. But when Thor thinks about things now, his first reaction is not to look for a hammer, but to consider more. For example, to spend the rest of his life on Earth, Thor doesn't want to have a bunch of sticky guys behind his *** all day long. So, after a long time, Thor took a deep breath and said in a slightly hoarse voice, "My father was killed by my arrogance and stupidity." Leifung and Phil Coulson looked at each other. "Are you talking now?" "Sorry. Please be sorry." Phil Coulson pondered for a while and asked apologetically, "You came to Earth for? I was deprived of my supernatural power and expelled to the Earth. The deadline is forever. Concealing is never Thor's style. Or if you don't say it, you can say it clearly and clearly." So when Thor told Phil Coulson about the cause of his expulsion and his brainstorming, the horizon of the sky had begun to spread. White. Leifung, who had been with Phil Coulson for a hard night, stretched his waist, breathed with one hand, and rubbed his belly, and said, "Phil Coulson, now that Prince Thor knows almost everything about him, should Thor and I go back to the RV to rest first? Add some food, by the way." Speaking of this, Leifung glanced at Thor's stomach and whispered in Phil Coulson's ear, "Asgard people are big stomach kings. You can easily eat a cow in time, or the one without the stomachic and digestive tablets." Phil Coulson rolled his eyes to Thor's flat stomach and asked in a low voice, "What do you mean? Can't you tell me this?" Leifung curled his lips and whispered, "Although I have a cattle farm, my eldest brother consumes at least 1 cow a day. Do you think I have that kind of financial support?" As soon as Leifung's voice fell, Phil Coulson knew what Leifung wanted to express. "Do you want SHIELD to reimburse your cattle, or simply let SHIELD buy some cattle and sheep to send to your home?" Leifung nodded and said, "I'd better buy some cattle and sheep and bring them here." To be honest, Leifung knew that Thor could not stay on Earth for a few days, and the cattle and sheep he could consume were actually very limited. But don't forget that Creature personally took care of the cattle and sheep that Leifung ate. In order for Leifung to eat safe and high-quality meat food, the loyal and hard-working Creature occasionally fed some magic potions or magical herbs to poultry and livestock. This has resulted in Leifung's daily food containing mild energy, which is easily absorbed by the human body, not to mention that it can also strengthen his physical fitness, which is precious to Leifung. Occasionally, it is okay for Thor to enjoy 1 meal and 2 meals. After eating a meal every day, Leifung said that he couldn't stand it, and the landlord's family didn't have such extra food. So letting SHIELD pull a batch of cattle and sheep is actually the best plan. And when Thor patted his butt and left, these cattle and sheep happened to be cheaply Leifung. Phil Coulson thought for a while. Thor's body was flowing with the orthodox blood of the Protoss of Aesir. Even though he had been expelled to the Earth, he was still a member of the royal family of the Protoss of Aesir. In addition, Thor was once the status of the prince. Presumably, he still has some influence in Asgard. This has to be known by the Asgard people that their deposed prince is hungry on the Earth, and there may be something wrong with it, and the human face can't justify it. It's too shameful. Moreover, there is such an alien on the Earth whose technological civilization far exceeds that of the Earth. As long as a child has a relationship with the other party, it shouldn't be a big problem to get some Asgard's outdated technology from the other party's mouth. Thinking of this, Phil Coulson took out the walkie-talkie in front of Thor and ordered the walkie-talkie. "Sylvan agent, buy a cart of cattle and sheep for our alien friends." After thinking about it, Phil Coulson turned his head and looked at him. Air asked, "Your Excellency Thor, do you have any needs?" Thor, who was a little confused about the future, shook his head blankly. Then he felt thirsty and said, "Are there any alcohol? I want a drink." "Why?" Li Feng chirped and smiled. "I have forgotten that the wine culture of the Asgard people is well known in the universe, and it is rumored that they feel uncomfortable if they don't drink for a day." "Famous in the universe?" Phil Coulson glanced at Li Feng thoughtfully. Li Feng pointed to the exit of the base, and while beckoning Thor to leave with him, he said, "I have self-brewed beer in my RV, and—" Li Feng blinked his right eye at Thor, as if reminiscent of the beer. Licking his lower lip, he said, "My beer is not ordinary. It is brewed with a lot of magical herbs. It has a special flavor. If it's someone else's invitation, even if he has decided to let go of the arrogant Thor, he might still hesitation, but now the invitation is a magician. Besides, please drink alcohol." This makes Thor not even hesitation, so he nodded in agreement. But before leaving, Thor still remembers that his new friends are still waiting for him. Although Phil Coulson and Li Feng look like good people, Thor is still a little worried. Just before Thor could speak, Li Feng on the side said first, "Almost forgot, Phil Coulson, let Dr. Eric Shaw go." "Definitely." Phil Coulson, who felt a little weird, squinted at Li Feng, picked up the walkie-talkie, and ordered, "Let Dr. Shavig come over." After a while, as the door was pushed open, Shavig, who was forced to ask him all night, walked into the room with a tired face, and after looking at Phil Coulson and Li Feng in the room, he forced his joy and opened his arms, walked to Thor and said, Donnie, you are here. I will take you home." On the side, Phil Coulson raised his brows playfully. While looking at Li Feng's gaze at Shaig, he said to Li Feng's ears sideways, "Does Thor do what he does in the countryside? Just after he came to the Earth, he gave himself an Earth name?" Li Feng glanced at Phil Coulson, who was still in a mood for a joke, shrugged and whispered back, "I hope you can laugh later." Phil Coulson froze for a moment. "What do you mean? The connotation in your words is quite deep." Li Feng now ignores Phil Coulson, who is full of doubts. Some words will be discussed later. Now, he will settle Thor first and gain some of Thor's friendship by the way. 2. Li Feng stretched out his hand to signal Thor and Shavig to leave the base, and said, "After a hard night, let's go to my house and take a good rest." After speaking, Li Feng turned his head and walked out of the room. There was the bitterness of losing his father on his face, and Thor, who was confused about the future, patted Shavig on the shoulder, looked at Li Feng and said, "This is Austin Magician. Let's visit Magician's house." Shavig looked at Li Feng's back with a dazed expression. "Magician? Which psychiatric hospital is this patient? Especially now that the government is really getting more and more unreliable. Even mental patients are recruited as employees? Waste taxpayers' money." In the midst of defamation, Shavig and several people have already walked to the exit of the base. Li Feng turned his head and glanced at Shavig, with a smile that he considered to be the most kind, and shouted, "Creature." As soon as the voice fell, Creature appeared in front of Li Feng instantly, blinking Shu Lingling's big eyes, and respectfully said, "Boss, Creature is always waiting for your instructions." "Hold the grass." Shavig was stunned by the sudden appearance of the big ears. Creature's eyes widened, and he stepped back subconsciously, pointing to Creature and shouted, "This child has a genetic mutation?" "Child? The gene is mutated?" Li Feng glanced at Shavig with a black line on his face. What a normal person sees Creature subconsciously think of our aliens. How does this guy think of genetic mutations? I should say that I am a science expert. Is everything explained by science? Thor is also from Asgard anyway. There are so many weird creatures. Creature's appearance is really nothing to him, or to Thor, Creature's big eyes are still a bit cute. Therefore, Thor, who squatted halfway in front of Creature, just glanced at him, with pure curiosity in his eyes, turned his head to look at Li Feng and asked, "What kind of creature is this?" "Creature is a house elf, a kind of elves," Li Feng explained casually to Creature. "Prepare food for the two guests." After thinking about it, Li Feng pointed to Thor and told Creature, "This guest needs a lot of nutrition. You kill a cow, you raise yourself." He pointed to Shaig again. "This guest is an ordinary person. You should try to cook some food to improve your physique." Phil Coulson on the side squinted at Shaig. He knew exactly what Li Feng's character was. If it was Thor's sake and prepared some exquisite food for Shaig, Phil Coulson wouldn't think too much. And he and Li Feng got along for several days, not to mention eating foods that improve physical fitness. Even Li Feng didn't even mention it. At the moment, providing Shaig with foods to improve physical fitness is too much. In addition to the previous few verbal concerns about Shavig, the intention to approach Dr. Shavig is too obvious, right? It's just. Phil Coulson is a little puzzled. A doctor of astronomy. What is worthy of Li Feng's deliberate friendship? Is it possible that magician still needs to learn astronomy? Phil Coulson stroked his chin. It seems to be right. Fortune-telling usually involves stars, and stars are not astronomy. Regarding Phil Coulson's conjecture, Li Feng was too lazy to explain. Phil Coulson can think whatever he likes. Anyway, he will not tell Phil Coulson that Dr. Shavig's understanding of space is beyond imagination and can help him understand space. In the future battle of New York, when Loki invades the Earth, no one will look for it. Instead, he will look for Shavig to study Tesseract. What does this mean? It shows that Shaig is a great man, and even alien Loki knows how well Shaig has studied space. In Thor 2, Shaig was previously controlled by Loki with Mind Gem, so he played in a mental hospital. But this big guy is still studying even in the mental hospital, and even giving lectures to the mentally ill. The theories put forward by the most speechless big guy have been verified one by one. For example, Shavig calculated the seats of the 9 kingdoms. What Midgard is in the middle of the world tree, and Asgard is on the top of the world tree. In addition, Dr. Shavig doesn't seem to be leaking, but you can see how awesome this buddy is by looking at his circle of friends. In the original drama, shortly after the equipment of Dr. Eric Shavig and Jane Foster was confiscated by S.H.I.E.L.D., Eric told Jane, "I have a friend who studies gamma rays." After S.H.I.E.L.D. appeared, I never saw him again. This really shows that people know Banner. This is not over yet. There is a sentence next. I will contact one of my colleagues and email him to see if he can help. The colleague in his mouth is actually the first-generation Ant-Mandar, Hank Pym. The point is that colleague is called Roar. Pym is a big man in the quantum field. So how much does Shavig, who became a colleague with Pym, know about the quantum field? Maybe Xavier can't compare with Hank Pym, but it should be okay to teach Li Feng quantum science. Such a great man can still help his great man, and the other person has traveled far and wide to come to the door in person. So it is strange that Li Summit gave up the opportunity. Definitely, if there is a chance, Li Feng doesn't mind developing Shavig into his own subordinate. As if he heard Shavig's 3 views being broken, he looked at the ugly creature in front of him speechlessly. This is an elf? Then, Shavig seemed to think of something and turned to look at Thor. Are you really Thor? Thor patted Shavig on the shoulder and said with a wry smile, I used to be now. I've been deprived of supernatural power, just an ordinary person living in Midgard. Even if Thor is expelled now, Li Feng walked to Shaig's side and smiled politely, but he is still a member of the royal family of the Aesir Protoss. While talking, Li Feng stretched out his hand to Shaig, shook hands, and said, Hello, Dr. Eric Shaig. My name is Austin. I am a magician. Hello. Shaig was somewhat cautious and at a loss, glanced vaguely at Thor, who seemed to be a backer, stretched out his hand and shook hands with Li Feng and said, Hello, Mr. Magician. It's nice to meet you. Although Li Feng is not good at communication, he also knows that friendship is never in place in one step. This handshake is only the beginning. In the future, as long as the other party understands magic and becomes curious about magic, then whether the two become friends or let Shaig become a subordinate depends on how the future develops. In this regard, Li Feng said that he is not in a hurry. He has time to wait for the phone meeting. Your Excellency Thor, I asked Creature to show you around my home. Li Feng looked at Shavig and said with a smile, "If you don't understand anything, you can ask Creature, as long as it doesn't involve personal secrets. Creature will answer your question." After speaking, Li Feng pointed to Phil Coulson. "As for me, there are still things that I need to explain to Phil Coulson. Just call me Thor." Thor nodded slightly. He just wanted to get drunk now. He didn't care who was with him, as long as he had a drink, even if Creature ignored him. As for Shavig, he still had some doubts about the magical world. So he took advantage of the opportunity of visiting to explore, smiled politely at Li Feng, and said, "This is my honor." Creature glanced at Li Feng, and after making sure that Li Feng had nothing to say, he respectfully motioned the two to walk towards the RV. On the side, Phil Coulson, who acts as a wooden man, watched Thor and Shavig enter the RV, walked to Li Feng, and asked in a low voice, "What can you do with Dr. Shavig? Although I am a scumbag, I have a heart yearning for science." Li Feng casually said, "Nonsense. Daddy Thor is not dead." "What?" Phil Coulson was stunned. He was clearly talking about Dr. Shavig, and suddenly jumped onto Odin after a few nonsense. Phil Coulson said his mind hasn't turned the corner yet and needs to slow down. Loki is lying? Phil Coulson took Li Feng to the corner of the base, squinted, and asked, "What's your reason?" "Li Feng, it's a long story." Before Li Feng could say, "I'll make a long story short," Phil Coulson interrupted. "It's okay. I have time, and my task is Mjolnir and Thor. The more detailed I understand some things, the more I can judge. The more accurate." Li Feng scratched his head and slandered as he sorted out the sentences. "What you said makes sense. Do you want me to break each letter out to explain the specific meaning?" "Yes. Since your leisure time is moldy, I will explain it to you slowly." After clearing his throat, Li Feng said, "First of all, Thor said that Odin had deprived him of his supernatural power. In fact, this is impossible. There are many ways to practice magician. Some rely on the magic power in the environment to cast spells, but the power of the spell depends on the magical environment. If you're in a non-magic environment, this kind of magician is a waste. There are also those who use energy from other dimensions to cast spells. You understand it as borrowing energy from other worlds. The key here is borrowing. You borrow money from the bank for collateral, and borrowing money from friends requires face. Borrowing energy also requires cost. There are also those who cultivated and stored mana in the body. Li Feng pointed to himself and said, "I am such a magician." There's also a magician that is born with mana in the body, and outsiders can't deprive this natural mana at all. Li Feng glanced at the RV and whispered, "Tor is this kind of person. Definitely, there is divine power in people's body, but both mana and divine power are a kind of energy, so there is no deprivation at all. Odin is the head of the gods. It's true, but he was so desperate to deprive the mana of a low energy level. He wants to deprive him of the divine power? Is that possible? So, Odin will seal Thor's supernatural power at best. It's just that seal spells have a characteristic. It needs energy to maintain the seal circle. Otherwise, the so-called seal is only temporary and can't last." Li Feng touched his chin and said, "Just like Thor said, his divine power is his father lost it. So the source of the seal on Thor actually came from Odin. Then the problem is here." Li Feng spread his hands. "Since Odin is hanging up, I observed Thor for Mao and found that the seal on his body is not loose at all. Could it be that Odin loves his elder son too deeply? After he died, he couldn't worry about Thor, so he decided to turn into a ghost to wrap Thor around him and watch him grow up day by day. By the way, he could provide energy for the sealing technique." Phil Coulson tilted his head to digest Li Feng's narration and asked after a long time, "Why is Loki lying?" "How do I know? I'm not a prophet." Li Feng shrugged. "Although I know the reason. What can I say if there is no evidence? Guess it yourself. Besides, I have reminded you of a prophet, should you?" Li Feng said casually. "Aren't you an agent? Maybe you can think of the answer by recalling what Thor said." Phil Coulson glanced boredly at Li Feng, who reminded himself, and then took out the file-sized notes and pen in his palm from his jacket pocket and wrote notes while thinking. After a while, Phil Coulson felt that he knew something vaguely, turned his head to look at Li Feng, and asked in a serious tone, Are you sure Odin is still alive? What did you really think of? Leifong was stunned and nodded solemnly. Phil Coulson rubbed his temples, walked to the side, and closed his eyes and thought. Compared to Loki, Phil Coulson believed in what Leifong said more. So he chose to believe that Odin was still alive, but in this way, things seemed a little troublesome. From Thor's narrative, Phil Coulson understands that this guy has been defaulted to be the next Lord of Asgard. So the problem of Thor being expelled from Asgard is not difficult for agents like Phil Coulson to solve. Both Leifong and Thor mentioned that Odin is old, but he has not yet reached the point of being confused, so the random replacement of the Crown Prince is basically ruled out. After all, Odin is old, and if the next prince is still unqualified, he estimated that he didn't even have time to train. In case Prince Ren's performance is worse than Thor, it is estimated that Odin ascended to heaven in the last second, and Asgard's position in the Nine Realms moved away in the next second. So Phil Coulson thought through his thoughts and guessed that this is Odin's dislike of cultivating a successor who doesn't know how many years he has to do with his hands. If Thor is just a general in charge, there is nothing to say. Someone like Thor is very qualified. The problem is that Thor will still be the ruler of a country in the future, and impulse is not the temper that a ruler should have. So if Thor still wants to wear the crown, he must change his temper and show the ability to wear the crown. But at present, Thor obviously does not have such ability. So Odin, who wants to train heirs, naturally took great pains to create opportunities to help Thor get rid of a stinking problem. So Odin's reason for expelling Thor was found. Because Odin wants to cultivate the character of the heir, Thor understands that if you want to wear the crown, you must bear the weight of the truth. Expelling is only a means of training. It's just that in the process of cultivating Thor, something happened unexpectedly that exceeded Odin's prediction, and he couldn't deal with Loki's lie in the first place. As for what the accident was, Phil Coulson needed a stroke, but roughly guessed it was related to the throne. After all, the seat under Odin's *** was really attractive. After thinking for a while, Phil Coulson broke off what Loki had said to Thor and sorted out the reasons why Odin ignored Loki and why Loki dared to lie to Thor. 1. Loki said that the war did not start as false. Maybe now Odin is overcoming obstacles on the battlefield, so there is no time to take care of Loki's curse that he has belched. As the second prince, Loki was automatically raised to the prince, helping with the affairs of the court. It is the so-called emperor leaving Beijing and the prince supervising the country. Second, the war mentioned by Loki did not happen, but in order to quell the war, Odin must have been busy enough. In addition to his advanced age, he may be overworked and sick now, lying in the rescue room to rest, or needing someone to accompany him 24 hours a day. Having become so sick, Odin naturally couldn't care about Loki, who cursed him for belching. Similarly, the responsibility of managing Asgard naturally falls into Loki's hands. It is also the so-called emperor who is seriously ill, and the prince is in charge of the country. In short, whether Odin was in war or seriously ill, he put the original prince, Thor, aside for the time being. After all, people can't deal with the unfilial son who cursed his belching beside him, so there is no air conditioner to teach Thor. And no matter what Odin's current situation is, the right to manage the country falls into the hands of Loki, who had no chance to supervise the country. It's just that Loki, who is experiencing the power of the prince for the first time, finds that he is in love with power and subconsciously does not want Thor to return to Asgard to compete with him for the throne. So he deceives Thor and makes Thor shamelessly return to Asgard, honestly with a sense of guilt. Stay on Earth and live a small life. Thinking of this, Phil Coulson was clever. Odin just went out to fight. Unless he died on the battlefield, he would definitely return to Asgard. When asked about Thor, how would Loki, who has fallen in love with power, answer? If Odin is seriously ill, he will definitely announce the next heir to the throne before the interim. How should Loki answer at this time? Shield, which is behind Asgard, is not too difficult to find someone who has a name, a surname, and a photo on the Earth, so it seems it is not difficult to find Thor with Asgard as a technology. In order to keep the crown prince, Loki is very likely to come to the Earth to kill Thor. The two sons seized the protagonist. Phil Coulson looked at Li Feng abruptly and said, "Loki is fighting for the throne with Thor? What the hell? I didn't say anything. How did you think of it?" Li Feng was a little dumbfounded and looked at Phil Coulson with a hell of a ghost. "Phil Coulson, you are really a talent." In Phil Coulson, "I think the most effective way for Loki to keep the crown is to eliminate all competitors. From what Thor and Li Feng understand, Loki's only opponent is Thor. Therefore, Phil Coulson thinks Loki will send troops to destroy Thor 80% of the time. No, Thor is also a member of the royal family of the Aesir Protoss. Loki staged a brother-in-law without a valid reason. I am afraid it will have an impact on the crown that is about to be acquired. Therefore, Loki is very likely to send his confidant to quietly kill Thor." Thinking of this, Phil Coulson twitched his mouth and glanced at the direction of the RV, rubbing his temple bitterly. If Thor dies on the Earth's troubles will be great. Odin is not dead yet. The ghost knows how Odin will take revenge on the Earth. As for the operation of Loki, don't make trouble. By then, everyone will be the only heir to Asgard. Unless Odin wants to pass the crown to outsiders, he can only watch Loki, the only remaining son, sit on the throne. What do you think? This is a mess. A few days ago, the Devil Prince felt that he could not survive his father on his lifespan, so he came to the Earth to fight. Now, first Odin threw Thor to the Earth to cultivate his temperament, then staged the brothers vying for the throne, and then tossing to the Earth. Who does the Earth provoke? It is obviously a small backward place in your eyes. Why has a prince come to the Earth to toss a few times? Austin, Phil Coulson sighed, "Be more vigilant these days. I guess there will be Asgard people coming to Thor, or the kind with weapons." After speaking, Phil Coulson shook his head and ran into the base, preparing to report all the information he now knows and guessed to Fury. Anyway, Phil Coulson said that the matter was big and he couldn't get involved with a small agent. Li Feng looked at the disappearing back of Phil Coulson in confusion. "What is the situation? How did you judge such information? The most important thing is that the profit I reminded before was wasted. Without divination, how do you ask me to ask for benefits?" Scratching his head and touching his hungry belly, Li Feng turned and walked towards the RV. "I hope the best benefit will not run away." Before Li Feng pushed the door to get into the car, there was a sound of breaking glass falling to the ground in his ears, and then Thor yelled, "Creature, here's a glass." Yes, the wine culture of Asgard people dropping a glass after drinking. If I export a glass to Asgard, will I be rich in a few days? No, my wine glass doesn't seem to be enough for Thor to fall. Suspiciously, Li Feng stepped into the RV and saw a creature standing silently at Thor's feet. After Thor broke the glass, he immediately cast a spell to restore the glass, and then turned around to fill Thor with wine. Opposite Thor, Shavig, who didn't know how much he had drunk, was already lying on the table. Roar was asleep. Needless to say, Shavig told us with practical actions early in the morning what it was like to compete with Asgard. Seeing Li Feng getting in the car, Thor burped 10 meters away and he could smell alcohol, and said, "Magician, it happened to be drinking with me." Although I drink well, but drink with Asgard? Am I stupid or do you think too much? Li Feng rolled his eyes vaguely and said, "Creature, give Dr. Shavig some sober potion." While talking, Li Feng sat across from Thor, picked up a few peanuts, and threw them into his mouth. He ate and said, "Just call me Austin." There are not many people on Earth who know magicians. Most magicians like Holmes, and some governments worry about what troubles the magician world will cause when ordinary people know about it. All magicians are called Roar. Please keep it secret from the public. Seeing Thor nodded and said he knew, Li Feng asked curiously, "Do you have any plans?" Thor's drinking motion froze, and he shook his head slightly and smiled bitterly. "What else? Let's get a job first. After all, I also need to eat." Li Feng nodded, agreeing with Thor's idea. Definitely, there's a premise, that is, Thor really can't go back to Asgard. As a pet brother mad, Li Feng felt that if he said, "Your brother wants to kill you and then ascend to the throne," Thor first did not believe it, and then jumped up and accused Li Feng of being separated between him and Loki. Emotion. But just right, Phil Coulson relied on the magical brain circuit to roughly guess what Loki did. Although Li Feng felt that Phil Coulson had no evidence like himself. But since the pot of divorced brotherhood has been carried, there is nothing to tell Thor about something. After thinking for a while, Li Feng turned his head and said, Phil Coulson seems to know something. Li Feng pretended to be hesitation, paused for a few seconds, and said, it seems to be related to Loki deceiving you. Loki? Thor frowned and asked wonderingly, what did he lie to me? Li Feng shrugged his shoulders. What exactly? I don't know. Phil Coulson and I are not in the same system. They are hiding too many things from me. If you really want to know, you'd better ask yourself. Phil Coulson. Thor seemed to think about it, then shook his head, took a sip from the glass, and whispered to himself, forget it, just lie. Austin, can you do me a favor? Li Feng was stunned. Brother, are you too big? Obviously, Li Feng heard that Thor didn't want to discuss Loki with himself. Otherwise, the topic would change too stiffly. But when he heard Thor let himself help, Li Feng was both curious and a little excited. Helping Thor meant that he had a relationship with the other party. You talk about helping me first. If you can help me, I will help you. It's not that Li Feng wanted to find an excuse to reject Thor, but he didn't know the structure of Thor's brain circuit. In case Thor asked him to help send him back to Asgard, so that he could give Odin a scent or something, Li Feng. You must be blind. Thor glanced at the driver's seat of the RV and said, send me to a nearby town. I want to meet someone. I feel that what I said may be too straightforward, or that Thor, who has just tasted love for the first time, is a little uncomfortable. I'm sorry, turning away Shaig's eyes and concealing it slightly embarrassingly. The most important thing is to send my friend home so that his family won't worry about it. Li Feng blinked inexplicably. To tell the truth, he really couldn't understand Thor. He didn't have his father's first 7 years here, and he started thinking about his girlfriend over there. The typical beauties don't want to be a country. But this is busy. Li Feng said he can help. Li Feng drank the remaining beer in the dry glass, and when he got up to the driving position, he started the RV while casting a spell to put the RV into stealth mode. At the moment, Shavig, who was given the potion, just regained consciousness and heard Thor wanted to see his student, Jane Foster. This makes Shavig both happy that Jane's charm is strong enough, but also worried about Jane and Thor's future. Needless to say, Jane's charm has seduced Thor in the mythology. Can it be tough? As for the future, don't say anything else. Thor's remaining lifespan of thousands of years is enough to have a headache. At that time, Jane's old teeth are all out, and she can only lie on the bed and rely on Roar to maintain the remaining life. Well, still so young and full of vitality. Moreover, Thor and Jane are obviously different species, and the ghost knows how to solve the problem of having a baby. Shaking his head, still a little dizzy, Shavig took out his phone from his pocket while entangled in Jane's future and said, I'll call Jane first. Call talk? While Shoig was talking, Li Feng, who was sitting in the driver's seat, opened the portal cleanly, drove the RV into the town with a kick of the accelerator, turned his head and said to Shoig, Dr. Shoig, your home is where? Although after visiting the RV, Shavig has determined that Li Feng is indeed a magician, but seeing the portal with his own eyes is another feeling. This made him stunned for a while before he realized. He needs to show Li Feng the way. Rubbing his cheeks, Shavig glanced at Li Feng in awe. While guiding the direction, he couldn't help but curiously asked, I don't think pedestrians can see us? Behind him, Thor, who is still drinking heavily, explained subconsciously, the car is invisible. After a pause, Thor, who remembered something, turned his head and said, Loki used to like to hide in a corner, and then suddenly jumped out when I passed by. Scared me. Li Feng glanced at Thor through the rearview mirror. He didn't know why, but he always felt that Thor seemed to have thought of something. After a while, the RV arrived at the destination, and everyone got off one after another. When Jane saw the people who suddenly appeared at the door of the house, the worry on her original face was instantly thrown behind her, and she walked to Thor with a happy smile and said, You're all right, it's great. Knowing that Shaig had always treated Jane as his daughter, Li Feng asked in a low voice, Dr. Shuig, this kind of flowers that have worked so hard for half a lifetime were suddenly taken away in a pot one day. What is it like? Shavig's mouth twitched, glanced at Jane, who only cared about Thor, sighed, and said, I want to punch someone. It doesn't matter who Shavig wants to beat him, but he can't get rid of other people's status. The small-sized Shoig can't do the strong Thor. Just as Li Feng jokingly persuaded Shoig to go to the gym to practice, where he got a swell of tendons that might be able to beat Thor down on the ground, Li Feng suddenly turned his head and looked into the distance. After squinting his eyes, Li Feng looked at the direction of energy fluctuations and said, Thor, I perceive huge spatial fluctuations in the distance. It is estimated that someone has turned on Bifrost. Thor followed Li Feng's gaze, but unfortunately he saw nothing but the desert. Can you perceive who is here? Li Feng spread his hands, indicating that he could perceive the energy in space because Bifrost's energy fluctuates greatly, but his eyes are not telescopes. Even if he applies the Hawkeye technique, he can't see too far. But it doesn't matter if you don't see it. Li Feng pointed to the RV and said, maybe you can ask Phil Coulson. While talking, a phone floated in front of Li Feng, and Phil Coulson's voice came from the microphone. Austin, we detected a burst of energy. Ignoring the wide-open eyes of Jane and her assistant, Li Feng picked up the phone and said, I also perceive the energy. Have you found anything? In the microphone, Phil Coulson heard a slightly anxious voice. There are also 3 men and 1 woman. They are rushing to where you are. We're not sure that these 4 are friends or enemies. You'd better take Thor back to the base immediately. We have already built fortifications here. When Phil Coulson talked about 3 men and 1 woman, Li Feng already knew that Thor's 4 good friends came. It's just the same sentence. Li Feng can only pretend that he doesn't know anything. Otherwise, in the future, when others ask how to know what is going to happen in advance, how does Li Feng answer? Even if Li Feng searched his brain and figured out a way to hide it for a while, he would definitely need 10 bowls of pig brain supplements afterwards. The problem is that pig heads are expensive these years, and unfortunately Li Feng has no money in his pocket. Li Feng looked at Thor and said, It seems that Phil Coulson thinks you are in danger. Dangerous? Thor, who also heard Phil Coulson let him go back to the base to hide, asked thoughtfully, Why do you judge this way? It's not our judgment. This is just the judgment of Phil Coulson. I am still confused. Li Feng shrugged and explained why he was confused. You are not a human being on Earth. Maybe you don't know that all agents are its urinary, but I have a deep understanding of it after spending several days with the agent. Talking to the agent is more laborious than milking. At least when facing a cow, you can tell if there's milk for a while, and talking to the agent, knowing that there is milk, you can't squeeze it, and even if you squeeze it out, you won't be able to squeeze it. Know if this is pure milk or toxic milk powder. During the conversation, Li Feng waved his hand to open the portal to Mauernir and made a request to Thor, saying, If you want to know the reason, it is best to ask Phil Coulson face to face. Maybe you are Aesir. For the sake of members of the Protoss royal family, I will give you a satisfactory explanation. The appearance of the teleporters caused Jane, who focused on Thor, to stare with unbelievable big eyes and cover her mouth in surprise. Roar said, How did you do it? What? Li Feng was taken aback for a moment, and then realized that Jane was asking himself. He raised his brows with a smile and said with a bragging tone, This is magic. While talking, Li Feng glanced at Thor, recalling that for the Asgard people, magic and science are actually the same thing, and added, For Thor, their scientific and technological means can also do it. If you want to know something, what? Ask Thor. I don't think he will refuse to pick you up. Obviously, Li Feng's answer made Jane a little excited, waving her little hand and saying to Thor, I knew that magic is just a technology that we don't understand yet. After a pause, Jane blinked and asked, You will teach me space. Transmission technology. Even theories are fine. Jane's question made Thor a little bit embarrassed. Don't think he used to be more than 10,000 people alone, but he spent all of his energy on fighting and drinking. This suddenly went where to find the portal involved. Knowledge. Is it possible for him to answer Jane? He is a warrior with a sledgehammer, neither a magician nor a scientific researcher. So don't ask me questions? This is so shameless. You have to know how much a man needs to save face in front of outsiders, let alone in front of female ticket. No matter what, you must keep up the face. So, Thor nodded without hesitation and said, "Definitely. I'm telling you the principle in a free time." In order not to let Jane continue to ask questions, Thor decided to change the subject so that he would not be more embarrassed after revealing himself. He pointed to Mjolnir on the other side of the portal and said to Jane, "Want to see Mjolnir with me?" Jane glanced at Mjolnir curiously, took the initiative to hold Thor's hand, and motioned to go and take a closer look at the legendary artifact. Jane's behavior made Thor a little bit proud, but when he crossed the portal, Thor seemed to think of something, turned to look at Jane's assistant Daisy, and said with a tone of inescapability, "You come together too." If Thor simply invites Jane, Li Feng still doesn't care. This is at most Thor showing off his past in front of the female votes, adding a little charm value. But even the passerby Daisy invited her, and she still couldn't refuse. This obviously exceeded Li Feng's expectation. Li Feng glanced at Thor in surprise. It seems that Thor thought of something. The question is, have I reminded anything? Isn't it said that Thor is a reckless man? Director, you cheat. In the base, a landmark portal suddenly appeared in the center of the base. Phil Coulson guessed with his toes that it was Li Feng who was back. He hurriedly put down his work and brought a few agents to Thor and said, "Thank you. Your Excellency, we have photos of 4 visitors. I hope you can help us identify them." At the moment, Thor ignored Phil Coulson. Instead, he glanced at Mjolnir with a complicated expression and stepped forward to hold the hammer handle again. After trying it, seeing that he still can't hold Mjolnir, Thor was slightly relieved, as if he had figured out something, turned his head and looked at Jane, and said embarrassedly, "I'll help this son of Cole identify. Photos, I'll be back to introduce you in detail to Mjolnir." After speaking, Thor motioned to Phil Coulson to lead the way, leaving Jane squatting in front of Mjolnir, looking excited. Unlike the excited Jane, Shavik has accepted the revised 3 views. Not only did he accept that there are magicians and gods in the world, but he also experienced the convenience of portals, so he was present when facing the legendary Mjolnir. Among the 4 people, the more calm. Besides, Shavik also heard it when Phil Coulson was talking with Li Feng before, especially the fortifications mentioned by Phil Coulson, which made him realize something, and his face could not help but show a faint worried look. If it wasn't for Jane beside him to put his thoughts on Thor, and it would be useless to persuade him, perhaps what he wants to do most now is to leave this base that is about to usher in big trouble. On the side, Li Feng's mind is also not on Mjolnir. He doesn't even touch it. Is he still interested in Mjolnir? Again, this allowed him to pay more attention to the changes in Shavik's expression. Seeing Shaig's melancholy expression and guessing what the other party was worried about, Li Feng felt that this was an opportunity for him to express kindness, walked to Shaig's side, and whispered, "Don't worry, things are not as serious as you think." Shavik cast his eyes at Li Feng, smiled as fake as possible, and whispered hope. Li Feng heard the bitterness of the other party's words, thought about it, and said, "The earth is not as simple as you think, so don't worry. Even if something really happens, I think my ability can still protect you." "Yes," after a pause, Li Feng said jokingly with a smile, "My portal may be a bit difficult to throw you to the moon, but it's okay to send you to the no-man's land of the North or South Pole. Perhaps I should buy some down jackets in advance." Li Feng's words gave Shaig a lot of peace, rubbing his forehead and sighed. "I'm half a man. Well, I still dare not say that I am indifferent to life and death, but when the crisis is really reached, I hope you protect Jane first." Immediately afterwards, Shavik sighed. "I am old and can no longer understand the changes in this world. Magician, God, these legendary things actually come together. Where is this?" Li Feng scratched his eyebrows and patted Shavik's shoulder. "Some time ago, Mephisto's son, Witch Heart Demon, came to the earth to start business. Does Mephisto know? It's the Satan in the Bible." Li Feng's words not only made Shaig look at Li Feng with a bewildered face, but also made Jane and Daisy, who were observing Mjolnir, look at each other, and then subconsciously walk to Li Feng and ask curiously, "Satan's son? The devil. What does it mean to start a business on Earth?" Li Feng casually explained, "Entrepreneurship is to fight turf." Seeing the curious and confused faces of the three of them, Li Feng thought for a while and explained, "It will be easier for you to understand the mind, which is a gang leader. He comes to Earth like those small gangs who are dissatisfied with their own jurisdiction. I feel that they can occupy more territory with their power, so after summoning a few who can beat them, they start to grab other people's blocks and increase their income." "What happened later?" Jane couldn't help asking. "Later? Phil Coulson and I pushed him back to hell on charges of illegal entry, and chatted with Mephisto for a while, by the way." Li Feng touched his chin. As if recalling something, Li Feng added, "Speaking of Mephisto's body, the appearance of wearing a windbreaker and holding a stick in hand looks quite temperament and taste, but this product is not very good at educating children, and teaches the witch heart demon to be a bear kid who grabs territory." After listening to Li Feng's description, the three people present glanced at each other and felt that the devil was actually the same, not as evil as imagined. At this time, Thor and Phil Coulson, who confirmed that the previous energy fluctuations were indeed turned on by Bifrost, and confirmed that Bifrost sent Sif to the Earth, returned to Mjolnir. Thor walked quickly to Jane like a child and smiled excitedly. "My partner came to me." After speaking, Thor turned his head to look at Li Feng and said, "Austin, help me open a portal to the town. I'm going to meet them." This little bit is definitely a big effort to Li Feng. When Thor's voice just fell, Li Feng already waved to open the portal. Soon, Thor crossed the portal and returned to the town, and with the help of Phil Coulson, they determined the seat of the Sif 4. After a while, Thor opened his arms and walked quickly to meet Sif and others. When Thor enthusiastically introduced the four friends to Jane and Phil Coulson, Li Feng suddenly turned his head and looked far away. Compared with the energy fluctuations emitted before the rainbow was turned on before, the energy this time was significantly stronger, and even a tornado composed of black clouds appeared in the sky. Phil Coulson looked at the black clouds and asked wonderingly, "Do you know who else is on Earth?" Thor was taken aback for a moment, and then asked with a wry smile, "Is Father okay?" Sif glanced at Thor, shook his head slightly, and said, "Father God is dormant." Although he had known from Phil Coulson that Loki had deceived himself and had prepared himself, Thor still felt a sadness all over his chest after hearing Sif's words. "Son of Kol," Thor said, looking into the distance, and then at ordinary people who were still a loss. "Help evacuate all the residents of the town. Sif will buy you time." Although Thor's words made Phil Coulson aware of the seriousness of the incident, his identity is only an agent and not a president. Moreover, even the president can't order the residents of the small town to evacuate with a black eye. This will make citizens vote against the next election. Although the number of votes in a small town does not affect the renewal, it's just the United States, which has been advertised as a citizen's right to know. It is estimated that the residents of small towns will cause some trouble in turn. So now, Phil Coulson himself is at a loss. What reason does he persuade the residents of the town to leave obediently? Isn't this a joke? "Your Excellency Thor," Phil Coulson asked slightly nervously, "can you tell me what happened?" Thor glanced bitterly at Bifrost's direction. The energy fluctuations caused by the four Sifs riding in Bifrost are not obvious. In addition to indicating that Bifrost is turned on by Heimdall, who guards Bifrost, it is also because the energy level of the four people is lower. Now, the movement of Bifrost is too loud, indicating that Bifrost is not turned on by Heimdall this time. Otherwise, there will be no excess energy fluctuations. At the same time, it also means that this time the visitor originally has a huge energy. Hesitation. Thor lowered his head and said frustratedly, "As far as I know, what can cause such energy leakage is not only the Father when angry, but also Asgard's most powerful war weapon, the Destroyer." Thor's words were full of deep sorrow. It is no wonder that he, who is a petting brother, is a madman. It is only strange that he is in a good mood when he learns that his beloved brother has sent a destroyer to kill him. It's just that at the moment, Phil Coulson, who knows nothing about the destroyer, is a little bit blind. Besides letting me know the name of this shit, how is it used? Is it a radio remote control? Or does it need to be piloted like Stark's steel battlesuit? I don't know anything. How do I get the destroyer? On the side, Li Feng saw the embarrassment of Phil Coulson, and after thinking about it, he quietly explained to the other party what the destroyer was. It's just that Li Feng doesn't know much about the destroyer. He only knows that in the legend this thing is a suit of armor built by Odin to protect the Earth. Rumor has it that the destroyer is made of URU metal unique to Asgard and given magic by Odin, making the destroyer a stronger and more durable existence than URU metal, almost indestructible. And its operation mode has an autonomous combat mode, or it can be controlled by others by mana or mind to fight. As far as combat effectiveness is concerned, it originally possesses powerful power, not to mention shredded tanks. Even space battleships can be used as hand-grabbing pancakes. You can roll it as you want, and finally you can bite it out in your mouth. A crunchy taste. The weapon originally deployed is also a terrifying one. The face can emit a continuous high-temperature beam, which can melt almost everything, even the magic shield. As for what weapons are left, it was not introduced in the movie, and Li Feng said that he did not know. Finally, it can also shape-shifting at will. Anything from the front of the chest to the back is pediatric, and it may be able to shrink the head to the crotch to give you a few high-temperature beams, so there's no difference between using fighting skills and picking when fighting with it. It's like trying to put the destroyer's throat down to the ground during a battle, and after shape-shifting, someone tells you, "Sorry, you actually locked my ankle," and then a casserole-sized fist grew from the seat of the head. One punch will strike you in doubt in life. After listening to Li Feng's explanation, Phil Coulson felt like he should buy some conditioner. Otherwise, facing the devil and gods every day, the few hairs I have will sooner or later say goodbye to myself because of too much pressure. Phil Coulson's face was bitter. When he was about to ask Li Feng what, the phone on his waist suddenly rang, and Phil Coulson touched the phone and glanced at it. It's from a base. I hope there is some good news to tell me. During the conversation, Phil Coulson glanced at a few people apologetically, walked aside, and switched on the phone and said, "I am Phil Coulson." After a while, Phil Coulson rubbed his temple and walked to Li Feng's side. He sighed and said, "The base found a robot from Bifrost." After a pause, Phil Coulson looked at Sif, Li Feng, and others and asked, "Can you deal with the destroyer?" Li Feng shrugged, glanced at Thor and Sif, and said flatly, "If Thor can pick up Mjolnir, it might be possible now. I don't know how powerful Sif and others are. Anyway, I won't face the destroyer alone. This thing could just slap me out of shit." Sif glanced at Li Feng unexpectedly. She felt that this earth magician would destroy too much. But this is not the time to answer questions. After thinking about it, Sif said, "Maybe we still have a chance." Sif looked around at the friends around him and saw that everyone was puzzled and explained, "Everyone, if God the Father controls the destroyer, then we really have no chance, but don't forget, now it's Loki who controls the destroyer. It's not bad to use half the power of the destroyer." Thor's eyes lit up first. "Yeah, Loki can't even do it for me, let alone compare with Father." It's just that Thor immediately thought of something and discouraged. "Phil Coulson, I won't be in a hurry if the town residents are not allowed to evacuate." Then Thor turned his head to look at the four partners and Li Feng and said, "Everyone, please try to the destroyer drags the town outside, lest it hurt the innocent." Thor's words show that he is not in the mood to fight now, and Phil Coulson and Li Feng understand this. But Sif and the others who tried their best to welcome Thor back to Asgard said they didn't understand, and they were a little surprised at the same time. Thor would give up fighting? What's the situation? Could it be that Midgard's humans tampered with the brain circuit? You humans also, Thor, who we fight with the hammer if we disagree. Thor, won't you fight with me and us? Sif asked puzzledly. Thor raised his hands in front of his eyes, clenched his fists, and sighed. "I am just a mortal now. Fighting with you will only drag you down. Thor turned his head and looked at the bewildered residents on the street, said, I'd better help them evacuate as soon as possible. Only then did he think that Thor's seal hadn't been unlocked. Sif froze, smiled reluctantly, and said, "Well, you should be careful." After speaking, Sif drew out his sword and played a sword trick, and without hesitation, he took the three partners to the destroyer. Li Feng thought for a moment, waved his hand to open a portal, and said, "Thor, maybe you should think about how to pick up Mjolnir." After a pause, Li Feng glanced at Phil Coulson and said, "Phil Coulson thinks you the reason for being expelled was because your father felt that you didn't know how to become a king. Maybe you can try this line of thinking. Maybe you can pick up Mjolnir." After speaking, I felt that Li Feng, who had reminded him enough, put on the cloak of invisibility, turned into a black mist, and followed behind Sif, leaving Thor, who looked at Mjolnir through the portal in a daze. Perhaps it was the first time Loki had manipulated a powerful destroyer. It seemed a little unfamiliar, and he actually made the destroyer walk towards the town without a hassle. But fortunately, when Li Feng and the others faced the destroyer took invincible steps and just walked to the edge of the town. Before the battle, Li Feng touched his chin and said, "Everyone, if I imprison the destroyer in a sealed different space, can Loki still control it?" "Don't do this," Sif immediately retorted after Li Feng's words. "Under Loki's control, the destroyer must be a little slow in attacking, and we still have some time to react. But in a sealed environment, while the destroyer was out of Loki's control, it also allowed it to automatically adjust its combat mode to autonomous attack mode. At that time, it would only execute the last command Loki gave it. Guess what Loki's order to the destroyer is?" Sif glanced at Li Feng, who was in control. "Trust me, you don't want to face the destroyer with full combat power." I guess what Loki's instructions are." Li Feng scratched his head and still asked unwillingly, "What if the destroyer is locked in a different space?" Sif looked at Li Feng curiously, perceiving the amount of mana in Li Feng's body, and said disdainfully, "I don't think your supernatural space can hold the destroyer, unless your strength reaches the level of the Father God." Haha. Although my name has one more word than Odin, but if I had the strength of Odin, I would have gone out of the earth to find infinite gems early. Yes, now, the mirror space, one of my strongest spells, has been abolished. I start to hate Destroyer. I hope the benefits I will get later can make up for my injured heart. Li Feng, who felt that he was full of bad luck, couldn't help but spit, and then spit out his bad luck, and asked, "What should I do now? Are there any tactics?" Sif thought for a while, unconsciously slowed down, and said, "You attract its attention." After speaking, Sif quietly walked aside, preparing to go around behind the destroyer and attack the opponent. Seeing this, Li Feng shrugged and quietly prepared to use the spell. I hope my spell is useful. Next, just like in the movie, Fandral and Hogan of the Asgard Three Warriors first threw the bearded Vostag to the destroyer like a softball, not only attracting the opponent's attention, but also expecting Vostag to be an axe. Split the other party. It is a pity that the Vostag 3 obviously overestimated their own strength. Just when he flew up to the destroyer with his axe in turn, before he had time to chop off the sharp axe in his hand, the destroyer slapped Vostag like a fly with his backhand. However, the same was true. The destroyer focused on Vostag, did not find Sif holding a double-edged sword behind him and jumping high. When Sif jumped on the destroyer's back, the double-edged sword in his hand also passed through the gap in the destroyer's armor and nailed it to the ground at the same time. Sif's attack brought the destroyer into a short pause, and Li Feng, who had prepared spells long ago, lit his eyes. Opportunity. Disperse. Li Feng yelled, scared that Sif turned over and jumped off the destroyer. He looked up at Li Feng with an unhappy expression. When he was about to scold Li Feng, "Those who dare to scare my old lady are not good to die," he saw Li Feng throw out one. The stream of water envelopes the destroyer. Li Feng knew very well that his strength was too weak for both the destroyer and Loki, so he had to use the spell to dismember him before the destroyer could break free from the time spell. I don't believe it anymore. The destroyer who is disassembled into parts can recover in a short time. Speaking of dismembering the destroyer, Li Feng really has such a spell, which is Kamatage's iconic spell portal. After all, this thing belongs to the space spell, which is many times more efficient than water cutting and laser knives. So now, while the destroyer was stuck in time, Li Feng quickly opened a portal above the destroyer's head and put the portal around the destroyer's neck. However, Li Feng clearly saw Asgard's highest technology. When Li Feng closed the portal, he was embarrassed to find that the destroyer's neck was splashing with orange sparks as if a cutting machine was cutting metal. Is this the effect produced when the closed portal rubs against the destroyer's neck? What's the situation? Li Feng stared at the destroyer with only a torso and no head, then looked up at a lone metal head in the 100-meter-high school and asked in puzzlement. The destroyer can resist even space spells. Sif and Asgard 3 warriors are just warriors, and they don't know much about spells, so they don't care about the water that envelopes the destroyer. At most, they think it is a freezing spell that freezes the destroyer. But the effect of the portal is too obvious, especially the metal head in the sky, which makes Sif and others stare in startled roar. Space spell. It's just that the effect of Li Feng's space spells is obviously disappointing to Sif and others. Is this power too small? It is not easy to even divide the body. Suddenly, Sif noticed that the seat of the portal happened to be stuck on the armor of the destroyer, which made her vaguely understand what was going on. Before, when she pierced the destroyer, she aimed at the gap of the opponent, because she clearly knew that although the double-edged long sword in her hand was also an artifact, it was not enough to look at the armor of the destroyer. If she dared to pierce the destroyer's armor with the tip of her sword, she would either fail to penetrate or break the double-edged sword that had been with her for many years. Therefore, the thin seams between the destroyer's armor are the fragile places. Thinking of this, Sif raised his head to look at Li Feng and loudly reminded, "Magician, aim the space spell at the gap between the destroyer's armor." It's just that Sif's reminder sound is a bit loud, which not only allows Li Feng to hear clearly and understand what he should do, but also allows Loki, who is controlling the destroyer as far away as Asgard, to hear clearly and understand that before killing Thor, Li Feng must be dealt with first. Otherwise, the destroyer will be broken down by Li Feng's space magic and the corpses will be thrown around the earth. Doesn't this delay the killing of Thor? What if his mother or stepfather wakes up to stop him? Thinking of this, Loki immediately controlled the destroyer to break free from the time stagnation spell and let the destroyer's head in midair open its mask, and it was a bombardment against Li Feng. Li Feng, who was about to replay the portal, suddenly felt his whole body stiff, and his eyebrows pierced unbearably. Realizing that the danger was coming, Li Feng dodged aside subconsciously, and then a lot of cold sweat broke out on his forehead, looking at the high-temperature beam passing by. Smelling the smell of hair from the high temperature passing by, Li Feng had lingering fears and looked up at the head of the destroyer and shouted, "Loki, you are a mud-un. Dare to play with Lao Tzu?" Believe it or not, Lao Tzu. Tell Thor the secret of your S*X. Male love, male. On the side, the 3 Asgard warriors subconsciously tightened their chrysanthemums and looked at Li Feng with a bewildered look. The amount of information in these words is so big. When Li Feng saw Sif and the others staring at the funny expressions with raised eyes, he couldn't help but panicked and said, "What I said is true." Or think about it. For Loki, there is no way to restrain him, but why didn't Loki choose to kill Thor at that time? Because Loki didn't even know that Thor fell in love with Jane? Li Feng touched his chin and said with a certainty, "Later, Loki knew that Thor had a lover, which stimulated Loki who loved Thor so much. Don't want it. You also know that some women do everything after they know that their lover has cheated, and it is not impossible to have the idea of killing the one they love." After a pause, Li Feng said quietly, "Although Loki seems to be a boy, but there are some girlish hearts in others, so you have the same idea of a broken-up woman. Should you understand it? Here, I solemnly remind everyone that you need to be careful when you fall in love, and you need to be more cautious when you break up. If you make trouble, you will kill you." Loki also came to Earth to meet Thor before. Li Feng's misunderstanding said that not only did the shocking faces from Asgard be overwhelmed on the spot, even Phil Coulson in the distance looked at Thor with an as-it-is, that he came to Earth with Loki not for the sake of the throne, but to grab a man. Long posture. Jane and Thor looked at each other speechlessly. Although they know you're talking nonsense, there is still some truth in their hearts after listening to them. It's just that Loki, who is far away in Asgard, feels that he can't hold it on his face. The little human magician actually knows my secret. Ah yeah, you dare to arrange the noble King Aesir, boy. You're done, I'm gonna kill you. Loki, trembling with his mouth, gave up attacking Sif and the others, while letting the destroyer's head shoot a high-temperature beam at Li Feng. He controlled the destroyer to raise his Wangba fist and rush towards Li Feng. Li Feng didn't panic when he saw this. While avoiding the high-temperature beams that shot at him from time to time, he waved his hand to summon the portal out of his eyes and controlled the other portal, that is, the portal near the destroyer, foot, and then moved the portal up. When the portal moved to the waist of the destroyer and teleported his lower limbs to Li Feng's eyes, Li Feng immediately gave up control of the portal, let the portal close, and then sighed, unluckily watching the portal stuck at the waist of the destroyer. The portal is not stuck in the gap, and the destroyer's armor is not cut. At this point, a dumbfounding scene appeared on the scene. I saw the destroyer's head hanging high in the sky, lasing a high-temperature beam toward Li Feng, but his lower limbs appeared in front of Li Feng, and Li Feng used it as a shield to block the high-temperature beam. His head hits his lower limbs, which made Sif and others feel like an eye-opener. How can a battle come? And the destroyer's neck and waist, with orange-yellow sparks, floating in front of everyone inexplicably. Maybe Loki couldn't ask what was in front of the destroyer's torso. For a while, he controlled his hands and slammed a straight fist to explode a cloud of air. And for a while, he patted as if there was a fly in front of him. This added a bit of joy to the scene out of thin air. To be honest, this is also because Li Feng's control of the portal is not so precise, and he cannot accurately move the portal to the gap between the destroyer's armor. But it's okay. If you can't cut the destroyer at once, do it a few more times. It just so happens that the destroyer's lower limbs are right in front of your eyes. This makes Li Feng feel that the distance is good, and he can see the leg hairs on the opponent's legs, is to see where the gap is. Thinking of this, Li Feng simply used the destroyer's lower limbs to give himself a chance to be a shield, waved his hand again to open a portal in front of his eyes, still let the portal move against the ground, and successfully placed the portal at the base of the destroyer's thigh. But this time, Li Feng could see clearly that the gap was giving up control of the portal. At the moment the portal closed, Li Feng looked at the destroyer's thigh, with joy being cut along the gap by the portal. Without saying anything, Li Feng took out a matryoshka from his shoulder bag and quickly sealed the cut metal thighs inside the matryoshka. With the top-quality materials, he can finally forge magical artifacts. So happy. In fact, when Mordor warned Li Feng that the style of the long stick would expose his dark magician identity to the eyes of the Holy Place magician, he had already deliberately recreated a magic weapon. However, at that time, he was thinking about how to play with a nuclear reaction fireball, and he didn't even think about the magic weapon he needed. You can only use your only magic weapon, which is the sickle. Only later, the power of the sickle suddenly increased after consuming Carter's Shrey, which made him be careful when using the sickle. After all, this is a magic weapon that even the user can harm. It's still like a bottomless pit that is endless. Even the gods can't hold back the magical artifacts that are absorbing the spirit of the user all the time, let alone Li Feng, who is only in the mortal stage. This made Li Feng even want to create his own magic weapon. It's just, at that time, he was very helpless. Although the nuclear reaction fireball was rolled out, he also had time and energy to forge new magical weapons. But most of the materials were left in the disguised monsters. In the world, he wanted to create magical artifacts, but there was no material. Unless Ancient One is willing to give him a batch of forging materials on credit, it is impossible to think about it. Ancient One is not his mother. Why should he help him again and again? So when he knew the beginning of Thor's plot, Li Feng turned his attention to the destroyer. The material of this thing is expensive, and he is not afraid that he can't melt the destroyer. He is now a man with hellfire. As long as he masters the hellfire, He can change the characteristics of the object's appearance by the hellfire. Just when Lifeng threw the doll into his shoulder bag with joy, Loki obviously knew that he might not be able to take Lifeng for a while. Gritting his teeth, Loki gave up Lifeng altogether, while thinking about finding a chance to teach Lifeng in the future, while controlling the destroyer's head to launch a high-temperature beam towards Thor. Although Thor couldn't use his divine power, he still had combat experience. When the destroyer's head was aimed at him, he had already perceived the danger, and he did not want to push Jane away before performing various tactics to dodge. Loki didn't make any contribution when he saw a high-temperature beam, and he slowly adjusted its direction and then shot the high-temperature beam toward Thor again. At this time, Lifeng is patting his shoulder bag contentedly. Just as he was wondering whether to remove the other thigh of the destroyer in front of him to forge some armor, he heard Sif in the distance shouting to him, "Magician, help Thor." "Okay, now is the battle time." Lifeng looked at the metal thighs in front of him regretfully, and when he looked up to find Thor's figure, he waved his hand and opened a portal connecting the South Pole in front of Thor, directly transmitting the destroyer's high-temperature beam to the South Pole. For Loki, there is no way to restrain him, but why didn't Loki choose to kill Thor at that time? Because Loki didn't even know that Thor fell in love with Jane, Lifeng touched his chin and said with a certainty, later, Loki knew that Thor had a lover, which stimulated Loki who loved Thor so much. Don't want it. You also know that some women do everything after they know that their lover has cheated, and it is not impossible to have the idea of killing the one they love. After a pause, Lifeng said quietly, "Although Loki seems to be it's a boy, but there are some girlish hearts in others, so you have the same idea of a broken-up woman, should you understand it? Here, I solemnly remind everyone that you need to be careful when you fall in love, and you need to be more cautious when you break up. If you make trouble, you will kill you." Thor is now a disaster indicator. Wherever he goes, the destroyer's high-temperature beam hits. Although Thor has avoided crises time and time again with his skills for many years, the buildings and town residents behind him are miserable. The buildings collapsed and the car exploded. It was a mess. It wasn't until the portal appeared in front of him that Thor had time to breathe and time to think quietly for a while. It was a while because Loki had already thought of a way to crack the portal. As I said before, the destroyer's high-temperature beam can melt everything, even the portal. While Thor was hiding behind the portal, Loki directly controlled the destroyer's head and shot the portal around the destroyer's waist and neck with a violent shot, directly breaking the portal. However, one of the destroyer's thighs was sealed by Lifeng in the Matryoshka. Obviously, Loki had nothing to do for a while, but he could only restore the destroyer to the independent appearance of a golden rooster and leap towards Thor. Magician, Sif strode to Thor, and while supporting Thor to check if he was injured, he shouted to Lifeng, "Think of a way to stop the destroyer." Lifeng scratched his head, looked at the funny destroyer, and said, "I try to disassemble it and send it to space." While talking, Lifeng dragged a stream of water to the destroyer, then turned into black mist and flew behind the destroyer, opened a portal connecting to outer space, and put it neatly around the destroyer's neck. It's just that this time there was a small accident, and the destroyer suddenly shrank and became smaller. Originally, it was nothing. The portal shrank as it shrank, and the portal still cuts as it said cut, but what made Lifeng speechless was the gap before the destroyer, which became invisible to the naked eye after it shrank. This made Lifeng stand on the spot and said, "This may be a lobster or a shrimp shell that can stretch." Lifeng thought for a while, and while giving up control of the portal, allowing the portal to flash an orange halo around the head of the destroyer like a headless horseman, he teleported the destroyer's arms and legs to outer space one by one. Feeling safer, Lifeng turned his head and asked, "Sif, what's the situation?" Sif glared at the shrunken destroyer, spreading his hands to indicate that he didn't know. She had only heard of the destroyer's powerful prestige before, but fighting the destroyer was still a little girl in the sedan chair for a while, which made her wonder what shape the destroyer is now with only a spherical torso on the Earth. Fortunately, Thor knew what was going on. To put it bluntly, the destroyer's appearance is too tall to fit Odin's body shape at all. In addition, The gap between the destroyer's armor is a weak point. How can Odin fight in a battle suit with obvious weak points? Therefore, the tall destroyer is only a form controlled by the automatic mode and mind. Once Odin is put on, it will become a combined battle suit, which is the shrinkage in Li Feng's mouth, stacking each piece of metal ring like fish scales. It not only hides the gap perfectly, but also increases the protective power of the battlesuit. And Thor knows that the destroyer in this form has nothing to do with the portal. Sure enough, within a few seconds, the portal on the destroyer's head was the first to shatter, and then the head shot high-temperature rays, smashing the portals on the arms and legs one by one. Li Feng's mouth twitched. While preparing to transport the destroyer's limbs to outer space again, he said bitterly to Thor and Sif, "Big brothers and sisters, my mana is limited. Please come up with a solution as soon as possible. Otherwise, once the mana is exhausted, I can't hold back this thing." Knowing that his partner and Li Feng have done their best, Thor glanced at the almost wrecked town around him with reddish eyes, took a deep breath, and pushed away the Sif who was supporting him. "Sif, you must go back to Asgard to prevent Loki from committing it. A bigger mistake. What about you?" Sif vaguely felt that Thor was no longer the man who only knew how to fight with the hammer, but a gentle mortal. It's just that at the moment, mortals obviously can't participate in the battle between the destroyers. But Thor's words and deeds at the moment seemed to have a way to end the battle, which makes her feel uncomfortable, and whispered, "What do you want to do?" Thor figured it out clearly. Even the destroyer under normal conditions can only delay, and it is impossible to destroy the destroyer at all. That being the case, simply use my life to extinguish Loki's anger. At least no innocent person will die for me. Thor blinked red, leaving a sentence of, "I'm here to end this farce," and slowly walked towards the destroyer. Yes, farce, this is what Thor is doing to Loki now. When the destroyer broke free from the portal again and stood in front of Thor with one foot, Thor looked up at the destroyer. "Brother, whether I have blamed you or not, whether I guided you to this step, I will tell you apologies, but these people are innocent, and killing them will not bring you glory." Thor turned his head and looked at Jane in the distance, as if seeing the beloved woman before his death is also a kind of happiness. But with a smile on the corner of his mouth, with a trace of regret that he could not be with him for long, he said, "If you want to kill me, immediately end this battle that shouldn't exist." To be honest, Thor's apology made Loki a little proud. This was a wish he had always wanted but couldn't get. You must know that Thor was a stubborn cow before, and he wouldn't admit it even if he did something wrong. This made the corners of Loki's mouth rise slightly, thinking about whether to let Thor this time, and come and talk to Thor next time when he's in a bad mood. Listen to Thor's apology to him. It's just. Loki's heart is uncomfortable when Loki thinks that Thor is still alive and Asgard's throne is nothing to him. After thinking about it, Loki controlled the destroyer to turn around, and then he took Thor away with his backhand. Mudon, before he died, he didn't think of looking at me, but at the women of Midgard. "Look at my old lady." "No, it's because of how lousy killed you." Today's Thor can't stand the destroyer's big hand, and he was shot and flew 10 meters away, which made Jane in the distance ran to Thor with tears in his eyes, regardless of the danger of the destroyer's existence. In front of Thor, Li Feng glanced at the destroyer, who turned and left. After thinking about it, he floated in front of Thor, flicking his eyes with his right hand, carefully observing the changes in Thor's spiritual body. After seeing the changes in Thor's spirit body, Li Feng pouted and said, "I should say that I am a god. This vitality is indeed strong enough. Or should I say that Loki's men are merciful? Just beat Thor on the verge of death, but still give 10 days and half a month out of rescue time." On the side, Phil Coulson, who had been recording battle images, quietly walked to Li Feng's side, glanced at Thor, who was bullying weak in his chest, and asked in a low voice, "Are you saying Thor is still saved?" As soon as Phil Coulson's voice fell, in the distant base, the seal on Mjolnir was officially lifted by Odin. At the moment when the seal was lifted, Mjolnir, who was almost suffocated, rushed to the sky happily, and when he perceived Thor who could still be rescued, he immediately burst out a sonic boom and rushed towards Thor. Definitely, Mauer is also a magical tool anyway, and naturally there will be the ostentation of the magical tool when he comes out. So what dark clouds accompany me? Lightning and thunder are my left and right brothers. Anyway, Li Feng found that the hammer is a big name. Seeing the hammer flying towards him, Li Feng held Phil Coulson in one hand and flew away with Jane in the other. At the same time, he couldn't help but slapped in his heart, shouting, "It's thundering, it's go to rain. Go home and collect your clothes." When Li Feng made sure that several people had flown to the safe zone, Jane looked at Thor, who was almost dead, with an incredulous expression on his face. Once he grasped Mjolnir, the dark clouds in the sky struck a stout flash of lightning, directly shattered the seal on Thor's body. Thor, who was restoring his divine power, immediately put on his shiny silver armor and red cloak. After Bao looked back at Jane, he raised his hammer and rushed towards the destroyer. Phil Coulson rubbed his eyes and asked in a low voice, "Is this what Thor usually looks like?" The appearance of Thor with the hammer also means that Thor's journey on the earth is about to end, which makes Li Feng relieved in his heart. To be honest, when he grabbed the thigh of the destroyer, Li Feng had already made plans to retreat at any time. After all, this is reality and not a movie. The ghost knows if Thor is suddenly killed by Loki. After hearing Phil Coulson's question, Li Feng shrugged. "How do I know, maybe?" After a pause, Li Feng turned to look at Phil Coulson, who was still recording, and asked, "You were handsome in taking pictures of me before." Point. With some black lines appearing in the corners of his eyes, Phil Coulson nodded without conscience. He said on the spot that his photography skills are first-rate, so I do things, you can rest assured. Jane was speechless and cast his eyes. "Li Feng, is the heart of this guy a bit bigger? Before the five of you were unable to deal with the destroyer. Now one Thor can deal with this broken machine. However, the armored support, you are so handsome." The peach-eyed Jane wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth. While looking at the handsome Thor, she said to Li Feng displeasedly, "Can you be quiet? What if you interrupt Thor's fight?" Li Feng and Phil Coulson looked at each other and reached a mutual agreement silently. Yes, this woman is now backed by Thor, so she can't afford it. On the other hand, although Thor got better and better, but after a few attacks, he understood that his basic attack was actually the same as the shrinking destroyer. After thinking about it, Thor, who felt it was time to enlarge his move, turned Mjolnir in his hand quickly, and even turned out a huge amount of whirlwind. In Phil Coulson's eyes, Thor's whirlwind is just a whirlwind, no different from ordinary tornadoes. It's just that the suction is a bit big. But in Li Feng's eyes, it was different. First of all, the whirlwind was filled with a lot of energy, which made Thor carry a lot of energy with every basic attack. Secondly, these energies disturb the Earth's magnetic field, and even gravity is distorted. It was also because of gravity being interfered that the one-legged destroyer, who was already focused on by Thor, forcibly broke away from the gravity of the Earth and floated into the air. After a while, Thor, who felt that he had completed the charge, didn't say a word, and he smashed the hammer and rushed towards the destroyer. The system chaosed the destroyer, and he didn't know whether he should defend or counterattack. In this way, accompanied by the explosion of huge amounts of the destroyer's system was hammered into scrap metal by Thor while entangled. The sound of the destroyer being hammered also made Li Feng completely relieved. Fortunately, the result was the same as the original plot, and there was no deviation due to the large increase in the destroyer's defense. If Avengers doesn't have Thor, I guess Ancient One will come to trouble me. At the end of the battle, Thor held Mjolnir in his hand, wearing a red cloak and wearing a shiny silver armor, walking out of the sky awe-inspiringly. Seeing Thor's vigorous pace, Li Feng said inexplicably, "A real man, I never look back at the explosion." Phil Coulson glanced at Li Feng with a puzzled face, then turned to look at Thor. The corners of his mouth twitched and said that he did not want to take care of Li Feng, who was convulsed in his head, and Jane hurried to meet Thor, who had returned to victory. Without waiting for Phil Coulson, who was looking at Thor, to speak, Jane, who felt like he was conquered by Thor's handsome dress, asked first, "This is how you usually dress?" "Almost," Thor has now recovered his supernatural power and is no longer a confused mortal. While returning to his status as a prince, it also means that the responsibilities he should bear return to his shoulders. Therefore, he needs to return to Asgard as soon as possible to protect Asgard from the threat of war. In addition, Thor happened to be angry about venting. After answering Jane's question, Thor said cleanly that he was going home to beat Loki in the ***. Want to see the Bifrost I mentioned before? Leifong glanced at Thor and didn't mean to clean up the destroyer's wreckage at all. Sif glanced at Leifong and then at the destroyer. For the sake of cooperating before, Sif felt that he had to remind Leifong not to go too far. After thinking about it, Sif stood opposite Leifong and said, "Magician, don't think too much," pointing to the destroyer. "Don't look at the destroyer being beaten by Thor, but as long as the Father thinks, no matter where it is, no matter what the state, we will return to the Father God in an instant. So we don't care if the destroyer will be left on the earth." After a pause, Sif looked at Li Feng's shoulder bag and said, "If you just want, I need to do research on a little material of the destroyer. Maybe it's because you helped Thor before. God the Father won't care about you. But if you want a complete destroyer, forget it." Li Feng nodded awkwardly, wondering what is the little in Sif's words. It's not just a toe. It would be too bullying for honest people. As for research, I want to build magical artifacts. How can I just study the materials? Sif saw the honest man. Li Feng subconsciously looked at the shoulder bag with a bad face and roughly guessed what the other person was thinking, hesitation, and asked, "What do you want the destroyer to do?" "Magic weapon." Li Feng spread out his empty hands and said, "You have also seen that in the front of the battle, I have always cast spells empty-handed, so I want to use the cut destroyer thighs to create a suitable one. My magic weapon." After a pause, Li Feng asked with a drooping face, "But listening to your tone, it seems that even if I turn the destroyer's thigh into a magic weapon, as long as your Majesty Odin wants to use the destroyer, the weapon in my hand will also be reduced to metal thighs and returned to him." "I don't know. To be honest, I learned all about the destroyer from other people. This is the first time I have seen a destroyer who can move." Then, Sif seemed to think of something and looked sideways at Li Feng. Sure raised his eyebrows and asked with a little disdain, "Can you melt the destroyer?" Li Feng, who always felt that the greatest benefit of his trip was spreading his wings and flying away, nodded frustratedly, admitting that he did have a way to use the destroyer's thighs to create magical artifacts. "Do you admit that is useful now? What's more, the cost is so exhausted, the hair hasn't gotten the roots, and a cow has been caught." Li Feng nodded sharply, and Sif looked at Li Feng in surprise, patted Li Feng on the shoulder, and said, "Perhaps I just said that maybe the Father God might not call the destroyer." After hesitation, Sif explained in a low voice, "Father's physical condition does not allow him to return to the battlefield, so the destroyer is just a guard who guards the collection to the Father." Halfway through, Sif always felt that he was suspected of betraying the interests of God, Father, and Asgard. He turned his head and glanced at Thor and said, "Magician, I still suggest that you use the destroyer thigh in your hand to exchange some materials from Thor, or directly exchange one. A staff from the Asgard collection." Li Feng curled his lips. "The idea of changing the staff is not impossible, but please tell me first which Asgard staff is dark and suitable for time, space, fire, and soul spells." "Forget it. I still intend to melt the destroyer to recreate the magical weapon." Li Feng shrugged and said in a gambler's tone, "As you said, your Majesty Odin is now in semi-retired state. Maybe I'm lucky. Well, in this life, you will never encounter your Majesty using a destroyer." Just when Sif wanted to say something, Thor brought Jane and a group of friends to Li Feng and casually asked Sif, "What are you talking about?" "Nothing." When Sif answered, there was something to say on his face, but the straightforward Thor said that he didn't understand Sif's expression, and he ignored him and turned his head and said to Li Feng, "Austin is opening the door for me and sending us back to the place where Bifrost opened. My honor, the prince of the Aesir clan," but Li Feng didn't know where Sif and others landed on the earth. Even if he wanted to open the portal, there was nothing he could do. Fortunately, someone at the scene knew. "Phil Coulson, do you have a photo of the place where the beauty of Sif landed?" Wait a minute. The smiling Phil Coulson took out his phone from his pocket, pressed a few numbers, and said, "Send a photo of Bifrost left behind when it is turned on." There are many alien texts on the ground. Big circle. The second after Phil Coulson ended the call, the phone rang a message alert. Phil Coulson clicked on an unread message and handed it to Li Feng. He said thoughtfully, "The last time I went to Carter Shrey, you opened the portal when you checked the photo, and it's the same now." Li Feng, who took the phone, flipped through the photos while conceiving the address in his mind, and said casually, "You guessed it, the other end of the portal must be somewhere I know." After a while, Li Feng stared at the photo and waved his hand to open a portal. While opening the portal, Li Feng's upper body slightly leaned forward towards Thor and made a request, saying, "His Royal Highness Thor, can I go to Asgard with you?" Thor, who was holding Jane's hand, was about to cross the portal, froze and looked at Li Feng and said, "It was a pleasure to have a friend come to Asgard, but..." Hesitation, Thor is truthful, said, "But you see, there was an accident in my house. So can you wait for me to finish the housework to welcome you to Asgard?" Li Feng scratched his eyebrows. "Then I guess some of them have been waiting." Li Feng wanted to go to Asgard, not just to talk about it. At first, he thought about going to Asgard's library first, and after learning some magic, he would go to Shandal to find out which abandoned planet the Universe Spirit Ball is. No way. Although Li Feng has watched the movie of Guardians of the Galaxy, when watching the movie, besides the taste of popcorn and the refreshing look, he never thought that he would travel to the Marvel Universe. So he didn't remember which planet the Universe Spirit Ball was on at all. This made Li Feng, who wanted to find infinite gems, to go to the black market of Xandal Star first to see if his character could break out, and then he would find the news of the Power Gem in a few days. If possible, Li Feng would like to ask Soul Gem for clues, because apart from knowing that Red Skull and Soul Gem are staying together on a desolate planet, he also doesn't know where Soul Gem is. This is the pot that is caused by watching a movie just because of the unpleasantness of the plot. But now Thor refused, and Li Feng couldn't directly say that Bifrost would be crushed by you. He could only helplessly accept the facts while praying in his heart that Peter Quill would not look for the cosmic spiritual ball now. Otherwise, I can only go to Shandal Star as a thief. Seeing Li Feng's face with a big disappointment on his face, Thor thought for a while, and felt that such a straightforward refusal seemed a bit unfriending. While crossing the portal, Thor wondered if Li Feng had something important to go to Asgard, and curiously asked, "Austin, are you going to Asgard?" Li Feng, who walked across the portal, shrugged and said, "Nothing, I just want to learn Asgard's magic," scratching his head. Li Feng said, a little embarrassed, "You may not know, except apart from some magicians who are so powerful that they are boundless, the rest of the magicians are weak in my eyes, so I don't have much communication with them. As for those big guys, I'm just a poor wandering magician. I don't have the resources to exchange the knowledge and resources I want with those big guys." While talking, Li Feng tried his best to make himself look shabby and pathetic. Phil Coulson on the side was taken aback for a while, feeling inexplicably that SHIELD has been calling Li Feng for free recently. Isn't he too bullying the honest person? Immediately, Phil Coulson shook his head and threw the figure of the honest man Li Feng out of his mind. If time and environment didn't allow it, I guess Austin would even throw his cloak on the ground and step on it for a few feet to make it worn out. "How come?" So cried Thor. "So, the honest man of God. This is a magician who sees the benefits and creates the benefits." After Li Feng's performance, Thor couldn't help showing sympathy, patted Li Feng's shoulder and said, "I understand your yearning for knowledge. Don't worry, my friend. After a few days, I will not only pick you up to Asgard, but also I will give you some books. Although they are all basic magic books, I think that with a solid foundation, you will be able to cast spells faster and the magic power will be greater." Li Feng tried to pretend to be happy, smiled at Thor and thanked him, but in his heart, "Although I don't mind the basics, I don't give high-end books for Mao. I am not everything." Novice magician. After hesitation, Sif explained in a low voice, "Father's physical condition does not allow him to return to the battlefield, so the destroyer is just a guard who guards the collection to the father." Halfway through, Sif always felt that he was suspected of betraying the interests of God, Father, and Asgard. He turned his head and glanced at Thor and said, Magician, I still suggest that you use the destroyer thigh in your hand to exchange some materials from Thor, or directly exchange one. A staff from the Asgard collection. Li Feng curled his lips. The idea of changing the staff is not impossible. But please tell me first which Asgard staff is dark and suitable for time, space, fire, and soul spells? Forget it. I still intend to melt the destroyer to recreate the magical weapon. Li Feng shrugged and said in a gambler's tone, as you said, Your Majesty Odin is now in semi-retired state. Maybe I'm lucky. Well, in this life, you will never encounter Your Majesty using a destroyer. Just when Sif wanted to say something, Thor brought Jane and a group of friends to Li Feng and casually asked Sif, What are you talking about? Nothing. When Sif answered, there was something to say on his face, but the straightforward Thor said that he didn't understand Sif's expression, and he ignored him and turned his head and said to Li Feng, Austin is opening the door for me and sending us back to the place where Bifrost opened. My honor, the prince of the Aesir clan, but Li Feng didn't know where Sif and others landed on the earth. Even if he wanted to open the portal, there was nothing he could do. Fortunately, someone at the scene knew. Phil Coulson, do you have a photo of the place where the beauty of Sif landed? Wait a minute. The smiling Phil Coulson took out his phone from his pocket, pressed a few numbers, and said, Send a photo of Bifrost left behind when it is turned on. There are many alien texts on the ground. Big circle. The second after Phil Coulson ended the call, the phone rang a message alert. Phil Coulson clicked on an unread message and handed it to Li Feng. He said thoughtfully, The last time I went to Carter Shrey, you opened the portal when you checked the photo, and it's the same now. Li Feng, who took the phone, flipped through the photos while conceiving the address in his mind, and said casually, You guessed it, the other end of the portal must be somewhere I know. After a while, Li Feng stared at the photo and waved his hand to open a portal. While opening the portal, Li Feng's upper body slightly leaned forward towards Thor and made a request, saying, His Royal Highness Thor, can I go to Asgard with you? Thor, who was holding Jane's hand, was about to cross the portal, froze and looked at Li Feng, and said, It was a pleasure to have a friend come to Asgard, but hesitation, Thor is truthful, said, But you see, there was an accident in my house. So can you wait for me to finish the housework to welcome you to Asgard? Li Feng scratched his eyebrows. Then I guess some of them have been waiting. Li Feng wanted to go to Asgard, not just to talk about it. At first, he thought about going to Asgard's library first, and after learning some magic, he would go to Shandal to find out which abandoned planet the Universe Spirit Ball is. No way. Although Li Feng has watched the movie of Guardians of the Galaxy, when watching the movie, besides the taste of popcorn and the refreshing look, he never thought that he would travel to the Marvel Universe. So he didn't remember which planet the Universe Spirit Ball was on at all. This made Li Feng, who wanted to find infinite gems, to go to the black market of Xandal Star first to see if his character could break out, and then he would find the news of the Power Gem in a few days. If possible, Li Feng would like to ask Soul Gem for clues, because apart from knowing that Red Skull and Soul Gem are staying together on a desolate planet, he also doesn't know where Soul Gem is. This is the pot that is caused by watching a movie just because of the unpleasantness of the plot. But now Thor refused, and Li Feng couldn't directly say that Bifrost would be crushed by you. He could only helplessly accept the facts while praying in his heart that Peter Quill would not look for the cosmic spiritual ball now. Otherwise, I can only go to Shandal Star as a thief. Seeing Li Feng's face with a big disappointment on his face, Thor thought for a while, and felt that such a straightforward refusal seemed a bit unfriending. While crossing the portal, Thor wondered if Li Feng had something important to go to Asgard, and curiously asked, Austin, are you going to Asgard? Li Feng, who walked across the portal, shrugged and said, Nothing, I just want to learn Asgard's magic, scratching his head. Li Feng said a little embarrassed. You may not know, except apart from some magicians who are so powerful that they are boundless, the rest of the magicians are weak in my eyes, so I don't have much communication with them. As for those big guys, I'm just a poor wandering magician. I don't have the resources to exchange the knowledge and resources I want with those big guys. While talking, Li Feng tried his best to make himself look shabby and pathetic. Phil Coulson on the side was taken aback for a while, feeling inexplicably that SHIELD has been calling Li Feng for free recently. Isn't he too bullying the honest person? Immediately, Phil Coulson shook his head and threw the figure of the honest man Li Feng out of his mind. If time and environment didn't allow it, I guess Austin would even throw his cloak on the ground and step on it for a few feet to make it worn out. How come? So cried Thor. So, the honest man of God. This is a magician who sees the benefits and creates the benefits. After Li Feng's performance, Thor couldn't help showing sympathy, patted Li Feng's shoulder and said, I understand your yearning for knowledge. Don't worry, my friend. After a few days, I will not only pick you up to Asgard, but also I will give you some books. Although they are all basic magic books, I think that with a solid foundation, you will be able to cast spells faster and the magic power will be greater. Li Feng tried to pretend to be happy, smiled at Thor and thanked him, but in his heart, although I don't mind the basics, I don't give high-end books for Mao. Standing in the big circle left by Bifrost before, Thor raised his head and shouted confidently and proudly, Heimdall, open Bifrost. Among the people present, Sif and other Asgard people had not only seen Bifrost, but had also taken it for an unknown number of times, so they were not cold about the weather anomalies caused by Bifrost's appearance. But Phil Coulson and Jane had never seen Bifrost. They followed Thor's gaze and looked to the sky curiously, especially Jane, with a look of expectation and a bit of ostentation on their faces. My boyfriend is about to call out Bifrost to open my eyes. It's a pity that Bifrost didn't even see any shadows in my imagination. I just felt that the weather is clear now. It's a good weather to dry the quilt. After a while, I was immersed in research all the year round, which caused Jane, who was not very good at her cervical spine, to rub her neck, looking up at the sky, and looking at Thor with a puzzled face, blinking big eyes as if asking him, What about Bifrost? Do you think that you are a god can lie to this girl? If you dare to make my old lady lose face today, believe it or not, you can only sleep on the sofa in the future. Seeing Jane's gaze, Thor's face was a little bit uncontrollable, and he was dissatisfied. Heimdall, are you the goalkeeper wanting to do it? I brought my sister to show off. While maligning, Thor glanced at Jane apologetically, raised his head and increased his voice, as if his strong and magnetic voice could be transmitted from the earth to Asgard, and continued to shout, Heimdall. Unfortunately, at the moment Heimdall was forcibly imprisoned in the ice by Loki. As for Loki's reason for doing so, perhaps Loki felt that as the newly appointed king of God, he couldn't bear Heimdall's wind and rain every day, all year round. Not even a holiday, tan the tall Heimdall, it was too pitiful. Therefore, Loki, who was kind-hearted, made a refrigerator to keep Heimdall hiding in it to cool off. This also allows Heimdall to break free of the ice even if he hears Thor's voice. I finally got time to rest. Is it easy, bother me to rest? Here, Thor, after repeatedly summoning Heimdall to no avail, finally moved his mind about soaking eyebrows from Jane to the current embarrassing situation. Although Thor had realized that something was wrong, there was no way to make long-distance calls between Earth and Asgard. This made Thor not think of any other way to contact him besides continuing to shout, Heimdall, we need your help. In other words, even if there's a phone call, as Thor's brain is filled with plasma now, Li Feng's suspect that he can't remember Heimdall's phone number. Seeing from the earliest show-off to the current anxiety, Li Feng inexplicably felt that at the moment Thor had a pretense and was beaten in the face, and it was Jane who had just gotten hit by him. After thinking about it, Li Feng scratched his eyebrows and said with heartless relief, Thor, is it possible that Heimdall is off work? Or is it time for the Asgard cafeteria to be open now? That caused Heimdall to be absent from work. Moreover, on the Earth, it is normal for vehicles such as airplanes and cars to be delayed because the driver eats, so don't be too eager. Anxious? Before Li Feng had finished speaking, the clouds in the sky began to change. Li Feng glanced at the clouds and inexplicably felt that his face was aching. He rolled his eyes vaguely. Heimdall, you're all out of the limelight today. You just hit Thor in the face, and now he hit me in the face again. Fortunately, everyone's attention at the scene was on the changes in the clouds, which made Li Feng less embarrassed. It takes a lot of energy to keep Bifrost on. Thor knows that he can reminisce about the old days. There's not much time, so after a few bites with Jane, he walked into Bifrost in a red cloak and rushed back to Asgard with his friends. Seeing Thor, an alien friend with his little partner, go home, it's time for the few people present to go back to each house to find their own mothers. But Jane, who's been so fascinated by Thor, said she wants to wait here. Maybe Thor kicked Loki off the throne immediately after returning home, and then took the knife to kill the rebels without leaving them, and then stepped on Bifrost to return to the Earth and watch the sunset with her. In this regard, Li Feng just wanted to raise his middle finger. What kind of ghost is this? You're so crazy. The Earth Lord can't hold it anymore. Now, since Jane doesn't want to leave, Shavig, who treats Jane as a daughter, is obviously not at ease that Jane is alone in the wilderness. What if she encounters a bad guy? You must know that Mexico is dangerous now. He knows that a strong turf with the Devil Prince appeared some time ago, and now he has seen the Prince of the Aesir tribe take away the flowers he raised, and he may not know what will come out in the next second. The Werewolf Prince, or the Troll Prince, regards Jane knocking out as a ration. What will he do when he is a lot of age? Is there any face to confess to Jane's parents? On the other hand, Li Feng also had no idea about the woman in love. Originally, he wanted to find a place to chat with Shaig to enhance friendship. Now, he has no choice but to stay as a bodyguard for a few people temporarily. On the side, Phil Coulson saw that Li Feng had no intention to leave and chose to stay after thinking about it. He wanted to see if Thor would come back, and also wanted to see what Li Feng tried to find Shavik. Anyway, Phil Coulson would not believe that Li Feng was so deliberately befriending Shaig, just simply looking at each other's knowledge. If this is the case, Phil Coulson doesn't mind introducing Li Feng to the Shield Academy, where there are more scientific talents. Finally, Phil Coulson wants to find out about some unknown things, such as how Jane and Thor met each other in the first place. To be honest, this is actually very important to Phil Coulson. After all, if you are not careful, Jane may become the queen of the Aesir Protoss. Although the chances are small, what if? But Phil Coulson knows that men and women in love are going to get confused, regardless of their parents' objections to forcibly marry. This kind of thing has gone too much. Having said that, he just understands how the Earth people and the Asgard people produce the spark of love. This should not be enough for crime. Thinking of this, Phil Coulson took out his mobile phone and pressed a few numbers and then ordered, "Sylvan Agent, send someone to the town to clean up the wreckage, especially to search for a metal robot." After thinking about it, Phil Coulson turned his head and looked at Li Feng. Asked, "Austin, I remember you said before that in Asgard, magic and science are actually the same thing." Li Feng, who was chatting with Shavig, and nodded casually and said without turning his head, "Yes, in the eyes of many advanced civilizations, magic, to put it bluntly, is a way of using energy, so it uses technology to control it. Energy is a normal operation." After speaking, Li Feng seemed to realize something fiercely, squinted his eyes, looked at Phil Coulson with a smile, and said in a positive tone, "SHIELD wants to collect the destroyer, and by the way, study the technology above." Phil Coulson doesn't deny this, and there's nothing to be embarrassed about. SHIELD's responsibility to protect the normal world from being violated by the treacherous otherworld lies here. Although the origin and role of the destroyer has been clarified, this metal robots do not belong to the Ghost Armor series, and should not be classified as weird. However, SHIELD shields have shown to the world that they are not only a defense against weirdness, but also the meaning of protecting the people. So what happened to the destroyer, which seriously endangered people's lives, was confiscated by the shield. They were justified and well-founded. Even the collected invoices can be issued through normal channels, and no one can refute it. As for Phil Coulson's desire to make sure that Asgard's magic and technology are actually the same thing, he didn't want to hide it. If Asgard's magic is magic, technology is technology, and Destroyer is a product of magic, then Phil Coulson feels that SHIELD has no effect other than studying the texture of Destroyer. But now that you know that Asgard's technology and magic are the same thing, why not study how this thing is made by S.H.I.E.L.D.? Although it is difficult to completely crack the Destroyer with the current level of science and technology on the Earth, It is always okay to crack a small half, especially the problems of energy and remote control. If these two can be cracked, shield.no, it is the technology of the Earth that may cause a small explosion. Li Feng scratched his head, curled his lips, and asked, I have 2 questions. Phil Coulson smiled and stretched out his hand, motioning for Li Feng to ask a question. First, Sif said to me before that as long as Odin misses the destroyer, this metal bump will appear in front of his old man in an instant. Even if you chop up the destroyer and make dumplings to eat, this thing will still regroup the synthesis. Destroyer, then return to Odin. Li Feng grinned and said, So, even if you melt him into molten iron and bury it under the building as a building material, it won't work. Maybe Odin will collapse the building when he summons the destroyer. Phil Coulson was stunned, then rolled his eyes at Li Feng with a black line on his face. The blind knows that the destroyer's material is precious. That idiot will mix it into the building materials. After a pause, Phil Coulson said angrily, What is the second question? Second, Li Feng asked with a smile on his face. You have seen my previous battle, right? Phil Coulson nodded in wonder. He not only saw it, but recorded it. But what does this have to do with the problem? Li Feng faintly said, The portal is also a space spell, but you have also seen that I put the portal on the destroyer and failed to cut the metal shell of the opponent. What black technology do you SHIELD rely on to cut the destroyer? Seeing Phil Coulson's face forced on the spot, Li Feng laughed and said, Anyway, I don't believe you have any means better than space cutting. After speaking, Li Feng was not talking to Phil Coulson, who was hit, waved to open the portal connected to the RV, and shouted, Creature, drive the RV. Li Feng turned his head and looked at the number of people on the scene. To eat depends on the whole sheep. As soon as Li Feng's words fell, the RV with an empty driving seat started inexplicably and passed the portal. Then, Creature in the RV clanged in the kitchen to prepare dinner. When the sun sets, Li Feng and others are around the bonfire, lying on the deck chairs drinking beer and chatting, while waiting for Thor, who will never return to Earth. In the early morning of the next day, a beam of warm sunlight shone on Li Feng's face lying on the roof of the RV. This made Li Feng, who was not awake, felt a little uncomfortable in his eyes, and he rolled over subconsciously, and then just heard a poof. Li Feng rolled from the roof of the car to the ground, still facing the ground. On the side, Phil Coulson, who hadn't slept all night and was lying on a lounger watching the sunrise, looked at Li Feng, who was lying on the ground speechlessly after hearing the movement. Didn't it mean that magicians are all wise men? What do you think of the magician I know, for Mao? They all look like mentally retarded. Phil Coulson, with a black line on his forehead, sighed. He never thought about getting up to help Li Feng in his heart, but he asked helplessly, Are you okay? Listening to the tone of Phil Coulson when he was speaking, Li Feng felt that the other party was just dealing with himself formulaically. But this is the result I want. With his face facing the ground, Li Feng raised his mouth slightly when he turned his back to Phil Coulson, and then quickly reduced his expression when he turned around, put on a sullen face, slapped the dust like an okay person, and said, It's okay. It's my dream. It's a shame to break. I don't know if I continue to sleep now. Can I continue my dream? You can try. Phil Coulson rolled his eyes, turned to watch the sunrise, and said, I wish your dreams come true. At this moment, Phil Coulson seemed to think of something. He turned his head back to look at Li Feng and asked with a slightly serious tone and expression, after May used the mask of night god, Have you checked her? Li Feng nodded, scratching his head in distress, and said, I did it, but I don't feel anything wrong. Phil Coulson, who saw Li Feng's expression clearly, squinted his eyes and asked in a worried tone, Is it impossible to check? Or, is there no problem? Who knows? Li Feng spread his hands. I didn't see any changes in Melinda anyway, even if it was a slight change. To be honest, Li Feng felt that he was at a loss. The mask was not only used by Melinda, but also in order to have an outstanding subordinate in the future. Afterwards, Li Feng also took a drop of precious, immortal spring water. But when he checked Melinda, he didn't find out anything. For this reason, Li Feng could only guess whether Melinda's use time was too short, so the side effects of the demons did not appear. But he wanted Melinda to continue to use it, but he was reluctant to consume the eternal spring water. He said it was troublesome, so annoying. Phil Coulson glanced at Li Feng, who was completely irresponsible, thinking that Li Feng was still unreliable, and he asked Melinda to go back to SHILD headquarters and do a detailed inspection. As the sun rises, Shavik, who has regarded Li Feng as a curiosity for knowledge and has become a friend, opened his sleepy eyes and brought Jane and Daisy to Li Feng. "Morning, Austin." "Morning, Eric," Li Feng called Roar with a smile, and looked at Jane and Daisy with a little pale face in wonder. Shavigli looked at Li Feng's RV with a little embarrassment, then said after a dry cough, "Well, we want to borrow your bathroom." Well, I said what happened to Jane and Daisy's face. It turned out to be suffocated. Li Feng held back a smile and pointed to the door of the car, motioned to the two of them at will, and said to Shavik, "It seems that Thor will not be able to return to Earth for a while, so I decided to leave here later. What about you guys? Is it here to continue waiting for Thor? Or am I sending you back to the town?" Shavik rubbed his forehead with a headache and sighed. "I want to go back to the town, but Jane, I'll ask her first." "I knew you would answer like that." Li Feng shrugged, opening his shoulder bag, and said, "Well, I'll tell me what Jane thinks later." He took out a few amulet from his shoulder bag and gave it to Shavik. Li Feng said, "These are small gifts for you." Pointing to the RV, Li Feng continued, "You know my phone number, too. You can talk to me if you have anything or nothing." After a pause, Li Feng remembered that he might not be able to get on the phone in time, such as in Otherworld or hiding in a 4-door locker to do research. After thinking about it, he jokingly added to Shavik, "Most of the time, I practice spells in the practice room and may not be able to get through your phone in time, so don't wrong me for not treating you as a friend." Shavik smiled and said that he understands Li Feng. After all, he is also a scientific researcher. When he is busy at work, he can't call friends in time or forgets to call back afterwards. After receiving the amulet, Shavik cast a glance at Phil Coulson and smiled. "You know, I feel like a dream these days. It's not a big deal to know the agent, but I have made friends with a magician and a god. Being in love with Jane makes me feel a little unreal." Shavigating the amulet in his hand, Shavik sighed. "Now, because of Thor and Jane, I think my name has been on the list of various intelligence organizations. I am afraid that there will be a group of people around when I return to the town. Let me ask for details. But with these amulets and your attitude, I don't think my life will be affected too much. After all, no one knows the consequences of offending a magician." Li Feng smiled and glanced provocatively. "Phil Coulson, did you see this guy? I'm covering this guy. SHILD, don't be okay." Phil Coulson rolled his eyes. "I'm too lazy to care about you. The girl's mail ticket is much harder than you, so a fool will deal with Shavik." As the sun continued to rise, everyone successively borrowed RVs to complete the washing, and after enjoying the delicacies carefully prepared by Creature, Phil Coulson first stated that he would be busy writing a report on the coming of the devil and the god Prince Asir to Earth. Instructed Li Feng to help open a portal to the base. This little thing, Li Feng definitely won't refuse, and immediately opened the door to see him off. Then, Chuanxin finally converged to Jane. After eating breakfast, while touching her chubby belly, she gritted her teeth and said that she would never let him next time we see Thor. After looking good, he returned to the town with the help of Li Feng to continue his scientific research life. Seeing that everyone was gone and only himself was left in the deserted wilderness, Li Feng returned to the RV with a beer. In the RV, Li Feng put away his hippie smile while sitting slumped on the sofa and touching his chin. While sipping his beer in small sips, he fell into thinking. It's time to study the Hellfire and forging artifacts. It's just that neither of these two things can be done in a short time. Especially Hellfire. Once blatant research, I am afraid that Mephisto or Johnny Blazer's eyes will be drawn. If it's just Johnny Blazer, I have a way to deal with it. Even if I can't beat it, I just need to cross the portal, and Johnny Blazer at the back of the *** will run and break his leg. As for Mephisto, with my strength and some equipment, although I'm not afraid of head-on conflict, I am afraid that the other party will play in, such as consuming my pseudo-angel feather holy water first. Therefore, It is best to seize the time to improve your strength. Only your own strong strength is the king. In addition, using the destroyer to make magical artifacts can't escape Odin's eyes. This guy has a dark belly. I'm afraid he will choose to use Ian like Mephisto. For a long time, Li Feng felt that he was still traveling in another world, avoiding the eyes of Mephisto and Odin, and quietly improving his strength. The only regret is that he himself didn't know what world he would cross into. In case it was a world full of gods and demigods like dogs, Li Feng felt that he would immediately return to the Marvel world and then open a door to pass through. After all, his small body really couldn't stand any big storms. For this reason, before crossing, Li Feng, who had finished Creature's luggage preparation, was soaked in water with grapefruit leaves to get rid of bad luck, while praying inwardly for good luck. After rubbing himself until the smell of grapefruit leaves all over his body, Li Feng put on clean clothes contentedly. After hiding the RV and ordering the mummy to hate and look after the house, Li Feng opened the crossing door and disappeared in the RV with Creature. When he came out of the crossing door, Li Feng felt that his feet were empty before Roar could breathe the first breath of Otherworld's air, and then he fell to the ground in a revolving manner. Mudon, am I in the air? After understanding his own situation, Li Feng immediately turned into a black mist and floated in the air to prevent himself from being thrown to death. This broken door is now getting more and more skinny. Taking a deep breath and spit out slowly, he was too lazy to look at the city below, with interest in Li Feng who had gone through the door to spit out. The city is not big, but its geographical environment and architectural style make Li Feng feel a little curious and drooling. First of all, the city below is a coastal city, but at the other end of the city, it is an endless desert. Li Feng said that he did not read much, and he never thought that there would be a desert on the seashore, which made him feel a little bit novel. In fact, there are more places with the sea on one side and the desert on the other, so Li Feng doesn't know it. Secondly, the roof of the building below is full of large domes, which makes Li Feng's mind immediately **** mosque, and a large plate of chicken, roasted whole lamb. It is really impossible to come to a bowl of beef noodles and eat 2 bites. After wiping the saliva from the corner of his mouth, Li Feng put on the cloak of invisibility and landed in the crowd. This is how long Li Feng had just finished his breakfast, and now he can't hold any food in his stomach. Otherwise, relying on the action of wiping his saliva in front of a vendor who sells roast leg of lamb. This goods will definitely steal a leg of lamb and gnaw at the same time. Shop. Anyway, invisible, no one can see him. This face is naturally not shame. After a while, Li Feng, who had already learned the languages of various countries, understood where he was, but he didn't understand for a while. Where is the city of Agrabah? Who is the protagonist? Anyway, Li Feng said that he had maximized the exploration magic, but there were no people with energy in his body nearby. Is it possible that the protagonist this time is still an ordinary person? If so, am I invincible again? It seems that the pomelo leaves can really remove the bad breath after taking a bath, and I will use it to wash the bad breath every time before crossing. With a bit of laughter, Li Feng flew to the roof and looked at the noisy market. Suddenly, a young man wearing a hat and carrying a monkey broke into Li Feng's sight. I saw that the other side was running along the walls like a parkour, and behind him, a group of guards looking after him shouted, "Aladdin, you stop me." As a young age, I have seen the animated version of Aladdin and the Magic Lamp. When Li Feng heard the name of Aladdin and saw the monkey on the other's shoulder, he subconsciously thought of the in 1001 Nights. Aladdin? No way. The name Aladdin is too magical, so Li Feng can't help but think so. Although it is impossible to be sure that this is the world of the Magic Lamp based on a person's name, Li Feng feels that the chances are still quite high. After thinking about it, Li Feng touched his chin and looked at Aladdin, who was walking over the wall to drill the window with interest. He wanted to see if Aladdin had got the magic lamp now. If so, it goes without saying that he would have to figure out how to steal the gun. If not, then wait for the other party to steal or rob it when they get the magic lamp. As for getting the magic lamp by trading, I'm sorry, Aladdin is an ordinary person from beginning to end. Li Feng doesn't think that Penniless himself has what the other party wants. You can only let Li Feng teach Aladdin magic? How tired to be a teacher. Anyway, a person like Li Feng who can lie down and never stand will never do anything that makes him tired. After a while, watching Aladdin throw off the chasing soldiers and disappear into his sight, Li Feng immediately turned into a gray mist, followed Aladdin, and followed him back to his house on the four walls. In other words, the four walls of the family members are a bit exaggerated because in Li Feng's eyes, Aladdin's home is already poor and there is no complete roof. Only a small roof for shelter from the rain, or the eaves of his neighbor's house is a bit big, just enough Aladdin sheltered from the wind and rain. Taking a closer look at Aladdin's house, he confirmed that Aladdin had not received the magic lamp, or that it was still not certain that this was the Li Feng of the Aladdin world, and subconsciously set his sights on the tallest building in the city, which is the palace. Li Feng remembered that in Aladdin's world, there was a princess named Jasmine in the palace, and a prime minister who didn't remember the name, but knew that the other party could spell. Creature, Li Feng whispered, go to the palace and ask about two people. Creature blinked his big eyes, followed Li Feng's gaze to the palace, and disappeared instantly after listening to Li Feng's instructions. As for Li Feng, lying on the roof of Aladdin's house invisibly, looking over the entire Agrabah boredly. As for studying the hellfire, this is not anxious. He has time. It is not less than a day or two. Suddenly, Aladdin took out a gold bracelet made of gold and inlaid with gems, and stared at the bracelet in estrus. Li Feng scratched his head and glanced at Aladdin's house subconsciously. In this impoverished home, there are still gold and gem jewelry? Anyway, I didn't believe that Aladdin would have such a luxurious bracelet. Needless to say, where the cliff was stolen, and by looking at Aladdin's eyes, I knew that this bracelet was stolen from a beautiful woman. Otherwise, what kind of halazzi? After a while, Aladdin seemed to have made up his mind, solemnly put the bracelet into his arms, climbed up beside Li Feng like a monkey, and stood on the roof looking obsessively at the palace. Li Feng looked at the palace and then at Aladdin, wondering if Aladdin had already met Princess Jasmine. This gold bracelet is Jasmine's token of love for Aladdin until night fell. After Aladdin washed his face and put on a beard to clean himself, the monkey named Abu left the house and followed the flow of people to the gate of the palace. As for Li Feng, he was naturally curiously floating in the air, watching Aladdin all the way. At the moment, the front of the Agrabah Palace may be the only nightlife place for the people in the city. It can be said to be crowded with jugglers and snacks. It is very lively, but Aladdin was obviously not here to join in the fun. Li Feng noticed that his eyes were always on the guards in front of the palace. His eyes were spinning from time to time, as if he was thinking about entering the palace and having a tryst with the princess. Don't say, Li Feng really guessed right. While a carriage was about to enter the palace, Aladdin asked Abu to help disturb the guard's sight, and he took the opportunity to get into the carriage team entering the palace. In this regard, Li Feng just wanted to say, this is really a palace guard. Your king is afraid that he has to deal with hundreds of assassins every day. Speechless, but the palace still has to go in and take a look. After all, Li Feng hasn't visited the palace yet when he is so old. I'm talking about the scene where a thief and the princess have a tryst. It's exciting if you think about it, if you don't look at it. What a pity. Just as the invisible Li Feng swaggered and followed Aladdin to enter the palace, he suddenly perceived that someone was staring at him, and Li Feng also perceived that there were low mana fluctuations in the opponent's body. Following the perception, Li Feng looked up fiercely and saw a parrot speaking human language such as dirty monkey, thief, spreading its wings and flying towards the other end of the palace. This is a parrot with mana? It's just that this mana is too weak. Li Feng scratched his head, glanced at Aladdin, and thought for half a second, quickly cast a positioning spell on Aladdin, and then turned into a black mist and followed behind the parrot. He wanted to see where this parrot came from. If the magician behind this parrot is not strong, Li Feng doesn't mind sharing his magical experience with the other party. The other party said that Li Feng listened to it. If he is strong on the method, Li Feng feels that he is still pretending to be a grandson, and he will drive off after getting the magic lamp honestly, and find a place where no one is left to quietly study the hellfire. After a while, Li Feng, who was following the parrot, came to the window of a tower somewhere in the palace. Following the principle of caution, Li Feng did not float into the room, but carefully followed the window and looked at a magician with a beard in the room. After just a few glances, Li Feng was sure that magician's strength was weaker than his own by many times. In terms of magician's level, this buddy is only the peak of apprenticeship. Not to mention the weak mana, his mana is still messy and impure, and it seems like he has practiced indiscriminately. This made Li Feng feel that he could kill the opponent with a slap. Thinking of this, Li Feng floated into the room immediately. Just when Li Feng was about to control the opponent to obtain the opponent's spells, Creature quietly appeared beside Li Feng and said timidly, "Boss." Creature inquired out that there is indeed a princess in the palace named Jasmine, and she is now in her room. After hesitation, Creature pointed to the magician beard again and said, "The Prime Minister of Magician, that the boss said Creature didn't find him. He only inquired about Agrabah's national teacher, Jia Feng, who has mana." Li Feng was stunned. There is no Prime Minister Magician, only the national teacher Jia Feng? Maybe the version is different? In addition, there happens to be a Princess Jasmine in the palace. I really came to Aladdin's world? The magic lamp? And the magic carpet. It's all mine, whoever dares to grab it, who I cut. Where is Aladdin? Li Feng asked, narrowing his eyes. The corner of Creature's mouth was slightly raised, pointing down and saying, "Boss, Mr. Aladdin is imitating a monkey and is busy jumping on the roof of the palace." Just as Li Feng looked at Aladdin along what Creature pointed out, Jia Feng, who looked more and more scowling in the room, was also muttering to himself what would happen after he got the magic lamp, as if it was already within reach. Li Feng couldn't help but spit out, "It's all magician, and I need a lot of wool. Isn't it okay to work hard to improve my practice? At that time, some people will come upon you. You are a mentally retarded magician." At this time, the parrot was chanting, "There is a thief in the palace." Uncut rough gems while guiding Jia Feng to look toward Aladdin, who is still playing parkour on the roof. Seeing that Jia Feng had discovered Aladdin, Li Feng thought for a while and silently withdrew the idea of controlling Jia Feng. To be honest, although Li Feng knows Aladdin's story, what exactly will happen and how Aladdin will get the magic lamp, Li Feng said that he had forgotten it a long time ago. Does the ghost know if Aladdin misses the magic lamp because of his intervention in Jia Feng? Who is to blame if the magic lamp is not there? Nothing. He only knows about the details of the plot. Li Feng feels that it is better to follow the plot because it is easy to get the benefits. As for the development of the plot after the magic lamp is handed over, the benefits are all in hand. Who cares so much? Are you tired? In this way, the invisible Li Feng turned into a black mist and followed Jia Feng. Jia Feng held a staff carved into a cobra and followed Aladdin, while poor Aladdin was unconsciously looking for the princess room. It wasn't until dozens of minutes later that Aladdin, who jumped up and down and consumed a lot of energy, finally found Princess Jasmine's room and successfully dressed as a waiter to enter the room. Through the time of Aladdin and the princess tryst, Jia Feng thought about it and notified several strong guards and told them to hide. Afterwards, Li Feng floating above his head was hidden not far from Princess Jasmine's room. After a while, I saw the beloved Aladdin walking out of the room with joy, taking off the waiter's costume and showing off to Abu, who had just climbed on his shoulder. Can you believe it, Abu, in Agra, the most guarded place in Pakistan? Before Aladdin finished showing off, the previously hidden guard walked in front of Aladdin. "Good evening." "Good evening," Aladdin swallowed and asked Abu in a low voice, "Is there a guard behind me?" After finishing speaking, Aladdin looked back at the expressionless guard behind him and smiled hurriedly and politely. It's just this smile, it looks like crying no matter what. Needless to say, people like Aladdin who don't even know where the 3 meals a day are fortunate not to starve to death. Where did the power come from? And the guards in the palace broke their wrists. With his small body, it is estimated that the guard can get it done with a punch. Therefore, the self-aware Aladdin didn't wait for the guards to act and gave up resistance cleanly, at least so that he didn't need to be beaten. And by the way, he kept his handsome face. He still wanted to use this face to soak the crush. Seeing Aladdin giving up resistance, Jiafeng waved his hand in satisfaction, motioning for the guard to put on the headgear for the fanatic who dared to make a princess, and without a word took the two guards and Aladdin to the place where the camels were stored. After allowing the servants to prepare dry food and water, Jiafeng left the palace overnight and ran towards the desert. Li Feng licked the corner of his mouth excitedly, while drifting slowly above Jiafeng, while squinting his eyes into the distance. Magic lamp, I'll come. Jiafeng took Aladdin and two servants, with a bright starry sky above his head, and riding a strong camel, walking nonstop in the endless desert. It wasn't until noon the next day, when the sun was the hottest, that Jiafeng took Aladdin and hid on a shady sand dune, avoiding the hot sun and looking for a chance to replenish his energy. At this time, Li Feng, with the help of Creature, floated above Jiafeng with a bitter face. No way. Li Feng flew all night before, and his mana was almost consumed by phantom migration near noon. He still wanted to save some mana to deal with the accident, so he could only tell Creature to cast a spell on himself. Seeing the four people below drinking water and eating dry food, Li Feng understood why Jiafeng left the palace in the middle of the night with a large amount of dry food. It's just, especially I didn't bring any food. The greedy Li Feng licked the saliva at the corner of his mouth and forcibly retracted his greedy gaze to look aside. He was afraid that he was watching and could not help robbing Jiafeng and others' food. For the magic lamp, I endured. Li Feng, who forcibly persuaded himself to wait for Jiafeng to eat and drink, and cursed in his heart, eat as much as you want. Choking to death, you group of turtle grandchildren. Li Feng's curse obviously had no effect. Jiafeng not only ate and drank well, but also commanded the team to move on until the sun weakened slightly. This made Li Feng, who had grass growing on his head, rub his hands several times and tried to beat Jiafeng. What a waste of my time. Don't you know that Laozi's time is precious? Fortunately, in the middle of the night, Jiafeng suddenly got off his horse. Got off the camel, so that the two guard were optimistic about the camel and then took Aladdin to move on. Obviously, this is about to reach the place, and Jiafeng doesn't want the guards to know the purpose of his trip. It just so happens that no one will bother me when I will do it later. Li Feng, who floated above Jiafeng's head, curled his lips and carefully observed the uncharacteristic environment nearby. This ghost place. Is it too remote? While complaining, Li Feng was also glad that he was fortunate not to kill Jiafeng. Otherwise, he really couldn't find this corner. On the other side, Jiafeng took Aladdin to the cave where the magic lamp was hidden and introduced the Cave of Wonders. When you enter the cave, you will see an unimaginable amount of wealth, gold, jewelry, diamonds, and lights. As long as you give me the lamp, I will give you a rich and free life. Jiafeng, fearing that Aladdin would be tempted by gems, persuaded him with all his heart. Remember, except for the lamp, don't take away anything else, no matter what you receive. No amount of temptation can take treasure. While talking, Jiafeng led Aladdin to a weird boulder and cast a spell to open the entrance of the Cave of Wonders. Aladdin glanced at Jiafeng and walked towards the entrance silently. Just as Aladdin was about to enter the Cave of Wonders, Jiafeng, who was still uneasy, reminded again, "Remember, don't take anything except the lamp." Aladdin looked back at Jiafeng, gave an I know look, then turned and went into the Hole of Wonder. The moment Aladdin disappeared into the cave, Li Feng showed his figure while waving his hand to petrify Jiafeng. Li Feng cast his eyes to the cave entrance that was still open, turned his head, and smiled silently at Jiafeng. For Jiafeng, when he was a child, Li Feng didn't have a good impression of him. As the villain, which kid would like him? Even if this guy can cast a cool spell, the kid's still like the ordinary Aladdin. If Li Feng met Jiafeng at that time, he would kill him if he didn't say anything. Beauty now that Li Feng has grown up, he has already had a different view of Jia Fong after he fumbled in the big dying vat of society. First of all, Jia Fong used his own efforts to climb to the position of the king's most trusted national teacher. Even if Jia Fong was promoted to a national teacher only by slapping his beard and horse, it also shows that people are comfortable with the king, which is also a skill. It's like how many people in reality rely on a little talent and the ability to be good at flattering to get promoted. This is their ability. What can you do? Envy. Learn how to flatter yourself. It's just a fairy tale. The bad guys didn't end well after all, and Jia Fong's desires didn't match with ability. What's more, the luck of this product was not very good. A magician who was planning to steal the country was actually played by Aladdin, who was an ordinary person, to receive a box lunch. You say this is a trouble, so you lose the magician's face. But right now, Li Feng considered that he had just arrived and didn't even have a place to live, and Jia Fong was also a national teacher anyway, so it shouldn't be a big deal to arrange a place to practice and study Hellfire. Moreover, Li Feng also needs Jia Fong to collect magic materials for himself. Who will let Li Feng be left behind? Since Jia Fong is a magician, there must be a channel to purchase magic materials. Therefore, only if Jia Fong is alive can Li Feng gain more benefits. Thinking of this, Li Feng took out tools to portray a slave contract on Jia Fong. When the contract was completed, he took a few steps back and unlocked the petrochemical technique, holding his arms around him, smiling and waiting for Jia Fong to wake up. Who are you? The moment Jia Fong woke up, he raised the cobra staff high in his hand while asking questions to distract Li Feng. It can be seen that Jia Fong is not without actual combat experience, but rich in experience, knowing that he can cast spells while reducing Li Feng's attention. Unfortunately, without waiting for Jia Fong to finish casting the spell, Li Feng only snapped his fingers to interrupt Jia Fong's spell. Jia Fong clearly perceives the moment when Li Feng snapped his fingers and exuded magical powers. He only felt that there was a sledgehammer stirring his brain in his head, and he immediately lost his whole body strength and was paralyzed on the ground. Li Feng walked to Jia's side and squatted with a smile. It looks like you haven't figured out your identity, rookie magician. After so many years, Li Feng has finally been able to say a rookie in front of other magicians. It's not easy, respected lord. Jia Fong forcefully endured the severe pain in his head and respectfully lowered his head and said, "Can you tell the villain your name?" Seeing Jia Fong quietly touching his arms with a hand while talking, Li Feng curled his mouth and said bluntly, "Don't play any tricks. I have portrayed a slave contract on you, and your strength is too great for me. Weak, so don't bother to resist." While talking, Li Feng touched Jia Fong's arms, took out a small crossbow, and said, "Know how I portray the slave contract and not kill you." Seeing that his backhand was taken away by Li Feng, Jia Fong lowered his head again, thinking for a few seconds, and said, "Jia Fong understands that the master needs Jia Fong's service." "Yes, you're really smart." Li Feng dropped the crossbow aside, patted his palm as if how dirty the crossbow is, and said, "Don't worry, I won't kill you or make you embarrassed. I just want a quiet place and a lot of magic materials." In order to increase his heart that he did not kill anyone, and to prove that Jia Fong's life was indeed pinched by him, Li Feng snapped his fingers in front of Jia Fong as he spoke, lifting the punishment imposed on Jia Fong. Seeing that Jia Fong no longer felt his brain exploding, Li Feng turned his head and glanced at the Cave of Wonders and added, "By the way, the magic lamp belongs to me. Do you have any comments?" At this time, how dare Jia Fong have any opinions? His life is in the hands of the other party. Is it useful to object? He nodded hurriedly and said, "It's the master. The magic lamp definitely belongs to you, and only a powerful magician like you deserves to have a magic lamp." As soon as Jia Fong's words fell, the sound of shaking mountains came from the Cave of Wonders, and Li Feng wondered if he rushed into the edge of the cave. The cave is full of hot lava, flooding the ground with gold and silver jewelry, while Aladdin and Abu the monkey are sitting on a magic carpet with a magic lamp in hand, avoiding the falling rocks on the top of the cave in a panic. Seeing this, Li Feng waved his hand to a portal in front of Aladdin. On the other side, Magikarpet and Aladdin found a portal that suddenly appeared, especially when they saw Jia Fong outside the cave through the portal. After a daze, they didn't want to go through the portal. Seeing that Aladdin was safe, Li Fong glanced at the cave, wrote down the sights in the Cave of Wonders, turned around and walked to Aladdin and said with a slight excitement, "Aladdin, thank you for your hard work. Now give me the lamp." Aladdin glanced at Jia Fong and saw Jia Fong standing behind Li Fong respectfully and nodding to himself like a servant. While passing the magic lamp to Li Fong, Aladdin asked, "Am I free now?" Li Fong took the magic lamp, put it in his shoulder bag, and said, "Not only is freedom, you can also get wealth that will last a lifetime." While talking, Li Fong waved his hand to open the portal to the Cave of Wonders, pointed to the wealth that was still piled up like a mountain, and said, "Whatever you like, take it as much as you like. You are welcome." Aladdin swallowed, smiled fakely, and said, "I don't dare to take it. It was because Abu moved the treasure that shouldn't be moved before that the cave gushed with magma." Li Fong turned his head and thought, smiled, and moved the portal to a pile of gems, and said, "How about this? You don't need to go back to the Cave of Wonders. Just stand in front of the portal to get wealth." Su Shige's temptation was too great. After looking at Li Fong, Aladdin was silent for a while, walked slowly to the portal, carefully reached out and picked up a ruby, and quickly backed away while putting it in his pocket. After Aladdin was sure that there was no response from the Cave of Wonders, he reached out again with a grin and picked up a gold coin. When Aladdin happily put the gold jewelry in his pocket, Li Fong asked in a low voice, "Jia Fong, are there magic materials in the Cave of Wonders?" Jia Fong pointed to the magic carpet vaguely, then greedily glanced at the portal, lowered his head, and respectfully said, "Master, there are not only a lot of materials in it, but also rich varieties. The magic carpet is proof." He paused. Next, Jia Fong recalled that Li Fong mentioned before to collect magic materials, gritted his teeth, and said, "If the master needs it, Jia Fong can enter the Cave of Wonders and search for magic materials for the master." Standing by the portal to collect materials and entering the Cave of Wonders to search, these are two concepts. Li Fong didn't believe that Jia Fong would risk his life to help himself, even with contract restrictions. "What do you want?" Knowing that Li Fong understands him, Jia Fong breathed a sigh of relief, lowered his head, and said in an expectant tone, "Jia Fong hopes to learn magic with his master."
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.